Chapter 2804. Although the divine city had changed a bit over the years, they could still find familiar shadows in some places. Qin Feiyang and his group were like ordinary people. They walked on the streets of the divine city and looked at their surroundings. Don't say it. Although we've been in the central divine kingdom for so many years and have been to the divine city countless times, we always came and went in a hurry. This is the first time we've observed the divine city so carefully. It's really a different scenery. The bull smiled. Every place has a different scenery, but we don't pay attention to it. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. There are too many things to do in life. Who has time to pay attention to these things? The monkey-faced old man shook his head. But these are the things in the world. Sometimes, I can inadvertently comprehend something from it. Qin Feiyang smiled. The monkey-faced old man was dazed and shook his head. It seems that our state of mind is indeed different. That's because you haven't reached that level yet. When you enter the nine heavens state or even the imperishable state in the future, you'll find that some things are in the most ordinary places. Qin Feiyang said. Us. The group smiled bitterly. Not to mention the nine heavens state or the imperishable state, they didn't even dare to think about the nine heavens state or the imperishable state. Trust me, with the spirit vein and the crystal vein, you'll reach that level sooner or later. Qin Feiyang said. The hook-nosed old man smiled. Okay, then we'll look forward to that day. Time flew. The sun gradually set. The red lanterns on both sides of the street lit up. The divine city was even more lively at night. The white-eyed wolf said, "We should go to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion." Qin Feiyang looked up at the sky. The night had already fallen. He smiled. Let's go. I'm looking forward to seeing Fatso's reaction when he sees us. The white-eyed wolf smiled. Him? Qin Feiyang shook his head with a smile and said, I'm sure that once he sees us, he will definitely complain to us with tears and snot. Then, when we sympathize with him, he will ask us for gifts. Haha, you really know him well. Gongsun Beidar laughed. Qin Feiyang said, We've been brothers for so many years. How could I not understand? Half an hour later, a luxurious restaurant came into the sight of Qin Feiyang and Qin Feiyang. That was the Longfeng Pavilion. At this moment, there were many people surrounding the Longfeng house. Among these people, there was no lack of outstanding young people. Everyone looked at the tightly shut doors of the Longfeng Pavilion, their faces filled with suspicion. What's going on today? The Longfeng Pavilion actually closed its doors and rejected guests. Don't you know? At noon, the steward of the restaurant announced that the Longfeng restaurant has been reserved for the night and no one is allowed to enter. Reserved? Who's so rich? You can book the entire Longfeng Pavilion? Then I don't know. I heard that this was personally instructed by old senior Yi. Yi Shu. Yes. It can't be. Yi Shu personally instructed. Doesn't that mean that even Yi Shu has to respect the person who booked the Longfeng Pavilion? Isn't that so? But we didn't manage to find out the identity of this person. Everyone was discussing. Creak. Suddenly, the tightly shut doors opened. Two waiters walked out and stood on both sides of the door. Brothers, do you know who's the one who booked the whole place? One of the young men in luxurious clothes immediately ran over, looked at the two waiters, and asked doubtfully. We don't know either, so don't ask. Also, I'll have to trouble everyone not to surround this place. The attitude of the two waiters was not bad as they smiled warmly. So mysterious. Everyone was even more curious. All right, don't block the way. Quickly get out of the way for this young master. Suddenly, behind the crowd, a loud shout sounded. Everyone turned their heads and saw a 1.7-meter-tall fatso, who was wearing a purple robe and had a big belly, walking over with his head held high and his chest puffed out. This fatso looked to be around 20 years old, but his face was full of arrogance. Moreover, although he looked a little arrogant and domineering, the aura he exuded was very strong. A 5-star war master, Sichu Feiyang. When everyone saw Fatso, their expressions changed slightly as they hurriedly retreated to the side. Beside Fatso, there was a man and a woman. This man and woman were Lu Xiaofei and Lu Xiaojia. Behind the three of them, there were 10 guards. They were all wearing cold black armor and their faces were expressionless. They looked extremely cold. Their cultivation was even stronger, and they were all 9-star war emperors. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and the others also walked to the back of the crowd and immediately looked at Lu Xiaofei and the others. Isn't that Xiaofei and Xiaojia? The white-eyed wolf muttered. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Xiaofei and his sister, then looked at Fatso and said, from the looks of it, that little Fatso is Sichu Feiyang. Damn, look at his smug look. He's exactly the same as his father. The white-eyed wolf was speechless. Qin Feiyang laughed. Not only are their personalities the same, their figures are also similar. This is what you call a biological son. I only hope that when they have a daughter in the future, she won't look like Fatso. Otherwise, how will she get married in the future? The white-eyed wolf laughed sinisterly. Is there anyone who talks like you? Qin Feiyang was speechless. But then again, Fatso must have accumulated good karma in his previous life to get such a capable and beautiful wife like Li Yang. Didn't I already say so? This Longfeng house has already been booked for tonight. What are you all still doing here? Looking at the monkeys. Sichu Feiyang walked through the crowd and slowly turned around to look at the people around him as he shouted. Damn Fatso, are we hindering you by standing here? A well-dressed young man said angrily. Of course you're hindering this young master because you'll affect this young master's mood. Sichu Feiyang said arrogantly. Mood? Can you go in? Looking at his smug look, many people couldn't help but look at him in disdain. Are you all stupid? If I can't go in, why would this young master come to the Longfeng house? Sichu Feiyang's face was full of disdain. What? You can go in? So, you're the one who booked the whole place? Everyone was stunned. Me? Sichu Feiyang was stunned and shook his head. Although this young master is very familiar with Old Man Yi, I don't have the ability to book the entire Longfeng house. Then why did you say fart? Everyone immediately rolled their eyes. Fuck. Although this young master can't book the whole place, this young master is still one of the invited VIPs. What about you guys? You can only stand outside and stare. So, you guys are not on the same level as this young master. Sichu Feiyang raised his head and his nose to the sky. That posture was really carved from the same mold as Fatso. He's indeed a little arrogant and domineering. Qin Feiyang shook his head. That's his personality. However, he's quite a good person. He's also very respectful to us old people. The monkey-faced old man smiled. It's fine as long as he's not a playboy. Qin Feiyang smiled. Does he dare to? You don't know. When this Li Yang is fierce, she's even scarier than a tigress. Wang Zicheng said. It can't be, right? Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other. In their memory, Li Yang was a well-educated and well-mannered young lady. Why not? I remember that a few years ago, Sichu Feiyang went to a brothel and fooled around with a group of bad friends. Li Yang found out. After Li Yang learned about it, she immediately sent someone to capture him. Later, this kid was so miserable that he was directly beaten up and had to lie in bed for half a month before he could get up. Wang Zicheng said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. This was really valiant. So, even if this kid was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to be a playboy. At most, he would just flaunt his power with his mouth. Wang Zicheng shook his head. That's not bad. Qin Feiyang nodded. After all, Li Yang is also from a wealthy family and is used to seeing those playboys. Naturally, she doesn't want her descendants to become like them. Let's talk about it later. For example, young people like Sichu Feiyang and Lu Xiaofei, because of our generation, were born to be favored by the heavens. Such people naturally have to be educated well and be good examples for other young people. Only then can we, the elders, be proud. Viper smiled. That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded. This was the problem he was worried about. Because of their generation, the descendants of the next generation all became foxes who relied on the might of the tiger to bully others. After all, this was too common. But fortunately, it didn't happen to him. Someone at the scene couldn't stand Sichu Feiyang's attitude and said angrily, "Damn Fatso, don't just talk. If you have the ability, Go in first. I'll go in. Sichu Feiyang smiled proudly and turned around, leaving the back of everyone's head behind. Brother Xiaofei, sister Xiaojia, don't lower yourself to the same level as these people. Let's go in. Lu Xiaofei and his sister shook their heads and smiled bitterly. This brother, couldn't he keep a low profile? Welcome, young masters and young mistresses. The two waiters at the door looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They hurried forward to welcome them. They seemed to be a little helpless against Sichu Feiyang's character. So be it. Was there a need to stand at the door and show off to these irrelevant people for half a day? Damn, they can really go in. When the people who went to question them saw the three of them enter the Longfeng Pavilion, their faces were filled with shock. How is it? Are you convinced now? All of you, get lost. Don't block the door. We have important guests coming. Sichu Feiyang turned to look at the people outside the door and smiled smugly. As for the 10 bodyguards that Sichu Feiyang brought along, they were stopped outside by the two waiters. The 10 guards were also quite tactful. They stood on both sides of the door and obediently guarded outside. We have important guests. Everyone was stunned. Ha! There are so many people. Accompanied by a faint laughter, a young man in white landed at the entrance of the restaurant. Uncle Pei, long time no see. I missed you so much. Sichu Feiyang's eyes lit up and he immediately scurried towards the young man in white. It's the chief of the divine python tribe, Pei Yi. He's here too. Everyone was shocked. Yes, that person was Pei Yi. Pei Yi was now a famous figure in the central divine kingdom. It was difficult for ordinary people to see him. But now, he actually came to Longfeng Pavilion personally. What was going on? At the same time, staring at the fawning Sichu Feiyang, Pei Yi couldn't help but chide. Rascal, you actually miss me too? I swear to God. Sichu Feiyang exclaimed. Hello, Uncle Pei. Lu Xiaofei and his sister also stepped forward to bow. They were not very close to Pei Yi, but they had met him several times. You guys are here too. Pei Yi looked at the siblings and smiled gently. Yes. The siblings nodded. Pei Yi scanned the empty hall and asked apprehensively, Are you guys the only ones here? Where are the others? We just arrived too. The others should be on their way here too. Lu Xiaofei said. Seems like I'm early then. Pei Yi shook his head and smiled. It's getting late, hurry and come in. At this moment, accompanied by the sound of an old man's laughter, Yi Shu walked out of the back hall of the restaurant. Greetings, Mr. Yi. Pei Yi hurriedly bowed. How many times have I told you not to bow so casually? We're not strangers anyway. Yi Shu looked at him in displeasure. You're an elder while I'm a junior. I still have to show you the proper etiquette. Pei Yi smiled. Yi Shu shook his head and chuckled. Okay, come in. All right. Pei Yi smiled and entered the restaurant. Yi Shu smiled and asked, He invited you here, right? Yes. Pei Yi nodded and smiled again. Even if he didn't invite me, I still have to take the initiative to come and join in the fun since he's back. That's true. After all, you guys are close. Yi Shu smiled. Him? Who exactly is this him? Even Yi Shu personally stayed at Longfeng Pavilion to entertain him? The people outside the door were even more bewildered after hearing their conversation. Chapter 2805. Let's go in too. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Okay. Everyone nodded. But before they could take a step, another woman arrived at the door. Isn't she the hall master of the law enforcement hall, Wang Yue? I didn't expect her to come too. The central divine kingdom. No, the entire forgotten continent. Who doesn't know this ice beauty? It's usually difficult to even see her, but now she actually came to the Longfeng Pavilion in person. Everyone was in disbelief. Wang Yue naturally wouldn't show off like Sichu Feiyang and directly entered the 9th floor. You're here too. Yi Shu looked up at Wang Yue and smiled. Yes. Wang Yue nodded. Pei Yi glanced at Yi Shu and then at Wang Yue, and said, Old Master Yi, why aren't you surprised by her arrival? You still don't know. Qin Feiyang has already put an end to this matter. Yi Shu smiled secretly. Ended? Pei Yi was stunned and asked suspiciously, how did it end? I've only heard about it, I don't know the details. But what I can be sure of is that the feud between Qin Feiyang and Wang Yue has indeed ended. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to the Longfeng Pavilion now. Yi Shu smiled secretly. That's true. But the root of this feud is still Wang Su, he has to say it. Pei Yi said. Wang Su has already said it. Yi Shu smiled faintly. It seems that it has indeed been completely ended. Pei Yi smiled secretly. What are the two of you muttering secretly about? Wang Yue looked at the two of them suspiciously. Of course, I'm saying that you're beautiful and capable. Especially now, you can charm people with a smile. Pei Yi said with a smile. Wang Yue was stunned and speechless. Why didn't I realize before that you're so glib? That's because you were too cold in the past, I didn't dare to get close to you. Pei Yi said. Wang Yue was helpless. Haha, this is truly a joyous occasion that makes one feel refreshed. Suddenly, another hoarse laughter rang out, and a white-haired old man appeared out of thin air in front of the restaurant. Greetings, Elder Li. Wang Yue and Pei Yi immediately stepped forward to greet him. Grandpa. Great-grandfather. Sichu Feiyang and Lu Xiaofei also ran up to the old man. You three little fellows run faster than anyone else. The old man rubbed their heads affectionately before turning to look at Wang Yue and Pei Yi. You're all powerful figures in the Forgotten Continent now, and you've all been entrusted with important responsibilities. I'm just a nobody, and I can't accept such a great gift from you. Pei Yi shook his head and chuckled. You must be joking. No matter what, we're still your juniors. Brat, you have a conscience. The old man laughed and walked into the restaurant. He asked, Elder Yi, is the banquet ready? I don't think I invited you. Yi Shu looked at the old man with displeasure. Can't I come without an invitation? The old man was not angry at all, and his face was pleasant. Yi Shu shook his head and said with a smile, everything is ready. We're just waiting for the main character to appear. The old man asked, where is the main character now? I don't know. Yi Shu shook his head. The old man then looked at Wang Yue and Pei Yi. I don't know either. Pei Yi said. Wang Yue shook her head too. The old man looked at Lu Xiaofei and the other two and asked, you guys don't know either? No. The three of them shook their heads. This kid likes to be mysterious. The old man was stunned. Oh my God, he's actually here too. Yeah. This is too shocking. Who is he? He doesn't seem to be very powerful. But why does he seem to have a powerful background? You mean you're not from the Divine City? Yes. It's my first time here. No wonder. This old man may have a weak cultivation level, but he was still very famous a few hundred years ago. A few hundred years ago, he was the supervisor of the Divine City's trading pavilion. His name is Li He, but he has retired in recent years and rarely appears in public. Hence, not many people remember him. However, that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is his granddaughter and grandson-in-law. Granddaughter? Grandson-in-law? Yes. His granddaughter is the current owner of the trading pavilion, Li Yang. Oh, I see. Since it's Li Yang, I won't say much about Li, his grandson-in-law. I know that. His fatso, I think his name is Sichu. Yes, Sichu Tianyu, and his Qin Feiyang's brother. That's right. But I heard that this guy is very henpecked. That can't be. His Qin Feiyang's brother. Why would he be henpecked? Isn't Qin Feiyang's brother afraid of his wife? I reckon that even Qin Feiyang is a henpecked husband. The people murmured softly. Who said that Fat Lord is henpecked? Come out and see how Fat Lord will deal with you. Suddenly, an angry shout came from the back of the crowd. Everyone turned their heads to look and their faces suddenly changed. A fat man with a big head and big ears strode over. That big belly looked like it was pregnant for 10 months. He was wearing a loose golden robe and looked like a nouveau riche. However, such a fatso was followed by a petite woman. The woman was about 27 or 28 years old. She had fair skin and a slim waist, exuding the charm of a mature woman. The woman was holding Fatso's arm like a little bird. No matter who saw this scene, they would have the same thought. A flower was inserted in a pile of cow dung. Damn, the gap is too big. It's too unreasonable. Such a man can actually marry such a capable and beautiful wife. The people were indignant. You little guys only care about appearance. You're too shallow. Do you know what a beautiful heart is? A beautiful soul, that's what Grandpa Fatty is talking about. You can torture him slowly. Wife, let's go. Fatso glanced at the group of people with disdain and went straight into the restaurant. A beautiful heart. On the other side, Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf were speechless when they heard this. Since when did Fatso have anything to do with a beautiful heart? Sigh. What kind of world is this now? I really can't figure it out. Look at me. I'm so handsome, but I still don't have a girlfriend. Are women nowadays blind? Someone lamented in their heart. Brother, didn't you just say that he's afraid of his wife? But why doesn't it look like it now? What do you know? This is a sensible woman. A sensible woman will leave enough face for her man outside. It's hard to say when they get home. When Qin Feiyang and the others heard these discussions, they couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh. Back home? Of course, they would be served with a washboard. Let's go. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Thank you, please excuse me. Gongsun Bei walked in front, smiling apologetically while gently pushing the crowd in front. Why are you pushing? Do you think you can go in? Someone looked at Gongsun Bei with dissatisfaction. But Gongsun Bei just smiled faintly. In the end, the group of people finally got through the crowd and came to the entrance of the restaurant. At that moment, everyone looked at them in surprise. Everyone, I'm sorry. Tonight, our Longfeng restaurant is entertaining distinguished guests, so please choose another place. The two waiters also blocked in front of Qin Feiyang and the others, saying apologetically, "We're invited." Gongsun Bei smiled. You guys. The two of them looked at the group of people suspiciously. These people, regardless of appearance or temperament, were very ordinary. How could they be invited? I've never seen them before. But looking at them, they don't seem to be lying. It's really strange. The surrounding people were also filled with suspicion. Yishu noticed the situation outside and looked up. At first, he was also a little confused because they were all unfamiliar faces. However, when he saw the white-eyed wolf transformed into a big black dog, his face suddenly changed slightly. He quickly ran out, looked at the two waiters, and shouted, "What are you doing? What are you doing? Get out of the way for this old man." Yes. The two waiters were shocked and quickly retreated to the side. Then, they looked at Qin Feiyang and the others in surprise. Were they really invited distinguished guests? And looking at Elder Yi's attitude, it seemed that they were very important. You've been waiting for a long time. Qin Feiyang looked at Yishu and said with a smile. Since you know, why didn't you come earlier? We were waiting for you. Yishu glared at Qin Feiyang angrily. I had nothing to do, so I went to walk around. Qin Feiyang faintly smiled. Then, he marched forward and entered the restaurant. Gongsun Bei and the others also walked in one after another. Fatso, Li Yang, Li He, and Zhuge Feiyang had been staring at Qin Feiyang for a long time. Especially Fatso, his body was trembling. Is he the one Yishu is serving? Who is he? Yishu, Pei Yi, Wang Yu Fatso and his wife, which one of them isn't a powerful figure? And now, they're waiting for this person? Everyone stared at Qin Feiyang's back, their eyes full of surprise. If they knew that Gongsun Bei, the monkey-faced old man, the hook-nosed old man, and Wang Zicheng were also there, they would be even more shocked. Yishu turned to look at the people outside and said to the two waiters, "Guard outside and close the door. Don't let anyone in to disturb us." Yes. The two of them responded respectfully and closed the door of the restaurant. Then, they stood straight at the door and scanned the people on the street with sharp eyes. Chapter 2806. Outside the restaurant, it was noisy. But inside the restaurant, it was as silent as dead ashes. The others had already seen Qin Feiyang, only Fatso's family had not seen him yet. At this moment, the family looked at Qin Feiyang, nervous and expectant. Qin Feiyang smiled, took out a facial restoration pill and put it in his mouth. The others also changed back to their original appearances. Boss, Brother Wolf. Looking at the familiar faces of the man and the wolf, Fatso's eyes suddenly moistened. Long time no see. Qin Feiyang smiled. Boss, Fatso immediately pounced on Qin Feiyang and hugged him tightly, saying, Boss, do you know how much I've missed you all these years? I've missed you too. Qin Feiyang smiled. Damn. What's the use of just missing? Don't you have to compensate me for the mental damage? All these years, I've been thinking about you day and night, and I've been in a daze all day. Look at me now, I've lost a lot of weight thinking about you. Fatty exclaimed with tears and snot running down his face. Sure enough. Gong Sun Bei and the others looked at each other. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf were right. They complained as soon as they met and asked for a greeting gift. Lost a lot of weight. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched, and he kicked Fatso away, saying, Go and look at yourself in the mirror. Have you lost weight? You've obviously gained a lot of weight. Have I? Fatso was stunned. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes, looked at the couple, and said with a smile, But I'm really happy to see you guys living so well. We're also very happy to see you back. Li Yang smiled. Relatively speaking, Li Yang was calmer. Boss, I'm not happy at all. You don't know, I've been bullied by this tigress all these years, mentally and physically exhausted. Boss, no matter what, you have to make it up to me. Fatso looked at Qin Feiyang pitifully with a bitter face. Who are you calling a tigress? Li Yang's face suddenly darkened as she shouted. This, Fatso immediately panicked. He hurriedly hid behind Qin Feiyang and said, Boss, did you see that? His nature has been exposed. Sichu Feiyang walked up to Li Yang and said disdainfully, Mom, look at how embarrassing Dad is. Stinky brat, who are you talking about? Fatso glared at him. I didn't say who. Dad, you must be too excited. You must be hallucinating and hearing things. Sichu Feiyang chuckled. Get lost. Fatso glared at Sichu Feiyang. Li Yang shook her head and laughed. She looked at Sichu Feiyang and said, Your father is happy. Even if you're happy, you don't have to be like this. Sichu Feiyang pouted. You brat, do you understand? Do you know how I got along with your Uncle Qin back then? We were brothers who went through life and death together. You, on the other hand, have no manners at all at your age. Don't you know how to greet Uncle Qin when you see him? Fatty stepped forward and smacked Sichu Feiyang's head hard on the head. It hurts. Sichu Feiyang immediately rubbed his head and looked at Fatso with dissatisfaction. You know pain? Do you still need me to do it? Fatso said angrily. Don't. Sichu Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and walked up to Qin Feiyang. He bowed and said, Greetings, Uncle Qin. What kind of bow is this? Fatso kicked Sichu Feiyang's butt. Sichu Feiyang immediately staggered and knelt on the ground. That's enough. Besides, it's not like you don't know that I don't like this. Qin Feiyang looked at Fatso and shook his head. No. He's your nephew. That's a must. Fatso's attitude was very firm. He looked at Sichu Feiyang and said, Brat, do you need me to teach you what to do? Sichu Feiyang was about to cry. He lay on the ground and said, Greetings, Uncle Qin. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He reached out and pulled Sichu Feiyang up and said, You're too much like your father. Who the hell is like him? Henpecked husband. Sichu Feiyang pouted. What did you say? Fatso immediately frowned. No. Sichu Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and said with a flattering smile, I said that you're a good man who loves his wife. That's more like it. Fatso nodded and looked at Qin Feiyang. He rubbed his hands and said with a smile, Boss, look, your nephew has already knelt to greet you. As his uncle, shouldn't you do something? Qin Feiyang's face twitched. He said speechlessly, You really have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. How would I dare to trick you, boss? I just wanted to say that since it's the first time you've met, you should give me some gifts, right? Fatso chuckled. That's right, Uncle Qin. Since it's the first time we've met, you should at least give me something, right? Look, They're both your juniors, but you've given Xiaofei and Xiaojia such powerful divine weapons and divine arts. I'm their elder brother. Even if you don't give me a better gift than theirs, at least it can't be worse than theirs. Uncle Qin, you're my idol. You can't favor one and discriminate against the other. Sichu Feiyang looked at Qin Feiyang. His expression was exactly the same as Fatso's. As expected of father and son, everyone couldn't help but shake their heads. Qin Feiyang also couldn't help but smile. He took out a divine weapon and a divine art. Sichu Feiyang's eyes lit up. He had already seen the divine arts and divine weapons of Lu Xiaofei and his sister. Judging from the aura of the divine arts and divine weapons that Uncle Qin took out, they were on the same level as the divine weapons and divine arts of Lu Xiaofei and his sister. Don't worry. Seeing that Sichu Feiyang was about to take them, Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Sichu Feiyang looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The divine weapons and divine arts flew to Li Yang and said, "Let your mother take care of them first. I'll give them to you after you perform well." Sichu Feiyang's face fell when he heard this. Give them to his mother? Wasn't this like throwing a meat bun at a dog? Wasn't it a one-way trip? All right. I'll reluctantly take care of them for you first. Li Yang chuckled. Mom, you can't do this. Sichu Feiyang said weakly. What? You have a problem with it? Li Yang glared at him. I wouldn't dare. I was just about to give them to you personally. After all, I'm still so young. Why would I need divine weapons and divine arts? Sichu Feiyang smiled flatteringly. You're the only one with a glib tongue. Li Yang glared at Sichu Feiyang in amusement. Then, under Sichu Feiyang's pitiful gaze, she put away the divine weapons and divine arts. Boss, this stinky brat already has them. As his father, I can't not have them. Fatso rubbed his hands and said with a smile. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded and took out another divine weapon and divine arts. Fatso didn't hesitate to snatch them. Qin Feiyang's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. The divine weapons and divine arts flew to Li Yang in an instant. He said with a smile, Here. Then I'll work a little harder and take care of them for him. Li Yang said with a smile. Don't. My lord wife. Fatso hurried over, but he didn't have time. He could only watch as Li Yang put them away. Fatso was also stunned. The father and son looked like frosted eggplants. What was the difference between giving them and not giving them? Why was their life so hard? Dad, why did you fall in love with Mom back then? Why didn't you change? Sichu Feiyang sighed. Maybe it was because your eyes were blinded by shit back then. Fatso shook his head. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Li Yang and Li He were also used to it. Because this kind of situation happened almost every day. Don't say it. It was quite happy to live in such a family. All right, the banquet is ready. Let's go up. Yi Shu said with a smile. Lu Xiaofei looked around and asked, Where is it? Why don't I see it? Look at how impatient you are. Come with me. Yi Shu shook his head with a smile, turned around, and walked upstairs. It's all because the food in Dragon Wind restaurant is too delicious. Lu Xiaofei followed and chuckled. Haha, as long as it's delicious. I'll fill you up today. Yi Shu laughed heartily. On the top floor, in a large private room, everyone sat around a table. The table was more than 10 meters in diameter, and the table was filled with delicacies. There were also dozens of jars of wine in the corner. So much wine. Old man Yi, are you going to drink until you're drunk? The monkey-faced old man was stunned. Of course. Yi Shu nodded, then looked at everyone and said, I'll make it clear in advance. No one can use battle chi or divine power to dissolve the alcohol. Bring it on. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The hook-nosed old man said with a provocative look. Arrogant. Don't beg for mercy later, Yi Shu sneered. Let's see who's going to beg for mercy later. The monkey-faced old man said. Ah, look at the two of you. Are you planning to join forces to deal with me? Yi Shu looked at the two of them and frowned. Of course we'll deal with whoever's the most arrogant first. the hook-nosed old man said. Yi Shu said, "All right, I'll accompany you to the end today." As he said that, Yi Shu carried a few jars of wine and placed them on the table. "Since you're so happy, I'll join in the fun too," Li He said with a smile. "I've been waiting for you to say that." Yi Shu directly picked up a jar of wine and threw it to Li He. "Since everyone is in such a good mood, let's try the wine I brought back from the ancient realm." Qin Feiyang suddenly smiled. Yi Shu and the others immediately looked at Qin Feiyang. "The wine uncle brought back from the ancient realm is a peerless divine brew," Lu Xiaofei said. "Is that so?" Everyone looked at him. "Of course. My sister and I have already tried it." Lu Xiaofei nodded. Fatso looked at Qin Feiyang and urged, "Boss, don't hide it. Take it out." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Huiyi, give me a few more jars. I really don't have any more." Huiyi's voice suddenly sounded, full of anger. "Don't force me to threaten you," Qin Feiyang secretly said. "Fine, I'm afraid of you, okay?" Huiyi was extremely helpless and had no choice but to take out 50 jars of heavenly immortal wine. Straightforward. Qin Feiyang secretly smiled. With a thought, 50 jars of heavenly immortal wine immediately appeared on the ground next to him. A peerless divine brew, is it really that exaggerated? Fatso walked over with a skeptical attitude and opened the lid of one of the jars. An intoxicating wine fragrance immediately wafted out. This wine fragrance, the eyes of Yi Shu and the others immediately lit up. They knew that this wine was definitely a divine brew. Chapter 2807. Come on, let's have a jar each. Fatty carried the wine jars and placed them in front of everyone. "Dad, where's mine?" Sichu Feiyang asked. "Uncle, me too." Lu Xiaofei raised his hand. Lu Xiaojia was also eager to join in. "Why are all of you kids drinking? Go down and get some juice for yourselves," Fatso said. "Dad, you're discriminating against us." Sichu Feiyang was immediately displeased. "That's right. Xiaojia is only in her teens. She's not an adult yet. But my brother and I are already adults. Why can't we drink?" Lu Xiaofei was indignant. "Adults? Take off your pants then. Let me see if your hair is fully grown." Fatso glanced at the two of them. Cough, cough. Pei Yi, who was drinking water, choked on it. He looked up at Fatso speechlessly and said, "There are female compatriots here. Can you not be so straightforward? Apart from Xiaojia, are the rest of them considered female compatriots?" Fatso glanced at Wang Yu, Li Yang, and the Spirit Queen. "Fatso, what do you mean by that? Aren't we women?" His words immediately aroused the anger of the few women. "You're all tigresses. How are you women?" Fatso shook his head. Wang Yu's face turned sullen and she looked at Li Yang. "You're really asking for a beating. Don't worry, let him be smug first. I'll teach him a lesson when we get home," Li Yang said with a smile. Fatso's body stiffened. Wang Yu and the other women immediately gloated. Qin Feiyang and the others also had a mocking look on their faces. Li He chuckled and looked at Fatso. "Since Xiaofei and the rest want to drink, give them a jar." "Grandpa," Li Yang immediately looked at Li He in displeasure. "I'm happy. Just let them be. Besides, they won't each have a jar. The three of them will share a jar. It's not a big deal," Li He said with a smile. "You're spoiling them." Li Yang was displeased. "Actually, it doesn't matter. Thinking back to when you guys were little phase age, didn't you all start drinking?" Yi Shu said. Li Yang glanced at Yi Shu, then at Li He, then at Lu Xiaofei, his sister, and Sichu Feiyang. "I agree, but don't go too far." "Thanks, Mom." "Thank you, Aunt." The three of them laughed joyfully. Lu Xiaofei immediately ran over with a jar and said, "Brother, come and ask if it smells good." Sichu Feiyang leaned forward, his face instantly filled with intoxication, and said, "This wine should only exist in the heavens." Looking at the two brats, Li Yang shook her head and smiled helplessly. Fatso returned to his seat, looked at Lu Xiaofei and the other two, and said, "The three of you, don't get drunk over there. Go and pour wine for everyone. Little Jiao, you go." Lu Xiaofei and Situ Feiyang were already drinking. This smell was simply too delicious. Lu Xiaojia shook her head helplessly. She stood up and poured wine for everyone. She appeared natural and unrestrained, sensible and obedient. It's good to have a daughter. Li Yang looked at Lu Xiaojia, her face full of affection. Then you and Fatso can have another child. White-eyed Wolf said. One child is already so troublesome. How can I be in the mood to have another child? Li Yang shook her head. What's so troublesome? If you can't take care of him, Grandpa will help you. Li He looked at Li Yang and said. Obviously, he had this thought long ago. You. Li Yang glanced at Li He, shook her head, and said, forget it. I don't know what will happen if you bring him up. Why do I feel that you're disdainful of him? Li He was displeased. I'm not disdainful. I'm just being close to him. You old people spoil the children too much. Especially you. You're 2 generations away. If you bring him up, won't you spoil him to the heavens? Li Yang shook her head. Li He smiled bitterly. If this was not disdain, what was it? After Lu Xiaojia returned to her seat, Fatso held a wine glass, stood up, and said with a smile, first of all, let's toast to welcome Boss and Brother Wolf back. At that moment, everyone held up their wine glasses, stood up, smiled at Qin Feiyang, and drank the wine in their glasses. Thank you. Qin Feiyang stood up with a smile, held his wine glass, and drank it in one gulp. Why don't you be so polite? White-eyed Wolf directly held a wine jar, drinking as he said. This is not polite. It's a welcoming ceremony. After Fatso finished speaking, he poured another glass, looked at Qin Feiyang, and said, Boss, I want to toast you alone. Thank you. Why are you thanking me? Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. If it weren't for you, I, Fatso, wouldn't have achieved what I have today. It's even possible that I would have died in Black Bear City a long time ago, and there wouldn't even be anyone to collect my body. It's also you who fearlessly took me to Yunju to avenge my family. There were countless nights that I had been thinking, if I hadn't met you in this life, what would have happened to me? Without a doubt. Even if I had a blood feud, I could only endure it silently. Even if I worked hard, I would only be like a dead dog, struggling at death's door for the rest of my life. Not to mention, marrying such a beautiful wife, and now the status and power that others can't pursue in their lives. Really. The person I'm most grateful to in my life is you. As long as you say the word, tell me to die, and I won't hesitate. After Fatso finished speaking, he raised his head and drank it in one gulp. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly, and also silently drank the wine in his glass. The second glass is also to you. To say something pretentious, boss, you're also my idol. You're responsible, I admire you, I worship you. If I were a woman, I would definitely rely on you. Fatso laughed. Haha, if you were a woman, then I would have to stay away from you. After all, your weight is not something I can bear. Qin Feiyang laughed. The others also roared with laughter. Whatever you say. Anyway, I'm a thick-skinned person. Otherwise, how could I find such a beautiful wife? In the eyes of others, I'm nothing, and they all say that I'm climbing up the social ladder. But I don't care, because I know that Yanga loves me. In short, I want to toast you for giving me a different life. After Fatso finished speaking, he raised his head and drank it in one gulp. Actually, I also want to thank everyone who used to be around me. For example, Lu Hong, White-Eyed Wolf, Ling Yunfei, Luo Qingzhu. It's because of your help, your encouragement, that I can be strong and walk to this day. Qin Feiyang said with a smile as he drank the wine in his cup. Fatty smiled and poured another cup of wine for him. As for the third glass, it's to our friendship. Although now, I didn't accompany you to the ancient world, in my heart, I've always silently supported you and prayed for you. I sincerely hope that the relationship between us brothers can always be like this, never depreciating or changing. In short, no matter how time changes, no matter what happens, you'll always be my boss. Fatso smiled from the bottom of his heart. You'll always be my brother. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Then let's toast to our rare brotherhood. Fatso laughed. Cheers. Qin Feiyang smiled. The two raised their heads and drank it in one gulp. After drinking, Fatso poured another glass, but this time, he didn't look for Qin Feiyang, but for White-Eyed Wolf. Brother Wolf, although I've been bullied by you, I know that you're good to all of us. Thinking back, as long as we encountered difficulties, you were duty-bound. So thank you. And thank you for always accompanying my boss, so that he won't feel lonely. Fatso said. Since you know that I'm good to you, why don't you drink a few more glasses? White-Eyed Wolf said. Okay. I'll drink 3 glasses in a row to show my respect. Fatty laughed heartily as he downed cup after cup. Don't drink so much. Li Yang whispered. I'm happy. It's okay. Fatso waved his hand, his eyes a little blurry. A few hundred years, for Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf, was just a snap of the fingers, but for Fatso, it was too long. Now that they finally gathered together, the joy in his heart was hard to extricate. Everyone looked at Fatso, and for a moment, they couldn't help but feel emotional. Although life became longer as one's cultivation increased, the time they spent together became less and less. So they should cherish every opportunity to get together. Because no one knew when the next time would be. Okay. Don't say sentimental words, just drink, I have more if it's not enough. Qin Feiyang smiled. Haha, then we won't stand on ceremony. Old man Yi, aren't you very arrogant? Come on. The monkey-faced old man held a wine glass, looked at Yi Shu, and teased. Don't worry, you'll definitely go back tonight. Yi Shu glanced at him, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Feiyang, I'd like to toast you too. Thank you for taking care of Miss and Rushuang all these years. It's what I should do. Qin Feiyang smiled. There's no such thing as should, only willing. Some people don't even take their biological parents seriously. But you're different. Whether it's friends or family, you've always protected them with your life. There aren't many young people like you in this world. This old man admires you. Yi Shu said. Aren't you the same? Back then, it was you who had always protected great-grandmother and the others. I admire your greatness as well. In fact, we're all protecting the most important people. We don't ask for praise, we just want to have a clear conscience. Qin Feiyang smiled. What a good clear conscience. Just because you said clear conscience, this old man has to drink a few more glasses with you. Although I'm an old man, I also have a young heart. In terms of drinking, I won't lose to you young people. Come, let's not go home until we're drunk. Yi Shu laughed heartily. Qin Feiyang smiled, picked up the wine glass in front of him, and gently clinked it with Yi Shu's. Immediately, the two of them raised their heads and drank in one gulp. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Everyone said whatever they wanted, without any restrictions or concerns. The fragrance of wine, laughter, intertwined, forming a happy picture. Chapter 2808. The next morning. Qin Feiyang got up from a bed, rubbed his aching forehead, and looked around in confusion. Where was this? At this moment, he was in an unfamiliar bedroom. The decoration of the bedroom was quite luxurious. Outside the bedroom, there was a separate tea room, and an exquisite tea set was placed on the coffee table. Outside, there was a restaurant. This should be a restaurant, Qin Feiyang mumbled. Because he didn't drink often, his alcohol tolerance was not good. In addition, everyone agreed in advance that he couldn't use divine power to refine the alcohol. So in the end, he was completely unconscious last night. He didn't know what happened next. He didn't know how he came to this room. I wonder how everyone is doing now. Qin Feiyang mumbled and shook his head hard. There was still a strong smell of alcohol on his body. Wait. My clothes. Qin Feiyang suddenly shivered. He looked down at himself and found that his clothes had been taken off. He quickly looked at the cabinet next to the bed and saw a coat neatly folded on top of it. Qin Feiyang grabbed it and sniffed it. There was a refreshing smell. Was this washed? Who washed it? Who was it that sent him here last night? Qin Feiyang put down the coat. With a head full of doubts, he got out of bed, walked to the bathroom in the corner, and took a cold shower. He suddenly became much more energetic. Although the wine is good, I can't drink too much. After putting on his clothes, Qin Feiyang went straight to the tea room and habitually made a pot of tea. The rich tea fragrance gradually covered the smell of alcohol in the room. Drinking tea is still the most comfortable. He held the teacup and drank a few mouthfuls in succession. He suddenly felt very comfortable. Then, he recalled what happened last night. Everyone drank a cup, especially Yi Shu, the monkey-faced old man, and the old man with the aquiline nose. They were originally wine lovers. In addition, the immortal intoxication was a peerless divine brew. Naturally, they couldn't help drinking. It seemed that in the end, they were all very drunk. But he really couldn't remember what happened next. Dawn. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He looked up at the door and said, "Come in." The door was pushed open. Fatso staggered in and looked at Qin Feiyang. He chuckled and said, "You're awake?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Such fragrant tea." Fatso's eyes lit up when he smelled the tea leaves. He quickly ran to the tea table and sat across from Qin Feiyang. He picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea, tasting it carefully. "Not bad, not bad. This tea is the best of the best." A short while later, Fatso nodded repeatedly. "I say, not only are you good at drinking, you're also good at tasting tea. You, a scholar who has been away for 3 days, must be looked at with new eyes," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "There's no other way. Now that I'm managing the trading pavilion, drinking and tasting tea is my daily life." Fatso shook his head. Qin Feiyang laughed. "Such a comfortable life, no wonder you've gained so much weight. If you say I'm fat again, I'll fall out with you." Fatso glared at Qin Feiyang. "You're fat to begin with. Can't you let others say that?" Qin Feiyang was speechless. "Ignorant. Have you heard of a saying? Every fatso is a potential stock, just like me," Fatso said. "Shameless." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him and asked, "Where is this? Who sent me here last night?" "Still at the Longfeng Pavilion. Everyone drank too much last night, so they all slept at the Longfeng Pavilion. I just got up too. As for who sent you here," Fatso said with a sneaky smile, "I'll tell you secretly. It's a woman." "Woman?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. It seemed that there were only a few women last night. Xiao Jiao definitely did not count. She was just a little girl. Li Yang was definitely not included. "Then, that left," Fatso said, "don't think about it. The person who sent you here is Wang Yue." "Ha!" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "How was it? A man and a woman were alone in a room. Did anything happen?" Fatso smiled slyly. "Alone in a room?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "That's right. After Wang Yue sent you in, it was almost an hour before she came out." "An hour can do a lot of things," Fatso said meaningfully. "Get lost. It wasn't easy for me to end things with her. Don't kick up a fuss for me all day." Qin Feiyang glared at him angrily. "I didn't kick up a fuss. At that time, she was also a little drunk. Think about it. A man and a woman alone in a drunken state. They even stayed together for an hour. Who would believe that they didn't do anything else?" Fatso said. Hearing Fatso's words, Qin Feiyang's expression stiffened slightly. "Did something happen? Qin Dage, don't listen to his nonsense. You didn't do anything last night." Suddenly, Fire Lotus's voice rang in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and quickly asked, "How did you know?" "I was in the castle and could hear the sounds outside. At that time, Wang Yue just said a lot to you," Fire Lotus said. "What did she say?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "Nothing more than some words between a man and a woman. But the last words she said before she left made me very concerned," Fire Lotus said. "What words?" Qin Feiyang secretly asked. "She said that she was leaving, and she might leave forever. When she said goodbye to you, she also said see you never again," Fire Lotus said. "See you never again," Qin Feiyang murmured. Fire Lotus said, "Do you think she would do something stupid?" Qin Feiyang's expression stiffened. Fatso, who was sitting opposite, looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. "Boss, what are you doing? Where is Wang Yue now?" Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and looked at Fatso and asked. She returned to the main tower last night. Fatso said. Qin Feiyang said, go to the main tower immediately. Why? Don't tell me you really have something to do. Boss, I was just joking just now, don't really get drunk, and do that. Fatso stared at Qin Feiyang in shock. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Hurry up and go. Qin Feiyang said angrily. Okay, I'll go now. Fatso shrunk his neck, hurriedly got up, opened a teleportation door, and ran in. Don't do anything stupid, Qin Feiyang murmured, his face full of worry. But wasn't Wang Yue fine yesterday? And during the gathering last night, there was nothing unusual. Could it be that he and Fire Lotus were thinking too much? Wang Yue actually just went out to relax. But the word see you never again really made it difficult for him to calm down. Dong. Suddenly, there was another knock on the door. Qin Feiyang sorted out his emotions and looked at the door. Come in. Pei Yi pushed the door open and walked in, looking at Qin Feiyang with a smile. Morning. Qin Feiyang smiled. Pei Yi walked opposite Qin Feiyang, looked at the teacup left behind by Fatso on the table, and asked, did someone come by just now? Fatso came by. Qin Feiyang smiled, washed a teacup, and poured Pei Yi a cup of tea. Thank you. Pei Yi smiled, took the teacup, and took a whiff of it. He couldn't help but praise, this tea is great. It's all right. Qin Feiyang nodded, a little distracted. After drinking the tea in the cup, Pei Yi was instantly energized, but when he looked at Qin Feiyang again, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Something on your mind? Pei Yi put down the teacup and asked with a smile. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded, hesitated for a while, and finally told Pei Yi about it. See you never again. Hearing this, Pei Yi couldn't help but frown. Qin Feiyang asked, do you think she'll really do something stupid? I think, after pondering for a while, Pei Yi looked up at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, I don't think so. Are you sure? Qin Feiyang asked. I know Wang Yue, she's not such a fragile woman. She might just want to completely let go of the past and welcome a new future. As for seeing you never again, I think she should be planning to stay outside for a long time. Pei Yi guessed. After all, guesses were just guesses. Whoosh. At this moment, Fatso returned. How was it? Qin Feiyang asked. She really left. Fatso said. At this moment, Gongsun Bei also walked in, looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two, and asked with a smile, who left? This, Fatso was a little hesitant. What are you hiding from me? Gongsun Bei was curious. There's nothing to hide from you. It's Wang Yue. Fatso shook his head. Yue? Gongsun Bei was stunned and hurriedly asked, she left? Where did she go? I don't know. I went to the chief pagoda to look for her, but I only saw her parents. I heard from her parents that Wang Yue left alone before dawn. She said she wanted to go out for a walk and see the outside world. Fatso said. That's it. It's a good thing to go out for a walk. Why are you so nervous? Gongsun Bei was speechless. But the problem is, her parents said that she has to step down as the chief of the law enforcement hall. Fatso said. What? Gongsun Bei looked at Fatso, his face full of shock. That's what her parents said. Fatso said. Gongsun Bei frowned and said, why don't I know about it? You're the chief pagoda master and she's your subordinate. If you don't know, how would I know? Fatso was speechless. Isn't this nonsense? She just needs to go out for a walk. What's the point of stepping down as the chief pagoda master? Gongsun Bei said angrily. I don't think her ambition lies in this. Qin Feiyang said. Actually, I know that she doesn't like managing the chief pagoda, but for such an important matter, she should at least inform me in advance. Gongsun Bei rubbed his forehead. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, as long as she's happy, it's fine. When she's happy, I have a headache. You all know the importance of the law enforcement hall in the chief pagoda. Who should I find to replace such an important position? Gongsun Bei had a headache. That's your problem. Fatso chuckled. The law enforcement hall was indeed important. Because it was an existence that maintained order. As the chief of the law enforcement hall, one naturally had to have extraordinary ability. The most important thing was that one couldn't be selfish and had to trust someone. Where could one find such a person in a short time? Chapter 2809. Qin Feiyang glanced at Gongsun Bei, then looked at Fatso and asked, "Are you sure she's fine?" "She's fine. Wang Yue also expected that we would go to her, so she asked her parents to tell us that she has really let go and won't do anything stupid." "Don't worry." Fatso waved his hand. "That's good." Qin Feiyang finally heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Wang Yue had also helped him wash his clothes. He drank too much last night and inevitably got wine on his body, so she helped him wash it. What a meticulous woman. If he had met Wang Yue before meeting the mermaid princess, he might have really gotten together with Wang Yue. Because such a good woman was really hard to turn down. It could only be said that they were not fated to be together. "Are you all up? Come down for breakfast if you're up." Li Yang's voice sounded in the hall below. "Let's go then. Let's go for breakfast." Fatso called out and turned to run outside. Pei Yi chuckled and followed him out. Qin Feiyang finished the last sip of tea and walked to Gongsun Bei. He smiled and said, "Brother Gongsun, what's there to think about? Isn't there a ready-made candidate in front of you?" "Huh?" Gongsun Bei looked up at him suspiciously. "Isn't he?" Qin Feiyang looked at Pei Yi in front of him and said in a low voice. Gongsun Bei looked up and a bright smile appeared on his face. "Let's have something simple for breakfast. We'll have some millet porridge and some light dishes." Li Yang, who was busy going downstairs one after another, said with a smile. "Something light is good. I drank too much last night. I really can't eat greasy food." The monkey-faced old man smiled bitterly. "That's it. I'm still preparing. Let's compete in the morning." Yi Shu walked down and looked at the monkey-faced old man with a smile. "Fine. I admit defeat." The monkey-faced old man waved his hand. "Look at you. You're all so old. Why are you still so childish?" The hook-nosed old man shook his head and came to the main hall. "It's true that you're old, but your mentality must be young. But then again, the strength of the celestial immortal intoxication is truly terrifying. Even old men like us, who have experienced hundreds of battles, ended up drunk to the point of unconsciousness." Yi Shu shook his head. "It's not that the strength of the immortal wine is terrifying, it's that you guys drank too much. You guys finished all the dozens of jars. It would be strange if you guys didn't get drunk." Li Yang came out with a few dishes. She was wearing an apron and looked very virtuous. "You did all this?" Yi Shu asked. "Yes." Li Yang nodded. Yi Shu said, "Don't I have a chef in my restaurant? You only need to give an order. Why do you have to do it yourself? It's just breakfast. There's no need to trouble them." Li Yang smiled. Yi Shu smiled. "All right, it's still early in the morning. Thank you for your hard work." "It's nothing." Li Yang shook her head. Yi Shu turned to look at Fatso and said, "Look, what a good wife. Cherish her. Do I need you to tell me that?" Fatso pursed his lips. "Ha ha," Yi Shu laughed and said, "Then let's eat." The group of people looked at each other and smiled. They sat around the table and enjoyed the delicious morning meal. After eating, Fatso leaned back in his chair calmly. He looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Boss, what are we going to do next?" "Next," Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said with a smile, "I came to the Forgotten Continent this time to visit all of you. Now that I've seen how well all of you are doing, I should go back and accompany my mother. You should also accompany her. Because the person who has missed you the most all these years is your mother." Fatso nodded. Li Yang asked, "When are you going back?" "Now." Qin Feiyang said. "Now? That's too fast." Fatso was stunned. "I'm not leaving the great Qin Empire. If there's time in the future, we can meet at any time," Qin Feiyang said. Fatso was slightly stunned and nodded with a smile. "That's true." "All right then." Qin Feiyang stood up and looked at everyone with a smile. "Let's meet again another day. We'll send you off." Everyone also stood up. Qin Feiyang glanced at the group of people and nodded, "Okay." At that moment, Fatso, Pei Yi, and Wang Zicheng each opened a teleportation door. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf changed their appearances again. Very soon, a group of people descended above the Pill Pagoda Square. The disciples on the square sensed their auras and immediately looked up. Their pupils suddenly shrank. It's this man and dog again. Who are they? Not only did the chief pagoda master and the others personally accompany them, but even the pavilion master and Sichu Tianyu are also present. I heard that the Longfeng Pavilion closed for business last night. Could it be that they were entertaining them? The disciples were bewildered. Greetings, Chief Pagoda Master. Greetings, Lords. Elder He, who was guarding the altar, also hurriedly stood up and bowed to the group of people. You can go about your business. The monkey-faced old man waved his hand. Yes, Elder, he replied respectfully. Then, he looked suspiciously at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf, turned around, and walked up to the chief pagoda. Pei Yi cupped his hands and smiled. Brother Qin, I'll send you off here. Come visit the great Qin Empire when you're free. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. I'll definitely go. Pei Yi smiled. Qin Feiyang swept his eyes over them one by one. He wanted to remember all these familiar faces in his heart forever. Go. Yishu waved his hand. You're not going to the 9th region with us? The white-eyed wolf asked. No. Later, let Gongsun Bei choose another person to guard the altar in the 9th region. As for me, with the spirit vein and crystal vein, I naturally have to hurry to the land of inheritance to cultivate in seclusion. Yishu smiled. You're the only one who's anxious. The white-eyed wolf despised him. Yishu's face darkened. He said impatiently, cut the crap and get lost. You're burning the bridge after crossing it. How heartless. The white-eyed wolf shook his head and sighed. Seeing this, everyone burst into laughter. Then I'll take my leave. Qin Feiyang also shook his head and smiled. Then, he cupped his hands at everyone and stepped onto the altar with the white-eyed wolf, Lu Xiaofei, and Qin Chen. The monkey-faced old man waved his hand, and a stream of divine power flowed into the altar, which immediately revived. Wait. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang seemed to have thought of something and looked at Sichu Feiyang. Sichu Feiyang chuckled and said, Uncle, you won't miss me, right? Don't be like this, I'll be shy. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. He looked at Fatso and Li Yang and said, Give this kid to me. Give him to you for what? Li Yang was suspicious. Your woman is really stupid. Since boss said that, he must want to cultivate this brat. This is great news. Fatso glared at Li Yang, looked at Qin Feiyang, and waved his hand, just take him away. How can you be a father like this? Sichu Feiyang looked at Fatso with dissatisfaction. What do you know? To be able to be cultivated by your uncle, that's the merit of your previous life. It's also because your mother and I have done too many good things. Now, it's all on you. Fatso said. Shameless. Sichu Feiyang muttered. Li Yang also understood. She looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled, then I'll leave him to you. You can beat him to death or cripple him. I'll go. Am I your biological child? Sichu Feiyang looked at the couple angrily. Don't say it. You're really not our biological child. We picked you up from the river. Fatso pursed his lips. Fine, you win. Sichu Feiyang snorted coldly. Having such a father, he was full of bitterness. He walked up the altar helplessly. Qin Feiyang and Sichu Feiyang couldn't help but shake their heads and smile. With a wave of his hand, 10 crystal veins and spirit veins appeared. He looked at Fatty and Li Yang and said, These are for you. Thank you, boss. Fatso smiled. Qin Feiyang took out 10 legendary divine artifacts and 10 supreme divine arts. Brother Gongsun Bei, I gave you the spirit veins and crystal veins yesterday, as well as the divine artifacts and divine arts. Take these. Okay. Gongsun Bei was not as polite as yesterday. Then we'll meet again. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Go. Everyone waved their hands. The sacrificial altar revived again, and Qin Feiyang's group quickly disappeared. Brother Gongsun Bei, are we brothers? The fatty retracted his gaze and looked at the 10 divine weapons and the 10 divine arts with shifty eyes. Then, he moved closer to Gongsun Bei and grinned. Cut it out. How could Gongsun Bei not know him? He put away the divine artifacts and divine arts immediately. Stingy. Fatso looked at Gongsun Bei with disdain and said, "Wife, let's go." Li Yang shook her head and smiled. She turned to Li He and said, "Grandpa, Tianyu and I will go to the trading pavilion. You take these spirit veins and crystal veins back and put them away." "Okay." Li He nodded. After Fatso and Li Yang left, Li He smiled at Gongsun Bei and the others and immediately left with the 10 spirit veins and crystal veins. "Then I'll take my leave too." Pei Yi smiled. "Don't be in such a hurry." Gongsun Bei grabbed him. "What?" Pei Yi looked at him suspiciously. Gongsun Bei smiled and said, "I have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" Pei Yi looked at him warily, feeling like a weasel greeting a chicken. "Don't be nervous. It's not a good thing, but it's not a bad thing either. See. You are resigned as the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. Now the Law Enforcement Hall has no leader. And Wang Zicheng and the others don't have the time to manage this, so." Gongsun Bei looked at Pei Yi with a smile. Pei Yi looked at Gongsun Bei in shock. It was obvious that he wanted him to enter the main tower and be the Hall Master. "What did you say? You are resigned as the Hall Master? When did this happen? Why didn't we know?" Yi Shu, the monkey-faced old man, the hook-nosed old man, and Wang Zicheng all looked at Gongsun Bei in shock. Qin Feiyang, Gongsun Bei, and Fatso didn't mention this at the dinner table, so everyone was still in the dark. "I'll explain it to you later." Gongsun Bei looked at everyone and comforted them. Then he looked at Pei Yi again and said, "You're capable and responsible. Your strength is one of the best in the Forgotten Continent. You're the talent that the main tower needs." "Stop." Pei Yi hurriedly raised his hand and interrupted Gongsun Bei. He looked around and said, "We'll meet again if fate wills it." After saying this, he turned and ran away without looking back. "This guy," Gongsun Bei's mouth twitched, then a smile appeared on his face. No matter what, he had to get this guy to join the main tower. Chapter 28:10. The Ninth Area. After Qin Feiyang and his group appeared, they did not delay and directly left Ice Crystal City. Sichu Feiyang looked at Qin Feiyang and asked suspiciously, "Uncle, are you really going to teach me? Looking at your expression, you seem to be a little unhappy." Qin Feiyang was puzzled. No. Sichu Feiyang quickly waved his hand and laughed. "I just heard Qin Chen and brother Shorojie say before that your way of teaching people is a little inhumane." Cough cough. Qin Chen coughed dryly and stared at Sichu Feiyang. "When did I say that? You forgot so quickly." 3 years ago, at the end of the year, we gathered together. You and brother Shorojie said that Uncle Qin trained you guys, and tortured you guys to death. Sichu Feiyang said. Qin Chen's face darkened. Did this little fatso not understand his expression? He even said it. Qin Feiyang glanced at Qin Chen. Qin Chen's expression was rather flustered. Qin Feiyang laughed. "Don't panic, after all, this is the truth." "Don't panic." How was that possible? Looking at the smile on Qin Feiyang's face, he knew that something bad was about to happen. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang stopped and looked at Qin Chen. "Do you know why I brought you along?" Qin Chen shook his head. "The reason is very simple. I just want you to understand how strong the white-eyed wolf and I are now. You should understand it well now." Qin Feiyang said. "En." Qin Chen nodded. Whether it was the soul vein, crystal vein, divine artifact, divine art, or the white-eyed wolf's strength that defeated Wang Zicheng and the others with one claw, it was all beyond imagination. "Then let me tell you now, Mu Qing's current cultivation is stronger than me and the white-eyed wolf. Do you still plan to take revenge?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Never wavered." Qin Chen said. Qin Feiyang looked at him deeply and asked, "Then are you willing to go to the ancient world with me?" "I'm willing." Qin Chen replied without hesitation, his eyes burning with passion. "All right. I'll bring you to the ancient realm and nurture you with all my might. But remember, don't disappoint me." Qin Feiyang said. I will definitely work hard. Qin Chen nodded. All right. Qin Feiyang glanced at the four of them and smiled. Now, I'll take you to a place. After saying that, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and brought the four of them to appear above the desert of death. Where is this? The four of them scanned their surroundings in bewilderment. I believe your fathers or elders have all told you that I have a black tortoise realm. Qin Feiyang said. Yes. Sichu Feiyang nodded. It was said that the Black Tortoise world was an independent small world. This is the Black Tortoise realm. Qin Feiyang said. This is the Black Tortoise realm. The four of them were filled with surprise. No wonder it was so big that they couldn't see the end. Xiaojia, the following process will be quite painful. It might even make you go crazy. You're still young, so you don't have to participate for the time being. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Xiaojia and smiled. Lu Xiaojia glanced at the desert below and shook her head. Uncle, I'm not a child anymore. I'm not afraid. Really? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Yes. Lu Xiaojia nodded heavily. All right. Qin Feiyang smiled and brought Fire Lotus over from the Devil's Land. What a beautiful sister. Uncle, I didn't expect you to keep a mistress in a golden house. Sichu Feiyang stared at Fire Lotus, his eyes filled with amazement. Keeping a mistress in a golden house? Qin Feiyang's face darkened as he smacked Sichu Feiyang's head. Fire Lotus couldn't help but laugh. These little guys, each more interesting than the other. Qin Feiyang looked at Fire Lotus and asked, It's been 2 days. How are Qin Haotian and the others? Not bad. Qin Haotian's cultivation has already reached the level of war god. Qin Yun, Qin Ji, Qin Xian, and Qin Wan have all reached the level of 9-star combat emperor. Qin Yi, the twins have also reached the level of 9-star combat saint. Fire Lotus said. What? Uncle Haotian has already reached the level of war god? Lu Xiaofei and his sister were dumbfounded. What's going on? Sichu Feiyang was also very surprised. Of course, he knew Qin Haotian and the others. He had even met them before the new year, so he knew their cultivation. But how did they become war gods and combat emperors in the blink of an eye? Even Qin Yi and Qin Yi, the two little guys, had already broken through to the level of 9-star combat saint. This speed was too freakish, wasn't it? However, Qin Feiyang frowned and said, It's been 2 days, but they've only grown so little. It seems a bit slow. 1 day was 1,000 years. 2 days was 2,000 years. And there were so many pills and resources. 2,000 years was enough to cultivate a monarch god. Slow. Qin Chen and the others heard this and the corners of their mouths twitched. If this was slow, then what was fast? I slowed them down on purpose. Fire Lotus said with a smile. Why? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. They're still young. I'm afraid that if they break through too quickly, their mental state will be unstable. So every time they break through a level, I will let them leave the Devil's Land and go out to explore. Otherwise, Qin Haotian would have already become a monarch god. Fire Lotus said. So it's like that. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, I really didn't think about this problem. You're different from me. I'm the palace master of 9 Heaven Palace. I know how to teach people how to cultivate. Although we've given them the best cultivation environment and resources, they still have to fight steadily. Fire Lotus said. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded and pointed at Qin Chen and the others. Then these 4 little ones, I'll leave them to you. No problem. Fire Lotus nodded. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the 4 of them and said with a smile, Then you guys, take care of yourselves. After saying that, he and the white-eyed wolf disappeared without a trace. Where did Uncle and Uncle Wolf go? Lu Xiaojia immediately looked around. Fire Lotus said, They should have gone to the Devil's Land. Devil's Land? What is that place? The 4 of them were curious. The Devil's Land is not a place you can set foot in. Hand over the Chenkuan bag and let's begin, Fire Lotus said. Devil's Land. Somewhere in the southern mountain range, 7 young men and women sat cross-legged on the ground. They were all handsome and had a dignified appearance. The 7 of them were Qin Haotian, Qin Yun, Qin Wan, Qin Xian, Qin Ji, Qin Yi, and Qin Yi. Shua. Suddenly, a man and a wolf appeared in the void above. It was Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. They had also recovered their true appearance. Qin Haotian and the others also noticed their auras at the first moment. They opened their eyes and looked up. The changes are quite big. Qin Feiyang looked down at the 7 of them. After 2,000 years in the Black Tortoise world, Qin Haotian, Qin Yun, Qin Wan, Qin Xian, and Qin Ji had all become mature and steady. Especially Qin Haotian, he was like a natural emperor with an extraordinary temperament. Qin Yi and Qin Yi were no longer the 2 brats from before. Qin Yi's height was now 1.8 meters. His figure was tall and straight, and there was a shocking sharpness between his eyebrows. As for Qin Yi, she was also about 1.75 meters. Her black hair draped over her shoulders, and her exquisite figure revealed a breathtaking beauty. Big brother. Seeing Qin Feiyang appear, Qin Yun and the others quickly stood up and bowed. Qin Haotian also stood up, but did not speak. He stared at Qin Feiyang, and a trace of fighting spirit burned in his eyes. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, "Seeing that you are all still alive, I am quite gratified." They looked at each other, their faces full of wry smiles. Although only 2 days had passed outside, they had already cultivated here for 2,000 years. Especially in the beginning, crossing the desert of death, it was simply a narrow escape. To be able to survive until now, even they themselves felt that it was not easy. Of course. They also knew. If Qin Feiyang really did not care about their lives, then they would have died in the desert of death long ago. Because countless times when they faced death, it was Fire Lotus who saved them. And with these 2,000 years in the Black Tortoise world, they had long had a new understanding of Qin Feiyang. Their big brother was a godlike figure. So, right now, they respected Qin Feiyang even more than before. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, looked at Qin Haotian, and said, "Looking at your eyes, do you want to challenge me?" "That's right." Qin Haotian took a step into the sky and stood opposite Qin Feiyang. "All right. Let me see how much you've grown over the years." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly, suppressing his cultivation to the level of a war god. "Who do you think will win?" Qin Xian asked in a low voice. "Needless to say, it will definitely be Big Brother." Qin Yun said. "Sister Yun, I think it might be Brother Haotian. After all, he works so hard. And now, Big Brother has also suppressed his cultivation to the same level as Brother Haotian." Qin Yi said, losing her childish and mischievous attitude from before, appearing natural and unrestrained. "No matter how hard he works, he won't be able to defeat Big Brother. Big Brother, that is the undefeated legend." Qin Ji opened his mouth and raised his head to look at Qin Feiyang. He had absolute confidence in Qin Feiyang. "Let's begin." High up in the sky, Qin Feiyang looked at Qin Haotian and said with a faint smile, "Boom." Qin Haotian's aura suddenly erupted. He took a step forward and blasted towards Qin Feiyang. But in this regard, Qin Feiyang didn't dodge at all, nor did he have any intention of fighting back. Boom. Qin Haotian's punch landed solidly on Qin Feiyang's chest. But Qin Feiyang didn't even take a step back. His entire person was like Mount Tai, standing there. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "Are you tickling me?" Qin Haotian was stunned. What was going on? Didn't he already suppress his cultivation to the same level? Why couldn't he cause any damage to the other party with his full strength? What a naive kid. White-eyed Wolf shook his head. With the strength of Qin Feiyang's physical body, not to mention the same level, even if Qin Feiyang suppressed his cultivation to the pseudo-god realm, Qin Haotian wouldn't be able to hurt him at all. Strong indeed. Qin Ji clenched his fists. This big brother was the goal he wanted to pursue. "Let's continue." Qin Feiyang looked at Qin Haotian and said with a faint smile, "Roar." Qin Haotian formed a seal with both hands, accompanied by a loud dragon roar. The first, second, and third moves of the dragon god technique appeared one after another. Not bad. Qin Feiyang nodded. Not only did he inherit the dragon god technique, but he had also upgraded it to the mid-tier divine technique level. Emperor Prison. Qin Haotian roared again. A purple gold dragon soul roared out from behind him. Purple gold dragon soul? Emperor prison? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He even activated the purple gold dragon soul. No wonder this kid could awaken his bloodline. And this emperor prison. Qin Haotian actually obtained this innate ability. Interesting. Chapter 28:11. Forgive me for the mistakes I made back then. Qin Haotian let out a low roar, the three moves of the divine dragon art and the purple gold dragon soul, carrying a powerful aura, charged towards Qin Feiyang. Forgive me. If you really want to talk about forgiveness, it should be for your mother. Qin Feiyang shook his head, still standing there motionlessly. The three moves of the divine dragon art and the purple gold dragon soul instantly drowned Qin Feiyang. However, when all the dust settled, Qin Feiyang's body was still unscathed. So strong. Big Brother's body must be made of iron. Below, Qin Xian and the others were dumbfounded. Qin Haotian also looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze. This was his strength. Even if he suppressed his cultivation, even if he stood there motionless, he couldn't hurt him at all. Roar. Suddenly, accompanied by a series of ear-splitting dragon roars, the three moves of the divine dragon art appeared once again. But this was not Qin Haotian's divine dragon art, but Qin Feiyang's divine dragon art. A terrifying dragon's might spread in all directions. This is also the divine dragon art. Brother Haotian's divine dragon art is not on the same level as Big Brother's divine dragon art. Under the envelopment of the dragon's might, Qin Xian and the others all felt a great pressure, feeling as if they were ants. Qin Haotian's mind also trembled. They were both divine dragon art, but the other party's divine dragon art was actually so much stronger. Supreme divine dragon art, experience it. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, and the three moves of the divine dragon art fell with a loud bang. Qin Haotian immediately felt the aura of death. Facing Qin Feiyang's divine dragon art, he actually didn't even have the courage to fight back. Just as the three divine arts were about to drown Qin Haotian, they suddenly stopped above Qin Haotian's head. The divine might enveloped Jiang Haotian, causing his heart to panic and feel helpless. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "Now you understand the gap between us." Qin Haotian raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. After a long time, he slowly lowered his head and sighed. No matter how hard he tried, it was impossible for him to defeat his elder brother. This was the gap between them that could not be crossed. Don't be discouraged. One day, maybe you can. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and waved his hand. The three styles of the Dragon God technique disappeared. I didn't expect it to be so easy. Qin Xian shook his head. I've said it before. Big Brother is an invincible legend. Qin Ji raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang, his eyes blazing. I finally understand why all the civil and military officials in the imperial court and everyone in the imperial palace are so respectful of Big Brother. Although he is not an emperor, he is the true emperor in everyone's hearts. As long as he exists, Great Qin will exist. Qin Yun and the others also had looks of admiration on their faces. They were proud to have such a big brother. Qin Feiyang looked at Qin Haotian and transmitted his voice, "I'll say one more thing." Qin Haotian looked suspiciously at Qin Feiyang. "In the past, don't say that I was wrong and ask me to forgive you. I'm not wrong. The one who should be forgiven is you. Because it was your mother who did not abide by the virtues of a wife, betrayed your father, and betrayed the Qin bloodline. You should know this in your heart. All these years, no one mentioned this matter because they were considering your feelings and didn't want you to bear too much." Qin Feiyang thought. Qin Haotian clenched his hands and his face became a little twisted. "You've grown up and are no longer the little brat back then. You should learn to face it bravely. Likewise, you should learn to let it go. Otherwise, your state of mind will be affected sooner or later. I don't need to tell you how important the state of mind is to a cultivator. If your state of mind is affected, it will be difficult to even catch up to me, let alone surpass me." Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Qin Haotian said in a deep voice, "Even if she was wrong, she is still my birth mother. I can understand. But what happened in the past has become a fact. No one can erase it. You can only try to forget and let it go. Qin Feiyang thought. Huff. Qin Haotian took a deep breath and looked at Qin Feiyang, coldly snorting, "Don't be too proud. I will continue to work hard and defeat you sooner or later. I'll say the same thing again. I'm looking forward to it." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Big brother, you're really amazing. Can you teach us cultivation personally?" Qin Yi ran up and hugged Qin Feiyang's arm, giggling. "I'll teach you." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, saying, "In this aspect, I'm really not as good as Fire Lotus." "Stingy. I think you think we're troublesome." Qin Yi pouted. "It's indeed troublesome." Qin Feiyang chuckled. "Big brother." Qin Yi stomped her feet in anger. "Ha ha." Qin Feiyang laughed heartily. He looked at the group of people and said, "Your cultivation ends here." "Ends here?" Everyone was stunned. "I'll be responsible for laying a good foundation for you. The rest will depend on your luck." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Qin Xian frowned. "Big brother, are you chasing us out?" "You can say that. In short, you can't rely on me too much. After all, I'll leave sooner or later. Let's talk about it later. Your current cultivation is enough to establish a foothold in Great Qin and Forgotten Continent." Qin Feiyang laughed. "Don't, big brother. It wasn't easy for us to pass Sister Fire Lotus's test and come to the Devil's Land. Just let us stay for a few more days. At least wait for us to break through to the War God realm." Qin Yi hurriedly opened his mouth, his eyes full of pleading. Qin Yi, Qin Xian, Qin Yun, Qin Ji, and Qin Wan were the same. Initially, in the Desert of Death, they really wanted to escape. But now, they had already fallen in love with this place. Not for anything else, but for the cultivation environment and resources here. For example, this time formation. 1,000 years in a day. If it was in the past, this was something they wouldn't even dare to think about. Not to mention Qin Xian and the others, even Qin Haotian was reluctant to leave now. Qin Feiyang looked at the few of them, smiled helplessly, and nodded. "All right, I'll give you 2 more days." "Thank you, big brother." The few of them were wild with joy. Qin Haotian was also secretly delighted. 2 days of time was completely enough for him to break through to the Divine Lord realm. Divine Lord, in the entire Great Qin and Forgotten Continent, only Yuan Bo and the Snow Python were at this level. At that time, he would be the 3rd person. "Young master." Suddenly, along with a shout, Dan Wangxai hurriedly ran over. Qin Feiyang looked at Dan Wangxai and waved to Qin Haotian and the others. "You guys go and cultivate first." The few of them nodded, looked at Dan Wangxai suspiciously, and flew down. "Look at how anxious you are. Did something happen?" Qin Feiyang looked at Dan Wangxai and asked. Dan Wangxai lowered his head and looked at Qin Feiyang and the others, then pulled Qin Feiyang to the other side and said in a low voice, "Young master, do you still remember the Disaster Crossing Heavenly Pill?" "What is the Disaster Crossing Heavenly Pill?" The one who spoke was the white-eyed wolf. Dan Wangxai was so mysterious, of course it would be interested, so it followed him. Dan Wangxai said, "Brother Wolf, just listen, you'll understand later." Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then asked, "Are you talking about the Disaster Crossing Heavenly Pill recorded in the pill scripture?" "Yes." Dan Wangxai nodded. Qin Feiyang laughed and asked, "Then how is your research going?" "According to my research, I came to a conclusion that this Disaster Crossing Heavenly Pill has the ability to break all curses." Dan Wangxai said excitedly. "The ability to break all curses?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Yes." Dan Wangxai took out a jade box from his arms and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang opened the jade box and looked inside. Surprisingly, there were 3 dazzling golden pills inside. There were also 3 dragon-shaped pill chi lingering around them. "This is the Disaster Crossing Heavenly Pill?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "Yes. When I went to the medicine field to check, I found that there were ready-made medicinal herbs, so I refined 3 pills." Dan Wangxai nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at the 3 pills curiously. "A pill to break the curse? What was the use of this?" Dan Wangxai said, "Young master, isn't the snow python cursed?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang patted his head. Dan Wangxai said, I want to see if this disaster-crossing heavenly pill is useful or not. Break the curse, Qin Feiyang muttered. In that case, could the curse on Yuan Bo's body also be broken? Immediately, Qin Feiyang realized the importance of the disaster-crossing heavenly pill, and said, let's go find the snow python now. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and left the Black Tortoise realm with the White-Eyed Wolf and Dan Wangxai, immediately rushing to the glacier forest. With their speed, they could cross the 9 regions in a dozen breaths, so there was no need to open a portal or something like that. Beside the frozen lake, Dong Zhengyang sat on the snow. The snow python had become half a meter long, and half of its body was lying on Dong Zhengyang's lap. It looked extremely harmonious. The White-Eyed Wolf joked, I haven't seen you for hundreds of years, and you're just like this. Dong Zhengyang and the snow python were stunned. They raised their heads and looked at the White-Eyed Wolf, speechless. Then what do you think we should do? Do you need me to remind you? Of course, let the snow python transform into a human form and find a place to do something that a man and a woman should do. The White-Eyed Wolf said. Dong Zhengyang immediately smiled bitterly. This wolf cub was getting more and more improper. Cut the crap. Qin Feiyang landed in front of Dong Zhengyang and the snow python, looked at the snow python, and then looked at Dong Zhengyang, and said, I might be able to break the curse on her body. Dong Zhengyang was stunned, and then suddenly stood up and asked in surprise, what did you say? Qin Feiyang said, I might be able to break her curse. Can break the curse, Dong Zhengyang muttered, and suddenly came back to his senses. He stared at Qin Feiyang and asked, really? The snow python also stared at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Breaking this curse was what she had been longing for and looking forward to. It could be imagined. Now that she heard Qin Feiyang's words, she was nervous and expectant. Qin Feiyang hesitated. I just said. Maybe. No need to explain. Dong Zhengyang waved his hand and said, even if there is only a little hope, I want to give it a try. All right. Qin Feiyang opened the jade box in his hand, took out a crossing disaster heavenly pill, and handed it to Dong Zhengyang, saying, this pill is called Crossing Disaster Heavenly Pill, and it was refined by Dan Wangxai. It has the effect of breaking all curses, but, speaking of which, Qin Feiyang paused and sighed, you also know that the curse in the snow python's body was, after all, left by a small beast, so I don't have much confidence. Understood. Dong Zhengyang nodded, took the pill without hesitation, turned around and handed it to the snow python's mouth. Chapter 28:12. However, looking at the elixir in front of it, the snow python hesitated. Don't worry. If Qin Feiyang wanted to harm you, he wouldn't use such a trick. Dong Zhengyang laughed. We helped you out of kindness, but you still suspect us. The White-Eyed Wolf raised his eyebrows. No. The snow python quickly shook its head and sighed. I'm not suspecting this elixir. With Qin Feiyang's current strength, it was too easy to kill her. Besides, she knew Qin Feiyang's character. He didn't bother to do anything to the elixir. Then why are you hesitating? Dong Zhengyang was suspicious. The snow python said, I'm afraid it won't work. So that's the case. Dong Zhengyang nodded and laughed. If you don't try it, how do you know it won't work? But what if it doesn't work? The snow python asked. It doesn't matter, because there's still me. I'll keep looking for a way. Dong Zhengyang laughed. The snow python pondered for a while and resolutely took the disaster-crossing heavenly pill. At that moment, everyone stared at the snow python. Especially Qin Feiyang. If this disaster-crossing heavenly pill was really useful, then not only the snow python, but also Uncle Yuan could break the curse. Puff. Suddenly, the snow python's body shook violently, and it spat out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? Dan Wangxai was surprised. Was it useless? Don't worry. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and stared at the snow python. Puff. In less than 3 breaths, the snow python spat out another mouthful of blood. Boom. Then, her aura burst out uncontrollably. But this was not the point. The point was that as the aura burst out, her body began to crack. Blood flowed like a waterfall, instantly dyeing the snow on the ground red. Qin Feiyang, This, Dong Zhengyang turned to look at Qin Feiyang, looking extremely anxious. Wasn't this a sign of exploding and dying? Is it really impossible? Qin Feiyang murmured. Dan Wangxai quickly took out a life divine pellet with 3 dragon-shaped core qi and shouted, "Quick, feed it to her." Dong Zhengyang quickly grabbed the divine life pill and threw it into the snow python's mouth. Ding! But at this moment, the snow python's face was filled with pain as it soared into the sky. Its blood was like rain, dyeing the sky red. The next moment, the snow python let out a loud dragon roar. This is, Dong Zhengyang's eyes trembled. A dragon's roar, it works. It will definitely work. Dan Wangxai also quivered and shouted loudly. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other and then looked at the snow python again. Since the dragon's roar could be heard, it meant that the curse was beginning to dissipate. Boom! About 10 breaths passed. The snow python that was floating in the air suddenly exploded with a loud, muffled sound. It was as if some kind of shackle had been broken. At this moment, a vast and mighty dragon might poured out like a torrent, surging out in all directions with an earth-shattering force. Ding! The dragon's roar became louder and louder. The people of the Sky Tiger tribe and the Wang clan outside the glacier forest all heard the dragon's roar. What's the situation? A divine dragon has been born. It seems to be in the direction of the ice lake. Let's go and take a look. A group of people immediately flew towards the glacier forest. At this moment, Dong Zhengyang's eyes were already filled with a layer of mist. Because the snow python was changing at this moment. On its head, 2 dragon horns slowly grew out and the snake scales on its body turned into dragon scales one by one. Its body, which was originally half a meter long, had now become hundreds of feet long. Below its abdomen, 4 white dragon claws gradually emerged. It really is a white dragon, Dan Wangxai murmured. After more than 10 breaths, the snow python completely disappeared and was replaced by a white dragon that looked incomparably majestic. The crossing disaster heavenly pill is useful, Qin Feiyang was also murmuring, his heart was incomparably excited. Calm down. Although she has recovered her white dragon body, I still don't know if the curse of her cultivation has been broken. The white-eyed wolf whispered. Hearing the white-eyed wolf's words, Dong Zhengyang immediately soared into the air, flew in front of the snow python, and asked, "How do you feel?" "It's been too long since I've felt so free," the snow python muttered. It seemed that it was still a little unable to adapt to all of this. However, that painful expression had disappeared. Dong Zhengyang laughed. "You're not dreaming, this is real." "Is that so?" the white dragon asked. "Yes." Dong Zhengyang nodded. I've finally broken the curse." Ding! The white dragon roared towards the sky, venting the grievances that had accumulated over the years. Dong Zhengyang could not help but shed tears. White dragon. At this time, a group of people flew over. When they saw the white python in the sky, their eyes immediately widened. It was Yang Wei, Wang Xiajie, Wang Yangfeng, and the others. "Young master! Master!" When they saw Qin Feiyang not far away, a group of people immediately flew over. Wang Xiajie looked at the white dragon suspiciously and asked, "Master, where did this white dragon come from?" "She is the snow python." Qin Feiyang laughed. "She is the snow python?" Everyone was stunned. Yang Wei hurriedly said, "Young master, isn't she cursed? How can she restore the white dragon's body?" "Her curse has been broken." Qin Feiyang smiled. "It has been broken," Yang Wei and the others murmured, looking at the white dragon again. A trace of a smile could not help but crawl into their eyes. Although the white dragon had made things difficult for them in the past, it had been very good to them in the past few hundred years. So now that the white dragon had broken the curse, they were sincerely happy for the white dragon. Dong Zhengyang glanced at Yang Wei and the others, wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes, and looked at the white dragon. All right, let's see if you can cultivate now." "All right." The white dragon nodded, trying to calm itself down, and then closed its eyes. About 10 breaths passed. The white dragon suddenly opened its eyes and said in surprise, "I can already cultivate, and even if the curse is broken, my half-step divine lord cultivation has not disappeared." "Really?" Dong Zhengyang asked. "Yen." The white dragon nodded. That's great. Dong Zhengyang was overjoyed, and hurriedly landed in front of Qin Feiyang, cupped his hands and said, Brother Qin, I can't thank you enough. If there's anything in the future, just let me know. Thank you. The white dragon also transformed into a fair-skinned and beautiful woman in a white dress, landing beside Dong Zhengyang, looking at Qin Feiyang gratefully, and said. Qin Feiyang glanced at the two of them and said with a smile, We are all old friends, no need to be so polite. Old friends, the white dragon murmured. Qin Feiyang's words made her feel ashamed. Qin Feiyang said suspiciously, I heard you say that your cultivation has not disappeared, what do you mean? You also know that whether it's me or Qin Yuan, before we became guardians, we were not half-step divine lords. The white dragon said. I know. Back then, Uncle Yuan said that it was the small beast that raised your cultivation to half-step divine lords. Qin Feiyang nodded. So, originally, I thought that after breaking the curse, my cultivation would fall back to its original level. But now, my cultivation has not disappeared. The white dragon said. Is that so? Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and said with a smile, In that case, it seems that it's a blessing in disguise. A blessing in disguise? The white dragon shook its head and sighed, Even if you give me the cultivation of the imperishable realm, I don't want to be haunted by this curse anymore. You won't. Dong Zhengyang grabbed the white dragon's hand and said with a smile. En. The white dragon nodded, tears flowing down its cheeks again. The white-eyed wolf quivered and turned to Qin Feiyang, urging, Little Qin Zi, what are you waiting for? Hurry back to the great Qin Empire and find Uncle Yuan. Yes, yes, yes. Let's go find Uncle Yuan. Qin Feiyang also came back to his senses. He did not even bother to run to the teleportation altar under the ice lake and directly took out the spacetime gate. Clang. With the emergence of divine power, the spacetime gate immediately awakened. Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, and Dan Wangxai immediately ran in. Let's go and take a look. Dong Zhengyang smiled at the white dragon, and then the two entered the spacetime gate hand in hand. You all go back too. Yang Wei and Wang Yangfeng instructed their clansmen behind them and rushed into the spacetime gate. Of course, Wang Xiajie would not let go of this opportunity to join in the fun. Imperial capital. In the sky above a sea area of the Sea of Reincarnation, Qin Feiyang and the others appeared one after another. After putting away the spacetime gate, Qin Feiyang immediately released his divine telekinesis in all directions. Now, his divine telekinesis was enough to cover the entire imperial capital, including the Sea of Reincarnation. Soon, he sensed a familiar aura on a small island. Swoosh. Following closely, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, swept everyone up, and rushed to the sky above the small island like lightning. The island was only about a few miles in size, but the island was full of birds and flowers. In the center of the small island, there was an inconspicuous small wooden building. The wooden building was only 2 stories high and looked very old, but it was very clean. In front of the wooden building, there was a round stone table. Around the stone table, there were 4 stone stools, and it looked very simple. A white-haired old man over 50 years old sat at the table, leisurely drinking tea. The old man was dressed very plainly, and there was no aura on his body. He looked like a country bumpkin. However, looking at the old man, whether it was Qin Feiyang, Yang Wei, or the others, they were all full of respect. Uncle Yuan, Qin Feiyang called out softly. Qin Yuan raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang, as if he was not surprised, and said with a smile, You're here. Qin Feiyang nodded, landed beside the stone table, and directly knelt on the ground. Get up. Qin Yuan got up and helped Qin Feiyang up, and said with a smile, Come, let Uncle Yuan take a good look. After these few hundred years, have there been any changes? Qin Feiyang giggled. Without a doubt, I have become more handsome and charming than before. Perhaps only in front of Qin Yuan would Qin Feiyang reveal such a childish side. Ha ha, Qin Yuan could not help but laugh, and said, You stinking brat, you actually became shameless. Hee hee. Qin Feiyang scratched his head. You guys are here too. But I don't have any good wine or dishes to entertain you here. Qin Yuan looked at Dong Zhengyang and the others and said with a smile. Bai Long chuckled and said, "Homemade dishes are still delicious." Qin Yuan looked at Bai Long in surprise and said, "It's rare for these words to come out of your mouth. She's in a good mood now." White-eyed Wolf said, "In a good mood?" Qin Yuan was slightly stunned, turned to look at Dong Xingyang, and said with a smile, "No wonder she's in a good mood. It turns out that reunion after a long separation is better than being newly married." "You damn old man." Bai Long's cheeks turned red, and he could not help but laugh and scold. Chapter 28:13. Uncle Yuan, why aren't you surprised at all to see us back? The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Yuan suspiciously. "What's there to be surprised about? I already knew about it the day you came back. I also know that you're going to meet a lot of old friends, so I didn't disturb you." Qin Yuan chuckled. "You knew about it the day you came back?" The white-eyed wolf was stunned. "Don't forget that I'm the guardian of this continent." Qin Yuan laughed. "Ha!" The white-eyed wolf laughed dryly. "Indeed. As the guardian of this continent, as long as Uncle Yuan was willing, as long as there were any signs of trouble, he would be able to know at the first moment. Don't just stand there. Sit down and talk," Qin Yuan said. Bai Long looked at the teapot on the table and said, "We're not here to drink tea with you this time." Qin Yuan was stunned. "Do you know why I'm so happy? It's because I've broken the curse," Bai Long said. "What? Broken the curse?" Qin Yuan looked at Bai Long in surprise. "Look." Bai Long shook his body and returned to his true form. Looking at Bai Long's current dragon body, Qin Yuan was stunned. "It's Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang helped me break the curse." Bai Long smiled and turned back into his human form. He continued, "And now, I can still cultivate." "You can still cultivate?" Qin Yuan was stunned. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked, "How did you do it?" "It's a kind of elixir." Qin Feiyang opened the jade box again and took out a disaster crossing heavenly elixir. "This is the disaster crossing heavenly elixir. It can break all curses." Disaster crossing heavenly elixir. Qin Yuan took the elixir and said in surprise, "3 dragon-shaped elixir auras? Did you refine this?" "No, it was refined by Dan Wangcai." Qin Feiyang smiled. "You can even refine a pill with 3 dragon-shaped core qi. Looks like you've grown a lot over the years." Qin Yuan looked at Dan Wangcai and praised. "Uncle Yuan, you flatter me. Compared to young master, I'm still a little lacking." Dan Wangcai waved his hand. "Not bad." Qin Yuan looked at Qin Feiyang and Dan Wangcai and nodded with a smile. Then, he looked down at the disaster crossing heavenly pill again. "Uncle Yuan, quickly take it," Qin Feiyang urged. However, Qin Yuan did not consume the disaster crossing heavenly pill. The smile on his face slowly disappeared and a trace of worry appeared instead. "What is it?" Everyone looked at him in confusion. "Sigh." Qin Feiyang sighed. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Feiyang, you're a fool." Confused. Qin Feiyang was taken aback. "Damn old man, what's wrong with you? He came all the way here to deliver the pills. Why are you scolding him?" White Dragon frowned. "I didn't scold him. I'm very happy that Feiyang thought of me at the first moment. However, have you all thought of a problem? This curse was set by Small Beast. Now that the curse has been broken, won't it be alarmed?" Qin Yuan said. "Small Beast." Upon hearing Qin Yuan's words, everyone's expression changed. "That's right. Why didn't they think of Small Beast?" Qin Feiyang also slapped his head. Because he was too happy and couldn't wait, he completely neglected this point. "How is it?" White Dragon came back to his senses and immediately looked up at the sky. His white face was full of worry. "Don't be afraid." Dong Xingyang comforted, but he was also very nervous in his heart. "White Dragon has been breaking the curse for so long, but I don't see Small Beast appearing. I think it might not have noticed it." Dan Wangcai looked at the sky and frowned. For a moment, everyone looked at the sky and was silent. "It's useless to worry." Qin Yuan shook his head and smiled. He threw the disaster-crossing heavenly pill into his mouth and appeared extremely calm. This was the state of mind. Even if danger came, he would not panic. What happened to White Dragon happened to Qin Yuan once again. Boom. Soon. Accompanied by a low and loud sound, the curse on Qin Yuan's body was also successfully broken. Moreover, his cultivation did not drop and was still a half-step divine lord. Uncle Yuan, how do you feel? Qin Feiyang quickly asked. Qin Yuan smiled and said, I've regained my freedom. Of course I feel good. You guys are very good, but Grandpa Frog is very unhappy now. Before Qin Yuan's voice fell, a voice full of anger suddenly sounded in the sky above. This voice, the group of people's faces changed drastically. They immediately looked up and saw a small golden figure standing in the void above. If that wasn't the golden small beast, who else could it be? What should we do? The snow python suddenly panicked. Dong Zhengyang's face was also full of fear. Sigh. In the end, it still came. Qin Yuan sighed and walked in front of Qin Feiyang and the others. Uncle Yuan, what are you doing? Qin Feiyang looked at Qin Yuan's back. Qin Yuan turned a deaf ear to him. Looking at the golden small beast, he said respectfully, Lord Beast God, all of this has nothing to do with them. I asked them to do this. If you want to punish someone, punish me. Uncle Yuan, looking at the back of the old man in front of him, Qin Feiyang's heart ached. Even in the face of the golden small beast, Uncle Yuan still walked to the front to protect him without hesitation. This selfless care was more precious than anything in the world. How could he let such an old man get hurt because of him? Swish. Qin Feiyang looked up at the small beast and said, It was all done by me. The pills were also refined by me. If you want to be angry, come at me. Feiyang, don't mess around. Qin Yuan glared at Qin Feiyang. Uncle Yuan, you used to protect me and take care of me. Now, it's my turn to protect you and take care of you. Qin Feiyang smiled. The golden small beast looked down at the two of them and sneered, How touching. A cold-blooded creature like you will never understand. Qin Feiyang sneered. Feiyang, shut up. Seeing Qin Feiyang provoking the golden small beast, Qin Yuan shouted angrily and knelt on the ground. He looked at the golden small beast and said, I'm sorry. I didn't teach it well. Please forgive me, Lord Beast God. Uncle Yuan, why are you kneeling to it? Is it worthy? Get up. Qin Feiyang shouted and grabbed Uncle Yuan's arm. Feiyang, sometimes, you have to lower your head. Qin Yuan was indifferent as he sighed. You can lower your head to anyone, but not to it. It doesn't have the right. Do you know? Not only did it snatch Chang Shui, but it also sealed the castle again. The worst thing is that it even sealed my battle soul. And before I came back, if it wasn't for one of my subordinates self-destructing, I would have been killed by it. Qin Feiyang's eyes were burning with anger. That's right. This piece of trash doesn't deserve to kneel to you. The white-eyed wolf roared. It sealed the castle again and sealed the battle soul? Qin Feiyang looked at the white-eyed wolf and Qin Feiyang in a daze. He never thought that Qin Feiyang and the others would have such a deep grudge with the beast god. The golden small beast looked at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf and said, It seems that you have a prejudice against Uncle Frog. So what? I've already returned to the great Qin, and you still won't let me go? Qin Feiyang said angrily. You're still so confident. If you hadn't broken the curse on them, would Uncle Frog have come to such a small place? The golden small beast's eyes were full of disdain. Since you don't like such a small place, then get lost. Qin Feiyang roared. You're getting more and more arrogant. The golden small beast's eyes flashed with killing intent, and a wisp of golden divine power swept out. It was obviously very slow, but Qin Feiyang found that he couldn't dodge it. Moreover, his body seemed to be frozen, and he couldn't move at all. Poof! The divine power entered Qin Feiyang's chest, and a blood puppet the size of a football appeared. It was penetrated from the front to the back, and blood was flowing out. So strong. Seeing this scene, Dong Zhengyang, Dan Wangcai, Yang Wei, Wang Xiajie, Wang Yangfeng, Bai Long, and Qin Yuan were all shocked. I've let you go time and time again. Do you really think Uncle Frog can't bear to kill you? The golden small beast looked at Qin Feiyang with disdain. Of course, it's easy for you to kill me. But I'm not convinced. We refined the disaster-crossing heavenly pill ourselves, and we didn't ask anyone for help. What right do you have to stop us? Qin Feiyang said angrily, and his face was almost distorted. You still dare to be arrogant? The golden small beast raised its eyebrows. Qin Yuan saw that the situation was not good, and he hurriedly shouted, Lord Beast God, please show mercy, get lost. The golden small beast roared, and its voice was like thunder. It turned into an invisible sound wave, and it shook Qin Yuan until he kept vomiting blood. Uncle Yuan, Qin Feiyang's face changed drastically, and he quickly ran to Qin Yuan's side. Feiyang, give up. You'll never be a match for it. Qin Yuan sighed. No. Qin Feiyang shook his head, looked up at the golden small beast, and roared, I've said it before, if you have anything, come at me, don't hurt the people around me. When you helped them break the curse, their deaths were already destined. So you can't blame me, because you're the one who caused their deaths. The golden small beast shook its head coldly, and 2 strands of divine power flew out, respectively towards Qin Yuan and White Dragon. Bastard! Don't go too far. The white-eyed wolf roared, and its battle soul rushed out, roaring, steal its cultivation for me. With your little strength, you want to steal Grandpa Frog's cultivation? The golden small beast's face was full of disdain, and with a swipe of its claws, the battle soul was shattered on the spot. Following closely, the 2 strands of divine power that flew towards Qin Yuan and White Dragon turned in the air and attacked the white-eyed wolf. White-eyed wolf, Qin Feiyang roared, wanting to rescue him, but no matter what, his feet couldn't move, as if he was stuck in a quagmire. Boom! The 2 strands of divine power blasted the white-eyed wolf's body, and its physical body was torn apart, leaving only half of its soul. White-eyed wolf, brother wolf, everyone roared in grief, gritting their teeth. Lord Beast God, I beg you, let them go, I'm willing to accept any punishment. Qin Yuan looked at the golden small beast and pleaded. The white dragon was so scared that it stood there trembling. Even the current Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf couldn't resist in front of the beast god, let alone them. They had just broken the curse, and they were going to die. They couldn't accept it. The golden small beast looked coldly at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf, and then looked at Qin Yuan and White Dragon. You people are really not satisfied. I'll give you the cultivation of a half-step divine lord, and give you the power to rule 2 continents. Besides, you were the ones who chose to be guardians back then. Now, you actually hate Grandpa Frog. You don't want to, right? Fine. Grandpa Frog will fulfill your wish, and at worst, Grandpa Frog will find someone else. I believe that there are plenty of people who are willing. The golden small beast waved its claws, and 2 strands of golden divine power flew towards Qin Yuan and White Dragon. At this moment, whether it was Dong Zhengyang, White Dragon, or Yang Wei and the others, they couldn't help but feel despair. Chapter 28:14. 1,000 years. Suddenly, a low and hoarse voice sounded. Everyone immediately looked at Qin Feiyang, because the one who spoke was Qin Feiyang. 1,000 years. What did that mean? Small Beast also looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang lowered his head, his face gloomy, as if he was struggling with something. Suddenly, he looked up at Small Beast and roared, "Let them go, give me 1,000 years, if I can't beat you by then, you don't have to do anything, I will self-destruct in front of you." 1,000 years. Defeat me. Small Beast was stunned. That's right. The Beast God, don't tell me you don't dare to accept the challenge of an ant like me. Qin Feiyang sneered. Ha ha, Small Beast laughed as if it had heard the funniest joke in the world. 1,000 years. I only need 1,000 years, and I will definitely trample you under my feet. Qin Feiyang roared. Ha ha, Small Beast laughed even more wildly, and tears seemed to be coming out of its eyes. You don't dare. Qin Feiyang roared. All right. Small Beast stopped laughing, and the 2 strands of divine power that were heading towards Qin Feiyang and White Dragon also stopped in the void. It then looked down at Qin Feiyang and said, "Don't say 1,000 years, Daddy Frog will give you 10,000 years. It's a deal," Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. "The longer the time, the better. But listen to Daddy Frog. If you still can't defeat Daddy Frog after 10,000 years, then not only will you die, but the entire Great Qin and Forgotten Continent will be buried with you. And the Black Tortoise Realm. In short, everything related to you will be destroyed by then. Do you dare to make such a bet? Small Beast smiled coldly. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly trembled. This was no longer a gamble with his personal wealth, but with the fate of billions of living beings. What is it? Wasn't he quite awesome just now? How did he scare you? Small Beast's face was filled with disdain. Qin Feiyang said angrily, "This is obviously our personal grudge. Why do you have to involve these innocent people? This is the price. If you can afford to play, then play. If you can't afford to play, then behave yourself. Hurry up and decide. Otherwise, Qin Yuan and the others will all die." The golden small beast said indifferently. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Uncle Yuan. Qin Yuan cried out, "Feiyang, don't gamble with the lives of 3 continents for me. But if I can't even save you, how can I save the living beings of the 3 continents?" Qin Feiyang murmured. He looked up at the small beast and roared, "I'll bet with you, but I have a condition." "Awesome." The small beast laughed heartily. Sigh. Qin Yuan let out a low sigh. In order to save him, was it worth it to gamble the fate of 3 continents? The white dragon also looked at Qin Feiyang with a complicated expression. Although it was to save Qin Yuan, it was also to save her. 3 continents, billions of living beings, this bet could be said to be universally shocking. In the entire world, perhaps only Qin Feiyang dared to agree. The golden lady looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "State your condition." Qin Feiyang said, "Let Uncle Yuan and the White Dragon continue to be the guardians of Great Qin and the Forgotten Continent." What? Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Why did the small beast come? Wasn't it because they broke the curse? For all of this, they even gambled the fate of 3 continents. But now, why did Qin Feiyang want them to continue being the guardians? If he did this, wouldn't everything he did before be in vain? The small beast was also quite surprised. Obviously, it didn't expect Qin Feiyang to raise such a condition. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Qin Feiyang comforted. He looked up at the small beast and continued, "But it's different this time. They should enjoy the rights of a guardian. Didn't Lord Frog already give them the cultivation of a half-step divine lord and the authority to rule 2 continents?" The small beast frowned. This is considered the rights of a guardian. A true guardian should be like the fire python, controlling the power of the natural order, and can't put curses on them. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. "You know quite a lot. But aren't you afraid that if you really give them the authority to control the power of the natural order, their ambitions will grow and they will bring disaster to the 2 continents?" The small beast looked at him playfully. "You don't have to worry about this. Since they are guardians, they should enjoy these rights. Otherwise, who would be willing? Even if someone is willing at the beginning, after a long time, they will still resent you. Today's matter will happen again. Is this what you want to see? Of course. With your strength, killing them is as easy as flipping your hand, but I believe that you don't like this kind of trouble," Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. The small beast was silent. Uncle Yuan, Bai Long, and the fire python, although they are in different places, they are all guardians. They should enjoy the same treatment. This is my only condition. I believe that for you, it is just a small matter. Qin Feiyang said. "Ha," the small beast laughed and nodded, "Okay, Lord Frog will do as you say and give them the rights." After saying that, it waved its claws, and 2 rays of divine light entered Qin Yuan and Bai Long's forehead. "But you have to remember that you only have 10,000 years, so work hard. In addition, I will give you 3 more days. If you are still here after 3 days, I will kill you without mercy." The small beast smiled coldly. Qin Feiyang was stunned for a moment, then suddenly became angry and roared, "Why? This is my home, and I don't even have the freedom to go home." "Freedom? When you defeat Lord Frog, no one will care where you go. But now, humph. Lord Frog has the final say." The small beast's eyes flashed coldly, and it disappeared without a trace. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Qin Feiyang looked gloomily at the place where the small beast disappeared, then quickly ran to the white-eyed wolf's divine soul and asked, "Are you okay? Why don't you try? I almost lost my life. How can I be okay?" The white-eyed wolf's angry voice came from the half of the divine soul. Qin Feiyang smiled and sent the white-eyed wolf to the castle. It would not take long for the white-eyed wolf to condense a divine soul and reconstruct its body. "Feiyang, you are too stupid. How can you defeat it in 10,000 years? Qin Yuan sighed helplessly. Qin Feiyang was silent for a while, then turned to Qin Yuan and said with a smile, "Uncle Yuan, don't worry. I can do it. Don't be so confident. Even if you have the time array of 1 day and 1,000 years, it will be difficult to defeat it. Because we don't know how strong it is." Dong Xingyang shook his head. A time array of 1 day and 1,000 years. Yang Wei, Wang Xiajie, and Wang Yangfeng were stunned when they heard this. Qin Yuan was also shocked. A time array of 1 day and 1,000 years was the legendary time array. No wonder Qin Feiyang dared to accept it. At the beginning, he even said that he could defeat the small beast in 1,000 years. Difficult, Qin Feiyang murmured and smiled faintly. Even if it is difficult, we have to go on. Thank you. Bai Long looked at Qin Feiyang with a face full of gratitude. No need. Even without today's incident, I will have a battle with it sooner or later. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, then looked at the worried Qin Yuan and smiled bitterly. Uncle Yuan, can you have some confidence in me? When have I ever disappointed you? Let's talk about it later. Don't we still have 10,000 years? Think about it, a mortal's life is only a few decades. We still have 10,000 years to live. Even if I lose to it, it will be considered a gain. Qin Feiyang added a few more words. You brat. Qin Yuan shook his head and smiled. Uncle Yuan believes in you. You can definitely do it. Thank you. Qin Feiyang smiled gratefully and said, take a look and see if you can control the rule force. Qin Yuan looked at the sky, raised his old arm, and waved gently. Boom. A rule force suddenly descended from the sky. It can really be controlled? Yang Wei and the others were stunned. If they could control the rule force, then Qin Yuan and the White Dragon would be the true guardians in the future. Qin Feiyang smiled and turned to the White Dragon. This harvest is not easy to come by. I hope you can make good use of it and visit the Forgotten Continent. Don't worry. I don't have any resentment now. Let's talk about it later. This is also what you fought for me. I will use the rule force to protect the Forgotten Continent. The White Dragon nodded solemnly. All right then, there are only 3 days left. Go back and spend time with Mother. Qin Feiyang sighed. Originally, he wanted to come back and stay for a few hundred years until the hell of the Nether King ended. Unexpectedly, there were only 3 days left in the blink of an eye. Yes, I should go and spend time with her. After all, I don't know how many years I will have to wait before I can come back. Qin Yuan nodded. Then follow me to the imperial capital. Qin Feiyang looked at Qin Yuan, his eyes full of expectation. He also wanted to have a good talk with Uncle Yuan. All right. Qin Yuan nodded and smiled. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Dong Xingyang and asked, now that the White Dragon's curse has been broken, do you still want to go to the ancient world? What do you think? Dong Xingyang smiled faintly. Up to you. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at Wang Xiajie, asking, how is your sister now? She has recovered a lot. Wang Xiajie nodded. All right then, go to the Black Tortoise world now. Remember, you only have 3 days. How much you can gain in these 3 days will depend on your luck. Qin Feiyang said. This disciple will work hard. Wang Xiajie nodded. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice to Dan Wangcai. Later, tell Fire Lotus not to let Wang Xiajie meet Qin Chen. Why? Dan Wangcai was suspicious. If Xiajie knows that I am bringing Qin Chen to the ancient world, what will he do? He will definitely pester me as well. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Then bring him along, Dan Wangcai thought. No. He still has his mother and sister to take care of. I won't let him die outside. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. All right. Dan Wangcai secretly agreed. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Wang Xiajie and Dan Wangcai to the castle. Then, Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Yuanshan and Yang Wei, and laughed. I haven't had a good gathering with you guys since I came back. Let's go to the imperial capital together. All right. The two of them nodded. But when we return to the imperial capital, don't mention what happened here to anyone, especially Mother. Qin Feiyang reminded everyone. You don't need to tell us that. We know that. Everyone nodded. Because this was Qin Feiyang's personality. If there was anything, he would shoulder it himself, and he didn't want everyone to worry together with him. Then let's go. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Bai Long looked at Qin Feiyang and said, I will return to Forgotten Continent first. I will come to send you off the day after tomorrow. Dong Zhengyang also looked at Qin Feiyang, and laughed. I will also go to Forgotten Continent and accompany her. Up to you. Qin Feiyang laughed, and then looked at Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan waved his hand, sweeping up Qin Feiyang and the others, and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 28:15. Do you really want to go again? After Qin Feiyang and the rest left, Bai Long turned to look at Dong Zhengyang and asked. Of course. Dong Zhengyang nodded. Why? Bai Long frowned. In the end, Qin Feiyang made this gamble of fate with the little beast in order to help you and Qin Yuan. How can I sit back and do nothing when it's related to you? We'll talk about it later. Small beast must also be dealt with. Otherwise, it will find me sooner or later. Dong Zhengyang said in a low voice. Bai Long asked, because of the Eye of Destiny? Yes. Dong Zhengyang nodded, pondered for a while, and then sighed. I'll be frank with you. People like us who have awakened the heaven-defying fighting soul are born with a mission. Even if you hide from the world, someone will come to you sooner or later. What exactly is the mission? Bai Long frowned. Dong Zhengyang looked up at the sky and muttered, the battle of destiny, the redemption of death. The battle of destiny, the redemption of death. Bai Long muttered. The white dragon murmured, completely unable to understand. The Arch Palace. Lu Qiuyu was very happy these days. She seemed to be a few years younger. Autumn Rain Restaurant. At this moment, Lu Qiuyu was sitting in the pavilion with two maids. She was making exquisite pastries. One of the maids smiled and said, Your Highness, you've been making pastries every day. How can His Highness finish them? Anyway, Feiyang will be here for a long time. Take your time. Lu Qiuyu smiled. His Highness is so lucky to have you as his mother. The two maids were envious. You're wrong. I'm so lucky to have this son. Lu Qiuyu smiled. You have such a good relationship with your son. But His Highness has been away for a few days. Why hasn't he returned? The two maids frowned. Lu Qiuyu said, he has many friends. He will definitely be away for a few days. One of the maids said unhappily, how can his friends be more important than his mother? What are you saying? How can this be compared? Lu Qiuyu was unhappy. I'm sorry, Your Highness. The maid hurriedly apologized. At home, I rely on my parents. Outside, I rely on my friends. So, whether it's family or friends, they are all equally important. The two of you are too young and haven't experienced much. Lu Qiuyu looked at the two maids and shook her head. Yes, yes, yes. The two of them giggled, as if they were not very afraid of this empress. Of course. This was related to Lu Qiuyu's personality. Even though she was the mother of a nation, she did not put on any airs, and appeared to be extremely amiable. Therefore, the maidservant by her side was not very afraid. But there was definitely reverence. After all, Lu Qiuyu was already very strong. Mother, suddenly. A laugh came from outside the garden. Lu Qiuyu looked up and saw a group of people standing at the entrance. They were Qin Feiyang, Qin Yuan, Yang Wei, and Wang Yangfeng. Lu Qiuyu saw that Qin Yuan, Yang Wei, and Wang Yangfeng were also present. She quickly put down the pastries in her hands and stood up to welcome them. Greetings, Your Highness. Yang Wei and Wang Yangfeng bowed. No need to be so polite, no need to be so polite. Lu Qiuyu hurriedly waved her hand and said with a smile, I really didn't expect you guys to come. Yang Wei said, I just hope that Your Highness won't blame us for disturbing you. No, no. I'm only happy that everyone is here. Lu Qiuyu smiled slightly, then looked at Qin Yuan and shook her head. You are even more difficult to invite than them. All these years, I sent someone to invite you every time during the holidays, but you never came. Qin Yuan shook his head and said with a smile, I've long been used to this kind of life. It's too lively and I'm not used to it. Lu Qiuyu said, then it seems that Fei Yang has the face to invite you over immediately. Qin Fei Yang looked at Qin Yuan and said, Uncle Yuan, we are all family. If you are invited to come during the holidays, just come. There's no need to be polite. Qin Yuan smiled bitterly and said, don't listen to your mother. I'm not polite. I've also come many times. I remember every time you came. In the past few hundred years, there have only been 10 times. Lu Qiuyu was dissatisfied. All right, I will definitely come often in the future. Qin Yuan shook his head and smiled. That's more like it. Go inside and sit. You too, go and tidy up. Lu Qiuyu looked at the two maids behind her and said, yes. The two maids nodded and turned to run into the pavilion. Qin Fei Yang and the others followed Lu Qiuyu and walked slowly along the path to the pavilion. Wang Yangfeng looked around and said with a smile, outsiders will probably never think that our great Qin's Empress Dowager would actually live in such a simple place. It's good to be simple. It's steady and calm. Lu Qiuyu smiled. After entering the pavilion, everyone sat in front of the tea table and started chatting. Fei Yang, how are your brothers and sisters? Lu Qiuyu suddenly asked. Qin Fei Yang nodded and said, I went to see them this morning. They are all fine. Now, they are staying in the Black Tortoise world and don't want to come out. These insensible children. Lu Qiuyu shook her head. They are no longer children. Qin Fei Yang said with a smile. What do you mean? Lu Qiuyu was stunned. You will know in 2 days. Let's keep you in suspense for now. Qin Fei Yang chuckled. You little brat. Lu Qiuyu shook her head and said, why? Have you seen them? Yes. Qin Fei Yang nodded. Are you relieved now? Lu Qiuyu said with a smile. Yes. Seeing that they are living well, I can also roam the outside world with peace of mind. Qin Fei Yang said. Lu Qiuyu looked outside and asked suspiciously, why don't I see the wolf pup? It is about to break through, so it went to the Black Tortoise world to cultivate in seclusion. Qin Fei Yang said. Is that so? I thought it was fooling around somewhere. Lu Qiuyu shook her head. Mother, you have misunderstood it. Ever since it entered the ancient world, it has been in seclusion. It is more serious and hardworking than anyone. Qin Fei Yang said. Is that so? Lu Qiuyu was surprised. All these years, without its mischievous behavior, I am still not used to it. Qin Fei Yang said with a smile. For it to cultivate in seclusion all day with its personality, it is really rare. Lu Qiuyu shook her head and smiled. Yes. However, hard work also pays off. Its strength should be stronger than mine now. Qin Fei Yang said. The stronger you become, the prouder mother will be of you. However, you can't just think about cultivation. You also have to cultivate your relationship with the mermaid princess. Women generally don't ask for much. A little care is enough. Lu Qiuyu said. I know. Qin Fei Yang nodded. All right then, you guys chat first. I will go to the back and cook some dishes for you guys so that you can drink a few cups at noon. Lu Qiuyu stood up and smiled. Then I will trouble mother. Qin Fei Yang chuckled. Lu Qiuyu smiled, turned around, and left with the two maids. After watching Lu Qiuyu leave, Qin Yuan turned to Qin Fei Yang and asked, You can't bear to leave, right? Qin Fei Yang's face was full of melancholy. Only 3 days left. He wasn't ready to leave at all. Take it easy. Even if there was no small beast, you would have to leave sooner or later. Qin Yuan patted Qin Fei Yang's shoulder. Sigh. Qin Fei Yang sighed. He could only comfort himself like this. For the next 2 days, Qin Fei Yang accompanied his mother without leaving her side. Lu Qiuyu was also happier day by day. As for Yang Wei, Wang Yangfeng, and Qin Yuan, when they were free, they would go to the back mountain of the Emperor Palace to drink tea, chat, and play chess with Emperor Hong, Emperor Chen, Old Qin, and the others. However, Happy times always passed quickly. The third day. Early morning. Qin Feiyang got up early in the morning. After washing up, he stood on the balcony of the second floor and looked up at the slowly rising sun. This was already the last day. He would leave tomorrow morning. Even if he was reluctant, he couldn't change it. This was strength. Today, in front of Small Beast, he didn't even have the right to stay at home for one more day. Crack. Unconsciously, he clenched his fists, and his joints made crisp cracking sounds. If he wanted true freedom, not only did he have to defeat Small Beast and Ice Dragon, but he also had to transcend this world. In other words, he had to defeat the god of creation. The road ahead was long. You're up so early? What are you looking at? So engrossed. Lu Qiuyu stood beside Qin Feiyang without him noticing. Qin Feiyang quickly collected his thoughts, loosened his clenched fists, turned to look at Lu Qiuyu, and said with a smile, "Maybe I drank too much last night. My head hurts, so I can't sleep." Last night. He, Yang Wei, Wang Yangfeng, Uncle Yuan, Monarch Chen, Monarch Hong, Monarch Qin, Old Qin, and the others drank and chatted until midnight. He did drink a lot. Don't drink too much. Your father too. He knows you can't hold your liquor, but he keeps drinking with you. I'll go and scold him later. Lu Qiuyu said. No. Father is also happy. Besides, I can't drink with them much. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, but the last sentence was said in his heart. Yes. He was leaving tomorrow morning. How many more times could he drink? Okay, I'll go and make breakfast first. Lu Qiuyu smiled and turned to go downstairs. Qin Feiyang looked at his mother's back and couldn't help but feel sad. His mother was so happy now, but if she knew that he was leaving tomorrow, how disappointed would she be? He couldn't bear it and didn't want to ruin his mother's happy mood. Don't talk about it if you don't want to. Spend the day happily. Qin Yuan walked to Qin Feiyang's side and said with a smile. Qin Feiyang looked at Uncle Yuan and nodded with a smile. Then let's go down and have some morning tea. I like the heavenly immortal dew you brought back very much. Qin Yuan said with a smile. If you like it, I'll give you a few £100 later. Qin Feiyang said. A few £100? Qin Yuan was stunned. What's a few £100? I can take out a few £1,000. Qin Feiyang smiled proudly. This was not a joke. Although this kind of tea grew too slowly and the leaf tips were the most tender, but after so many years, the fire lotus had accumulated a lot. After all, this 1 day and 1,000 years time array was not a joke. Chapter 28:16. Qin Feiyang and Qin Yuan sat in the pavilion. Just as they finished brewing tea, Yang Wei and Wang Yangfeng walked out. Like Qin Feiyang, the three of them had been staying in the Autumn Rain Inn for the past few days. There were many rooms in the Autumn Rain Inn, and a dozen more could stay there. However, it wasn't easy to stay in the Autumn Rain Inn. After all, this was the residence of the emperor and his wife. Morning. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them and smiled. The two of them smiled and walked into the pavilion to drink tea together. I really envy you guys. Soon. The emperor also walked out in his dragon robe. Looking at Qin Feiyang and the other three, he shook his head and said, Others are also envious of you. Yang Wei smiled. Forget it. When can I be like you guys, sitting here early in the morning and drinking tea freely? That will be enough. Let's not talk about it anymore. I'll go to the morning assembly first. I'll come back to accompany you guys later. After saying that, the emperor quickly left. See. The emperor who seems to be endlessly glorious to others also has troubles. Qin Yuan shook his head. There's nothing we can do about it. Many people only see the surface. Only when he reaches this step and sits on this position can he understand the helplessness and troubles. Yang Wei said. Isn't life like this? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, took out a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, and placed them neatly on the stone table. What are you doing? Qin Yuan and the other two looked at him suspiciously. Before leaving, I have to leave something behind. Qin Feiyang smiled. The three of them looked at each other. Yang Wei stood up and sat beside Qin Feiyang, helping to grind the ink. Qin Feiyang picked up the brush, dipped it in the ink, pondered for a while, and lowered his head to copy. Qin Yuan and the other two looked at it for a while. It turned out to be a kind of pill formula. Chaos Divine Pill, Nirvana Divine Pill, etc. After a while, Qin Feiyang finally finished copying. Feiyang, your intentions are good, but have you considered that Great Qin and the Forgotten Continent don't have such medicinal ingredients? Qin Yuan said. Even if we have the herbs, we don't have a high level of alchemy fire and alchemy furnace. We won't be able to refine it. Wang Yangfeng added. I've thought about this for a long time. Later, I will give you some alchemy fire, alchemy furnace, and medicinal herbs. After I leave, I will give them to my mother. Qin Feiyang smiled. Yang Wei said, but we don't have an alchemist of that level. Take it slow. Who didn't climb up step by step? Maybe in the future, a powerful alchemist will be born by our side. Qin Feiyang smiled. All right. The three of them looked at each other and nodded. Uncle Yuan, please keep this pill formula for now. Qin Feiyang folded the pill recipe and handed it to Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan took it in his hand, looked at Qin Feiyang, and sighed inwardly. For Great Qin, this child had already done too much. Emperor Hong and Emperor Chen often said that Qin Feiyang was Great Qin's fortune, and he deserved it. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, raised his head and looked at the pavilion. Seeing that his mother didn't appear, he lowered his head and continued to write. This wasn't a pill formula, but a letter. A farewell letter to his mother, father, and all his friends and family. Yes. He wanted to use this method to bid farewell. Because he really didn't want to see everyone's sad and tearful expressions when they saw him off. Although everyone would be sad when they saw the letter, at least he wouldn't see it with his own eyes. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, his heart would feel better. A moment later, Qin Feiyang wrote an entire page, then dried the ink, folded it, and handed it to Qin Yuan. Then, Qin Feiyang put away the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, took a sip of tea, and then looked at Qin Yuan and the other two, who all looked at him with a disappointed face, and couldn't help but shake his head and smile. What are you guys doing? Didn't I just say that we have to spend the day happily? Besides, if mother sees your expressions, she will definitely be suspicious. Qin Feiyang said. Qin Yuan said helplessly, you still have the mood to comfort us. What a joke, I am someone who has seen the world, my state of mind is definitely better than yours. Qin Feiyang smiled proudly. Qin Yuan and the other two looked at each other and laughed. What are you laughing at? So happy. At this moment, Lu Qiuyu walked out and looked at them and asked with a smile. Nothing, we just talked about some funny topics. Qin Feiyang shook his head. All right then, come in and finish eating. Lu Qiuyu said. After breakfast, Qin Feiyang helped to tidy up the bowls and chopsticks, looked at Lu Qiuyu and said, Mother, I will go out for a walk with Uncle Yuan. Okay. Lu Qiuyu nodded. Qin Feiyang then looked at Yang Wei and Wang Yangfeng, and said, you guys also have to work hard, make a trip to the Lu family, Forgotten Continent, Spirit State, and call everyone who needs to be called. Then when they ask, what should we say? The two asked secretly. Just say that it's more lively with more people, everyone has a good gathering. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. The two nodded and got up to leave. Uncle Yuan, let's go too. Qin Feiyang smiled at Qin Yuan and flew towards the back of the mountain. Greetings, Your Highness. At the entrance of the back of the mountain, the Kirin army guarding outside immediately bowed. Qin Feiyang nodded and followed Qin Yuan straight into the back of the mountain. At this time, the back of the mountain was surrounded by clouds and mist, like a fairyland. With the 10 crystal veins and spirit veins, this place had become a holy land for cultivation. Qin Yuan said with a smile, this time you came back, you have made a great contribution again. Contribution? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Crystal veins, spirit veins, divine weapons, divine arts, aren't they all contributions? Qin Yuan said. These are all small matters. Qin Feiyang shook his head. It's a small matter for you, but for us, these divine objects are unimaginable. Qin Yuan smiled. Qin Feiyang asked with a smile, Then I'll take you to the Black Tortoise world. Okay. Qin Yuan nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the two immediately appeared in the sky above the ancient castle of the Black Tortoise world. Looking at the medicine field below and the astonishing energy of the spirit veins and crystal veins, even Qin Yuan's indifferent mood couldn't help but be shocked. Although I've given out a lot of crystal veins and spirit veins, for me, it's just a drop in the ocean. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. I've seen it. Qin Yuan nodded. Qin Dage. At this time, Fire Lotus flew up. Qin Feiyang looked at Fire Lotus and said with a smile, Fire Lotus, let me introduce you. This old man is the Uncle Yuan that I often mention to you. Hello, Uncle Yuan. Fire Lotus bowed. Don't. Qin Yuan hurriedly waved his hand, because in his eyes, Fire Lotus was like an unfathomable ocean. Obviously. This was an extremely terrifying expert. Uncle Yuan, she's called Fire Lotus, a sister of mine. The heavenly immortal dew was cultivated and brewed by her alone. Qin Feiyang laughed. Qin Yuan nodded his head and looked at Fire Lotus with a smile. So the heavenly immortal dew was made by you. I had nothing to do, so I planted it for fun. I just didn't expect that Qin Dage would like it so much. Fire Lotus laughed. Planted for fun? Qin Yuan was slightly taken aback and revealed a meaningful smile. How could this kind of tea be planted for fun? It must have been carefully cultivated. It was just that there were some things that even if one saw through, one shouldn't say it out loud. Fire Lotus, go prepare some tea leaves, as well as pill fire, pill furnace, and various medicinal herbs. Don't hurt the roots of these medicinal herbs. Qin Feiyang looked at Fire Lotus and said, Understood. Fire Lotus nodded and then looked at Qin Yuan with a smile. Then Uncle Yuan, I'll go get busy first. You can do whatever you want. All right. Qin Yuan nodded. After Fire Lotus left, Qin Yuan looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, You're good. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang scratched his head. Qin Yuan said, Such a good girl is actually hiding in the Black Tortoise world. Tell me honestly, when do you plan to get married? Get married? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback and smiled bitterly. Uncle Yuan, when did your image become so vivid? Still pretending? Qin Yuan was unhappy. I'm not pretending. The relationship between Huolian and I is purely that of siblings. Qin Feiyang was helpless. Is that so? Qin Yuan frowned. Yes. Whether it's me or her, we don't have any other thoughts. Qin Feiyang nodded. That's a pity. Although I just met her, this old man really likes her. Qin Yuan shook his head regretfully and asked, Then what's her cultivation like? Her cultivation? Qin Feiyang was stunned and shook his head. It's better if you don't know. Brat, this old man has seen all kinds of things. How can you scare this old man? Qin Yuan glared at Qin Feiyang. All right. Fire Lotus is at the initial imperishable stage and has comprehended the law of time. She's a true supreme expert. Even in the ancient world, she's a top existence. Anyway, she's much stronger than me. Qin Feiyang smiled. Since she's so much stronger than you, why would she be willing to be your sister? Qin Yuan was doubtful. Is there a need to think about it? Of course it's because of my character and charm. Qin Feiyang smiled. Brat. Qin Yuan scolded with a smile. But then again, how strong was the imperishable stage? Qin Feiyang seemed to see through Uncle Yuan's doubts and explained, the imperishable stage is very strong. Above the divine monarch stage is the paragon stage, above the paragon stage is the nine heavens stage, and above the nine heavens stage is the imperishable stage. As Qin Feiyang explained, he took Qin Yuan to see the scenery of the Black Tortoise world. Looking at the vast world, Qin Yuan was extremely shocked. An independent world, he never thought that in just a few hundred years, this brat had already grown to this extent. Several days passed. The two returned to the Devil's Land, and Fire Lotus had already prepared everything and stored it in a Qian Kuan ring. Several days passed in the Black Tortoise world, but it was only a moment outside. Qin Yuan carefully put away the Qian Kuan ring, then looked at the ancient castle below, and then glanced at the Devil's Land, and said, This old man sensed many familiar auras. Everyone should be back. Qin Feiyang nodded. All right, let's go out. Qin Yuan smiled. Everyone was hiding in the Black Tortoise world, and he understood that, so he didn't disturb them. Fire Lotus smiled and said, Uncle Yuan, take care. Qin Yuan said, in the future, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Feiyang. I'm not afraid of being laughed at, but it has always been Qin Dage taking care of me. Fire Lotus said, he can take care of you? It's good enough that he doesn't cause you trouble. Qin Yuan shook his head. Uncle Yuan, am I so unbearable? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Qin Yuan shook his head and smiled, then glanced at the continent in front of him and said, let's go. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the two appeared in the sky above the back mountain again, then walked toward the deepest part of the mountain, where Emperor Hong and Emperor Chen lived. Chapter 28:17. Entering the deepest part of the back mountain, Qin Feiyang saw Emperor Hong and Emperor Chen sitting by the lake, drinking morning tea. Grandpa, great-grandpa. Qin Feiyang waved and smiled. Morning. Emperor Hong and Emperor Chen raised their heads, smiling at Qin Feiyang and Emperor Chen. The two walked over and sat on the side. Drink. Emperor Chen poured 2 cups of tea and pushed them in front of Qin Feiyang and Qin Yuan. Qin Feiyang smiled, took a sip of tea, and then looked at the statues in the center of the lake. What are you looking at? Emperor Chen asked suspiciously. Maybe, what else can I leave behind? Qin Feiyang murmured. Several rays of divine light flashed from the center of his eyebrows and disappeared into the statue's forehead. These were all formed by divine arts. There were divine armor, soul destruction technique, Chilean art, wisdom king golden body, and so on. The inheritance had been left behind. Whether the future generations could get it or not depended on their luck. What are you doing? Emperor Hong and Emperor Chen looked at each other and then at Qin Feiyang, puzzled. Leave more inheritance. I hope our Qin clan can get better and better in the future. Qin Feiyang smiled. Thank you. Emperor Hong smiled with relief. What I can do is to the best of my ability. Qin Feiyang shook his head. That's enough. Emperor Hong nodded. Emperor Chen asked, Feiyang, since you're making arrangements so early, has the departure time been decided? Qin Feiyang and Qin Yuan looked at each other. Qin Feiyang said, to be honest, the time has been decided. When? Emperor Chen asked. Tomorrow morning. Qin Feiyang said. So soon? Emperor Hong and Emperor Chen froze. Yes. Something happened, so I had to leave. Qin Feiyang nodded. Emperor Hong came to a realization and said, no wonder you've been staying in the imperial palace these past 2 days. You've only been back for a few days. What's the hurry? Emperor Chen frowned. There are some things that I can't decide. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Emperor Chen and Emperor Hong looked at each other and saw Qin Feiyang's helplessness, so they didn't ask any more. All right. Wander in peace outside. We'll take care of everything at home. Emperor Hong laughed. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. He looked at the two of them and said, don't tell mother about this for now, lest she be sad. Understood. The two of them nodded. Qin Yuan smiled and said, then let's go to the Autumn Rain Inn. Everyone should be here soon. Everyone? Emperor Hong and Emperor Chen were stunned. We're about to leave, so Feiyang invited all our friends to gather at the Imperial Palace. Qin Yuan said. Then the Imperial Palace is going to be lively today. The two looked at each other and smiled. On the way back to the Autumn Rain Inn, the 4 of them also called Li Jian, Old Qin, and the others. Qin Feiyang didn't hide anything from them. They didn't say much and went to the Autumn Rain Inn with smiles. Arriving at the Autumn Rain Inn, Qin Feiyang saw 7 people sitting in the pavilion drinking tea and chatting. It was Lu Zheng, Lu Hong, Uncle He, and the 4 grandpas. Qin Yuan smiled and said, this Yang Wei and Lu Zhengyang are really efficient. Qin Feiyang smiled and walked toward the pavilion. You old geezers, why do you have time to come to our imperial palace? The Flood Emperor pretended to be surprised. What? Do we have to get your permission? The 4th grandpa said with a cold face. Of course not. What I mean is, if you're coming, let me know in advance so that I can welcome you. Emperor Hong hurriedly waved his hand. How dare we trouble you? Lu Yun said. Ha ha, the old geezers looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Greetings, Emperor Hong. Greetings, Emperor Chen. Greetings, Uncle Yuan. Lu Hong got up and saluted. Didn't I tell you to call me Grandpa and Great-Grandpa in the future? Why is it still Emperor Hong? Emperor Chen? So distant. Emperor Chen was dissatisfied. Lu Hong smiled and said, Grandpa, Great-Grandpa. That's right. You young people talk. After saying that, Emperor Chen sat at the stone table and chatted with the 4 grandpas. The old geezers got together to drink tea and chat, laughing constantly. Lu Zheng and Lu Hong pulled Qin Feiyang to the side. What? Qin Feiyang looked at the two suspiciously. Lu Zheng frowned and said, Why did you suddenly call us to the imperial palace? Qin Feiyang was speechless. What else? Of course, it's a family gathering. Is there really nothing else? Lu Zheng and Lu Hong looked at him suspiciously. No. Qin Feiyang shook his head. At this time, Lu Qiuyu stood at the door of the attic, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Feiyang, come here. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded, looked at Lu Zheng and Lu Hong, and whispered, There will be more people coming later. Help me welcome them. After saying that, he ran to the attic. More people are coming. Lu Hong and Lu Qiuyu were stunned. Qin Feiyang ran to the door of the attic, looked at Lu Qiuyu, and asked with a smile, Mother, what's the matter? I just heard from your grandpa that it was you who asked them to come to the imperial palace. What's going on? Lu Qiuyu was suspicious. What else can it be? I just want everyone to get together and be happy. Qin Feiyang laughed. He had expected his mother to ask. Is there really nothing else? Lu Qiuyu looked at him doubtfully. There's really nothing else. Qin Feiyang was helpless. Lu Qiuyu said, Don't lie to me. Even if you lend me dozens of guts, I won't dare to lie to you. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. All right. Then how do you plan to arrange so many people? Lu Qiuyu asked. What's there to arrange? They're not outsiders. Let's get together, drink tea, and chat. That's enough. Qin Feiyang said. How can you entertain guests casually like this? Lu Qiuyu was speechless and said, Okay, I'll arrange it. You go and chat with them. Then I'll have to trouble you, mother. Qin Feiyang smiled. Brat. Lu Qiuyu scolded with a smile. It's so lively. Suddenly, a horse laugh sounded. Everyone looked up and saw a group of people landing at the entrance of the garden. Old Master Ren, Uncle Yang, Ling Yunfei, Sister Wu Shuang, Shuang Lu Hong was stunned. Why are they all here? Ling Yunfei looked at the indifferent group of people and said in dissatisfaction, Hey, is there no one to receive us? We're guests after all. Scram. What kind of guest are you? If you want to come, then come. If you don't want to come, then leave. Lu Hong glared at Ling Yunfei, walked up, and smiled. Grandpa Ren, Uncle Yang, Uncle Jiang, Aunt Shui, Aunt Liu Ji, please come in. A group of people filed in. Lu Hong looked at Ling Yunfei's daughter and immediately squatted on the ground, smiling. Yang is already so big. You are. The little girl looked at Lu Hong suspiciously. Don't you remember? I even went to see you when you were young. Lu Hong laughed. The little girl shook her head. Yang this woman is a tigress. You'd better stay away from her in the future. Ling Yunfei held the little girl and taught her seriously. Who are you calling a tigress? Lu Hong immediately frowned. Whether she's a tigress or not, Lu Zheng has the most right to say. Ling Yunfei chuckled, looked at Lu Zheng standing not far away, and said, Lu Zheng, say something fair. You and I know it in our hearts. Why do you have to say it out loud? Lu Zheng winked. What did you say? Lu Hong immediately glared at him. No, my dear wife, this Ling Yunfei is a scum. You should stay away from him in the future. Lu Zheng quickly waved his hand and glared at Ling Yunfei fiercely. With the opposite sex, there's no humanity. Ling Yunfei shook his head sadly. The little girl looked at Ling Yunfei and said, Daddy, what do you mean by with the opposite sex, there's no humanity? This The little girl suddenly asked this, and Ling Yunfei didn't know how to answer for a moment. See. Sooner or later, the child will be led astray by you. Zhao Shuang'er couldn't help but glare at Ling Yunfei. Ha, Ling Yunfei smiled embarrassedly. In the pavilion, Emperor Hong stood up and looked at Old Master Ren and the others. He said with a smile, Come, sit. I'm afraid we can't sit here. Jiang Zhengyi said with a smile. Yang Nanshan also chuckled. It feels more lively than the end of the year. Yeah. Everyone nodded. Lu Zheng, what are you still doing? Hurry up and bring some stools over. Lu Yun looked at Lu Zheng and shouted. Lu Zheng muttered, It seems that I'm also a guest. Lu Yun immediately stared. Okay, right away. Lu Zheng nodded and hurriedly ran into the attic. Looking at Qin Fei Yang, he said angrily, You have the nerve to let me, a guest, busy myself? You're the only one who thinks of yourself as a guest. Qin Fei Yang shook his head and laughed. Scram. Lu Zheng glared fiercely at Qin Fei Yang, then picked up a few stools and ran out. Lu Zhengyang looked outside and asked, Fei Yang, is there anyone else? Yes. Qin Fei Yang nodded. You child, calling so many people at once, I wasn't prepared at all. Lu Qiuyu shook his head and smiled bitterly. Didn't I already say that we're all family? There's nothing to prepare. Qin Fei Yang said. Lu Qiuyu smiled helplessly. Yo. So many people, is it some kind of happy occasion? Suddenly, another voice rang out. Fatso, Li Yang, Gongsun Bei, Yi Shu, and the others also came under the lead of Yang Wei and Wang Yangfeng. Lu Hong was stunned. Almost everyone was here. Fatso ran in, looked at everyone, cleared his throat, and shouted, Grandpas and grandpas, uncles and aunties, brothers and sisters, hello. Everyone looked at Fatso speechlessly. How old was he? Why was he still so childish? Why is there no reaction? Give me a red packet at least. Fatso said sadly. Everyone rolled their eyes at once. Li Yang's face darkened, and she said, Don't embarrass me here, okay? How is this embarrassing? This is called bonding. You don't understand. Fatso waved his hand and ran to the attic. Li Yang, this damn Fatso, we still have to teach him a lesson. Feng Ling looked at Li Yang and said, Indeed. You're already a father, but you're still so indecent. Lu Hong, Zhao Shuang'er, Ren Wushuang, and Luo Qingzhu also nodded one after another. Fatso ran to Qin Fei Yang's side and looked at Lu Qiuyu with a smile. Hello, Auntie. Lu Qiuyu smiled slightly. Auntie, I have something to talk to boss. After Fatso finished speaking, he dragged Qin Fei Yang and ran to the side. What? Qin Fei Yang looked at him in confusion. Fatso whispered, Boss, what's wrong with you? Didn't we just have a gathering a few days ago? Is this not good? Everyone is together for fun. Qin Fei Yang was suspicious. If it's just a simple gathering, of course it's good. But why does Fat Lord feel that it's not that simple? Fatso frowned. What's not simple? Qin Fei Yang rolled his eyes at Fatso, looked at the men, women, and children in the garden, and said with a smile, I haven't seen such a happy atmosphere for a long time. Chapter 28:18. Not long after, the emperor returned from the morning court. Seeing so many people coming down, the emperor was also stunned. Uncle, I won't disturb you, right? Zhao Shuang'er laughed. No. I'm so happy that you guys can come. You guys chat first, I'll go change my clothes. The emperor smiled slightly, walked into the attic, looked at Lu Qiuyu, and asked in a low voice, What's going on? It was Fei Yang who invited us, saying that he wanted everyone to get together and have a good time. Lu Qiuyu was helpless. The emperor turned his head to look at Qin Fei Yang, who was standing with Fatso, and couldn't help but shake his head and smile, saying, All right, as long as he's happy. Qin Fei Yang was indeed very happy now. Because it had been too long since they had gathered like this. Those smiling faces were like the sun, warming his heart. This scene was also slowly imprinted in his heart, and he would never forget it for the rest of his life. Night gradually fell. The entire autumn rain building was brightly lit. In the garden, there were 5 round tables, which were already filled with hot dishes. Fei Yang, let your brothers and sisters come out to gather, Emperor Hong said. Qin Fei Yang patted his head and laughed. I almost forgot about them, but before you see them, you guys have to be mentally prepared. What? Everyone looked at him suspiciously. Qin Fei Yang smiled mysteriously, and with a wave of his arm, 10 figures appeared in front of everyone. It was Qin Haotian, Qin Wn, Qin Xian, Qin Yun, Qin Ji, Qin Yi, Situ Fei Yang, Lu Xiaofei and his sister. En. Qin Haotian and the others were caught off guard. Because they were not prepared in advance, they were suddenly taken out by Qin Fei Yang. At the same time, Emperor Hong and the others also looked at Qin Haotian and the others suspiciously. Gradually, they revealed a trace of bewilderment. Lu Qiuyu looked at Qin Yi and Qin Yi, and asked, You are? Qin Yi stepped forward and hugged Lu Qiuyu's arm, and said with dissatisfaction, Mother, you can't even recognize your own daughter. It's really you. Lu Qiuyu's face was full of shock. What was going on? A few days ago, they were still 2 children. How did they become a young lady and a handsome young man after going to the Black Tortoise world? Qin Yi also ran in front of Lu Qiuyu and smiled. Mother, look at our cultivation. Boom. Qin Yi directly released his aura. This is divine might. Lu Qiuyu was stunned. Qin Yi smiled proudly and said, Brother Zhu Yi and I have both broken through to the war god realm. What? Both of you broke through to the war god level? Lu Qiuyu was dumbfounded. Qin Yun smiled and said, I don't know about them. We have already become war gods, and Brother Haotian has already become a monarch god. No way. Lu Qiuyu looked at the children in front of her in shock. The emperor and the others were also in disbelief. How many days had it been? Including today, it had only been 5 days, and he had already broken through to the Divine Lord realm? Imperial Mother, Imperial Father, that is indeed the case. Qin Haotian nodded and also released his aura. How could this be? Everyone's face was filled with bewilderment. You may not know, but Fei Yang's Black Tortoise realm now has a time array that lasts 1 day and 1,000 years. Although they have only been in the Black Tortoise realm for 5 days, 5,000 years have passed in there. In addition to all kinds of pills and resources, 5,000 years to break through to the monarch god realm is actually considered slow. Qin Yuan smiled and said. He had been to the Black Tortoise realm and knew how terrifying its foundation was. 1 day and 1,000 years. The emperor and Lu Qiuyu looked at each other. Lu Zheng came back to his senses and hurriedly looked at the Lu siblings and said, Xiaofei, Xiaojia, come, let me see how far you have cultivated. You brat, come over here and let me take a good look. Fatso waved at Situ Fei Yang. In the past few days, the 3 of them had become more mature and steady, exuding a sharp aura from their bodies. Father, Xiaofei, Xiaojia, and I have only cultivated in the Black Tortoise realm for a long time. How much can we improve in 3 days? Situ Fei Yang was helpless. Yes. We have only just become gods. As for Xiaojia, she has barely reached the war god realm. Lu Xiaofei said. You have also become gods. Everyone looked at the 2 of them in shock. What is there to be surprised about? If Auntie Fire Lotus was not worried that we would break through too quickly and affect our state of mind and deliberately slowed down our speed, I am afraid that even Xiaojia would have become gods. Situ Fei Yang said. This is the result of deliberately slowing down the speed. Everyone was dumbfounded. If they did not slow down the speed, what cultivation would these little ones have now? It was hard to imagine. Wait a minute. Fire Lotus. Lu Qiuyu looked at Qin Fei Yang and asked suspiciously, Who is Fire Lotus? Qin Fei Yang smiled and said, She is a sister that I recognized. Lu Qiuyu said, Then why don't you let her come out? We can meet her too. This, Qin Fei Yang was a little hesitant. This is your fault, child. You brought a friend back and still hid her. The emperor was also displeased. There will be a chance in the future. Qin Fei Yang smiled faintly. Emperor Hong greeted with a smile. All right, the food is almost ready. Everyone, please take a seat. Everyone drank and chatted merrily all the way until late at night. Other than those who knew about it, everyone else went to rest. Although the autumn rain pavilion could not accommodate so many people, there were still many palaces nearby. Inside the pavilion, Qin Feiyang, Emperor Hong, Emperor Chen, Qin Yuan, Li Jian, and Old Man Qin were sitting together. Then I will also go back. Qin Haotian walked out of the pavilion and looked at Qin Feiyang. Don't go yet. Qin Feiyang said. Qin Haotian looked suspiciously at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang looked at the pavilion where the candlelight was gradually extinguished and said, "Come in and have a seat." Qin Haotian walked into the pavilion and sat opposite Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang asked, "Do you know why I let you go to the Black Tortoise world to cultivate?" Beside him, Emperor Hong and the others were all drinking tea, not saying a word. "I don't know." Qin Haotian shook his head. "I want to pass the responsibility of protecting the great Qin and forgotten continent to you," Qin Feiyang said. Qin Haotian was stunned and shook his head. "I don't have the time." "Then you can't run away, because you are the third person to have the purple gold dragon blood. Although father and mother gave birth to so many brothers and sisters, I believe that none of them can achieve ancestral awakening." Qin Feiyang smiled. "You are so sure?" Qin Haotian frowned. "It seems that when you awakened the purple gold dragon soul, I already knew the opportunity for ancestral awakening. This opportunity is the purple gold dragon soul. In other words, only the descendants of the Qin clan who awakened the purple gold dragon soul have a certain chance of ancestral awakening," Qin Feiyang said. Qin Haotian frowned, and said, "Even so, so what? I don't know why our Qin clan has the purple gold dragon blood. But I know one thing. Everyone who has the purple gold dragon blood has a different fate than others. For example, my ancestors and I have fought hard to protect the great Qin. I believe that you will be no exception," Qin Feiyang said. "I don't believe in fate." Qin Haotian shook his head. "Whether you believe it or not, in the future, you have to bear the responsibility of protecting all of this. As for my ancestors and I, to be honest, when I returned to the ancient world this time, I didn't plan to come back alive. I think the ancestors should have already made preparations for this." Qin Feiyang sighed. Qin Haotian frowned, and said, "What are you facing in the ancient world? There are some things that are useless even if I tell you. You just have to remember to protect our homeland." With that, Qin Feiyang took out 10 legendary grade divine artifacts and 10 supreme grade divine arts, and said, "These are for you alone." "So much?" Qin Haotian was stunned. "The more you get, the greater the responsibility. I sincerely hope that if there is a day when I come back alive, nothing will change here." Qin Feiyang looked at Qin Haotian and said. Qin Haotian frowned. Why did he feel that something was wrong? "I'll be leaving tomorrow morning." Qin Feiyang sighed. "What?" Qin Haotian was stunned. Although he was also in the Black Tortoise world, because he wasn't in the castle, he couldn't hear what was going on outside, so he didn't know about the small beast. "What? You still don't want me to leave?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Qin Haotian snorted coldly, and said, "I can't wait for you to scram. Don't you know? You're a person who's cold on the outside but warm on the inside." Qin Feiyang shook his head, and then personally handed over the divine artifacts and divine arts to Qin Haotian, and said, "Brother, I'll leave everything at home to you." "Brother," Qin Haotian murmured. Qin Feiyang calling him little brother caused his heart to churn. From the moment Qin Feiyang killed his mother, he never thought that there would be a day when they would call each other brothers. "You guys are brothers." Emperor Hong laughed. "Haotian, this is because your big brother trusts you, so he gave you such a heavy burden. You can't let him down." Emperor Chen sighed. Qin Haotian looked at Emperor Hong and Emperor Chen, then looked at Qin Yuan and the others, and finally looked at Qin Feiyang. In the end, he took a deep breath, took the divine artifacts and divine arts, and said, "I'll take care of everything at home, don't die outside, I still want to take revenge on you." Qin Feiyang smiled with relief, and said, "Just for your words, I will work hard to survive. Then I'll be leaving. I won't be seeing you off tomorrow morning." Qin Haotian stood up and said, "Go." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Qin Haotian turned around and walked out of the pavilion. Just as he turned around, 2 drops of tears quietly slipped down. After Qin Haotian left, Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze, looked at Emperor Hong and the others, and smiled. I knew it, I wouldn't be wrong about people. The faces of Emperor Hong and the others were also filled with gratification. Next, everyone sat in the pavilion, drinking tea and chatting, enjoying the last night. Gradually, the sky brightened. Qin Feiyang looked at the horizon, put down the teacup in his hand, and quietly released his spiritual will. Soon, he saw a scene that made his heart ache. No one was actually sleeping. They stood silently in front of the window, looking at him. Obviously, although he had deliberately concealed it, everyone had already noticed it. Moreover, in order to consider his feelings, no one said anything. They all chose to stand in the dark of the night and silently accompany him for the entire night. Thank you, Qin Feiyang muttered, 2 drops of tears falling from the corner of his eyes. He then got up and stepped into the air without saying a word, disappearing step by step. All that was left was a back view that was imprinted in everyone's hearts, one that they would never forget. Chapter 28:19. Feiyang, Lu Qiuyu stood in front of the window and looked at Qin Feiyang's back as he left. She could no longer hold back her tears. The emperor silently held her in his arms. His heart was also extremely bitter. Boss, do you think we're all stupid? Don't you know you're leaving? We've been with you for so many years. Fatso also hugged the reluctant Li Yang and muttered. Bastard. You must come back alive. Ling Yunfei whispered. Feiyang, we'll all wait for you at home. Old Man Ren Wushuang, Luo Qingzhu, Fengling Yang Nanshan, Jiang Zhengyi, and others, were also silently sending Qin Feiyang off. Spirit state. The Sea of Despair. The surface of the sea in the morning was covered with a layer of white frost. A figure descended above the sea. It was Qin Feiyang. Without any concealment, his divine sense flooded into the undersea city. Whoosh. After a while, 4 figures swept out of the sea. They were the Mermaid Princess, the Mermaid Emperor, the Black-Winged King, and the White-Winged King. Why didn't you go down directly? You even released your divine sense. Do you want me to carry you down in a palanquin? The Mermaid Emperor looked at Qin Feiyang with dissatisfaction. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and said, We won't go down because we're leaving. Leaving? The 4 of them were stunned. The Mermaid Princess hurriedly said, Feiyang, it's only been a few days. Qin Feiyang said, Something happened, so we have to leave. The Mermaid Princess looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously, then looked at the Mermaid Emperor and said, Father, take care of yourself at home. This is too sudden. The Mermaid Emperor frowned. Yeah. Didn't you say you could stay for hundreds of years? What happened? Why did you leave so suddenly? The Black-Winged Monarch and the White-Eyed Wolf also looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. It's nothing. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Who are you trying to fool? Leaving in such a hurry, something big must have happened. The Mermaid Emperor said. Father, Feiyang has good intentions. He didn't tell you because he didn't want you to worry. The Mermaid Princess said. The Mermaid Emperor looked at the Mermaid Princess and sighed deeply. All right. But kid, you better listen carefully. You must take care of my daughter. If I find out that you bullied her, I will not let you off. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and said, I can bully anyone, but not her. At least you have a conscience. Then, you can leave. The Mermaid Emperor waved his hand and turned his head away, his face full of reluctance. Uncles, please take care of my father in the future. The Mermaid Princess said as she looked at the Black-Wing Monarch duo. Don't worry and go. The 2 of them smiled. Phew. The Mermaid Princess took a deep breath and looked at the Mermaid Emperor one last time. She looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Let's go. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled at the Black-Wing Monarch duo. Then, he pulled the Mermaid Princess and left without looking back. The Black-Wing Monarch patted the Mermaid Emperor's shoulder and said, Old man, if you don't take a few more looks, they will really be gone. If they are gone, so be it. The Mermaid Emperor snorted, but his eyes did not listen to him. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the Mermaid Princess. Seeing that the 2 of them were really going to disappear, the Mermaid Emperor quickly shouted, Daughter, you must protect yourself. I will, father. The mermaid princess stopped and turned to smile at the mermaid emperor. Then, she quickly disappeared into the sky with Qin Feiyang. Sigh. The mermaid emperor sighed deeply. Don't sigh. A married daughter is like water that has been poured out. The Blackwing monarch duo comforted him. The mermaid emperor said angrily, but she is not married yet. Is this any different from being married? Let's talk about it later. Young people have their own pursuits and stages. Old people like us should just stay at home and enjoy the rest of our lives. The Blackwing monarch laughed. When you were fighting with me for fame and fortune in the past, why didn't you have such awareness? The mermaid emperor rolled his eyes. Didn't you say it yourself? That was a fight for fame and fortune. Since it was a fight for fame and fortune, it was impossible for us to have such awareness. All right. Let's go and have a few drinks with you. The duo dragged the mermaid emperor and flew down. So that's what happened. In the sky above a mountain. After listening to Qin Feiyang's explanation, the mermaid princess nodded in realization. If not for the small beast, I would not have left so quickly. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The mermaid princess asked, then, this promise of 10,000 years, are you serious about it? There's no escaping from it. Qin Feiyang said. That's true. The mermaid princess nodded. Not to mention anything else, just the Chang Shui. In order to take back Chang Shui, the battle between Qin Feiyang and the small beast would erupt sooner or later. Soon. The duo arrived at the Butterfly Valley. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and Wang Xiajie appeared. The current Wang Xiajie had also stepped into the war god realm. Master's wife. Wang Xiajie looked at the mermaid princess with a hint of surprise on his face. Long time no see. The mermaid princess smiled slightly. Wang Xiajie scratched his head and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, Master, you are too unreasonable. Master's wife is back, but you hid it from everyone. You talk too much. Qin Feiyang glared at him. Wang Xiajie chuckled and asked, why did you suddenly pull me out? It's about time, we have to leave. You should go back and take care of your sister. Qin Feiyang smiled. Leave? Wang Xiajie was stunned. Weren't you there at the time? If I don't leave today, I'm afraid I'll be buried here forever. Qin Feiyang said. That's right. That small beast gave you 3 days. Wang Xiajie nodded. 3,000 years had passed in the Black Tortoise world, and he had almost forgotten about it. Work hard. If you have time, go help Gongsun Bay and contribute to the Forgotten Continent. After all, we can't let your cultivation down, right? Qin Feiyang smiled. This, Wang Xiajie hesitated. Qin Feiyang asked, you want to go to the ancient world with me? Hee hee. Wang Xiajie laughed dryly. Don't even think about it. I'm already very happy that you can help me protect Great Qin and the Forgotten Continent. Qin Feiyang said. Wang Xiajie mumbled, but I really want to go and see it. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, there will be a chance in the future. All right then. Wang Xiajie nodded helplessly and smiled, then master, mistress, take care. En. The two nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and opened the spatial gate. Aren't we going to look for Dong Zhengyang? Mermaid Princess asked. No. Since he didn't come yesterday, he must be prepared to stay in the Forgotten Continent. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and pulled Mermaid Princess into the spatial gate. Master, wait, where's Qin Chen? Wang Xiajie suddenly called out to Qin Feiyang and asked. He has already returned to the Forgotten Continent. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and disappeared with Mermaid Princess. He has already returned? Wang Xiajie was stunned. Demon Dragon Island. The statue was still standing by the sea, like a ruler overlooking the entire Great Qin. Beside the statue stood a man and a woman. This man and woman were Dong Zhengyang and Bai Long. Clang. In the sky. Accompanied by a loud sound, a stone door slowly opened. Dong Zhengyang looked up and smiled, it's the spatial gate, he's here. Bai Long glanced at Dong Zhengyang and looked up at the spatial gate, his face full of reluctance. Qin Feiyang and Mermaid Princess walked out hand in hand. When they saw Dong Zhengyang and Bai Long below, they were stunned. After putting away the spatial gate, Qin Feiyang brought Mermaid Princess and landed in front of Dong Xingyang and smiled. There's no need to specially send me off. Send you off? Dong Xingyang was stunned. Is it not? Seeing Dong Xingyang's reaction, Qin Feiyang asked. Of course not. I've specially waited here for you to return to the ancient world together. Dong Xingyang said. Ah. Qin Feiyang was stunned and smiled bitterly. Seeing that you didn't go to the Imperial Palace yesterday, I thought you were going to stay. Yesterday, we originally planned to go to the Imperial Palace, but thinking that it was a little inappropriate for us to go, we were all outsiders, so we didn't go. Dong Xingyang said. I see. Qin Feiyang suddenly smiled, looked at Bai Long, and asked with a smile, You're willing to let him go to his death? Bai Long looked at Dong Xingyang and smiled, Although I'm reluctant, as a man, I should be responsible. Qin Feiyang smiled. For the first time, he realized that Bai Long's personality was actually quite good. It was just that he was cursed in the past, and his personality became a little extreme. Qin Feiyang looked at Dong Xingyang and asked, Are you ready? Dong Xingyang smiled faintly, looked at Bai Long, and said, Then I'll be leaving. Protect yourself and help to protect Great Qin. Okay. Bai Long nodded and said with a little sob, You must come back alive. Life and death are fated, riches and honor are up to the heavens. If I can really come back alive, I'll openly marry you as Dong Xingyang and hold a grand wedding ceremony for you. Dong Xingyang said. I'll be waiting. Bai Long nodded, a weeping beauty. Dong Xingyang raised his arm, gently wiped away the tears on Bai Long's face, and resolutely turned around and rushed into the sea. We'll meet again. Qin Feiyang smiled at Bai Long, then reluctantly glanced at the land, pulled the Mermaid Princess, and disappeared into the deep sea without looking back. It was also possible that they would never meet again. The teleportation altar to the miracle was in the deep sea. Although the conditions to revive the altar were harsh, it was not difficult for Qin Feiyang back then, let alone now. Soon. They returned to the second level of the miracle. Why are they so fast? Sensing the appearance of the three, the fire python immediately descended in front of them, and was quite surprised. Small beast has given the order, do we dare to continue to stay? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. What? Lord Beast God has been to Great Qin? The fire python was shocked. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, Let's not talk about this. You secretly sent us back to Great Qin. Did small beast do anything to you? No. The fire python shook its head and said with a smile, Because of this, I gained a blessing in disguise. A blessing in disguise? Qin Feiyang and the others looked at it suspiciously. Now I'm not only the guardian of the first and second level, but also the guardian of the third level. The fire python laughed. No way. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. Chapter 28:20. Wasn't the guardian of the third floor equivalent to the guardian of the underworld king's hell? Needless to say, the fire python had really profited from a disaster. Because the first and second floors were on a completely different level from the third floor. Dong Zhengyang asked, Then can you enter the temple to cultivate? Of course. The fire python nodded. Since he had already become the guardian of the third floor, it was natural for him to enter the temple to cultivate. After all, the temple had a time array, who didn't want to enter? Congratulations. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled. You're welcome. The fire python shook his head. Since Brother Fire is now the guardian of the underworld king's hell, then I implore Brother Fire to take care of the blood demon race in the future. Because back then in the underworld king's hell, the blood demon race helped me a lot. Qin Feiyang said. Of course. The fire python smiled. Thank you. Qin Feiyang was grateful. Why are you thanking me as a friend? What are your plans next? The fire python asked. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said in a deep voice, I don't want to go to the underworld king's hell anymore, I want to go back to the ancient world directly. The chief pavilion master, Long Zun, and the other ancestral dragons all thought that he was in the underworld king's hell. If he were to return to the ancient world now, he would definitely be able to catch them off guard. The most important thing was, if he entered the underworld king's hell, he wouldn't be able to enter the castle to cultivate. The castle's time array was 1,000 years per day. It was a bit of a waste not being able to enter to cultivate. Return to the ancient world? The fire python frowned. I know that you can't help me anymore. As a friend, I won't make things difficult for you. I want to try it myself. Qin Feiyang said. You're going by yourself? The entrance to the ancient world is on the first floor. And you know the rules of the first floor. Once you surpass the War Emperor and enter the first floor, you will be erased by the rule force. Not to mention, you're still at the 9th heaven realm. If you go to the first floor now, you're courting death. Do you know that? The fire python quickly said. Rule force. Qin Feiyang looked up at the sky, his eyes to say, why don't we stay on the second floor? Dong Xingyang said. Staying on the second level meant entering the castle to cultivate in seclusion. That won't do. If I let you stay on the second floor and Lord Beast God finds out, he will definitely punish me. Simply speaking, you only have one choice now. Enter the hell of the King of Hell. The fire python said. Feiyang, you can enter hell too. At that time, you can go to the ancient city of the Serene King and cultivate in seclusion for a few hundred years. The ancient city's time array is also very powerful. By the time we leave hell, you'll be able to break through to the imperishable realm. The mermaid princess said. Qin Feiyang remained silent. Dong Zhengyang glanced at Qin Feiyang, then looked at the fire python and cupped his hands. Brother Fire, may I ask where the entrance to the 4th floor is? The 4th floor? The fire python was slightly stunned. He frowned and asked, why are you suddenly asking about this? I'm just curious. Dong Zhengyang said. In the past few days, I've learned a bit about the Infernal King's hell. The entrance to the 4th floor is in the east, which is the opposite direction of the divine demon forest. However, to enter the 4th floor, you must first be at the imperishable realm. Otherwise, other than Lord Beast God, even I can't send you to the 4th floor safely. Because the passage to the 4th floor is filled with a terrifying storm. This storm can kill any living being below the imperishable realm. The fire python said. So terrifying? Dong Zhengyang was shocked. Yes. In short, it's best not to go before reaching the imperishable realm. After the fire python finished speaking, it looked at Qin Feiyang again. It steeled its heart and closed its eyes. Dong Zhengyang and the mermaid princess looked at the fire python suspiciously. After a while, the fire python opened his eyes and said, Lord Beast God and Lord Ice Dragon are not in the divine ruins now. I'll send you to the ancient world. What? Qin Feiyang looked up at the fire python. I also found the entrance to the ancient world just now. There's no time to lose. Let's go now. After saying that, the fire python took the 3 of them and appeared in the sky above a plain on the 1st floor. There were fierce beasts everywhere on the plain. But at this moment, an extremely strange scene appeared. There was nothing in the void in front of them, but these fierce beasts were retreating in fear. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be scared out of their wits and think that they had seen a ghost. Qin Feiyang and the others were very familiar with it. The fire python waved his hand and a surge of divine power rushed forward. With a clang, an ancient stone door appeared out of thin air. This was the entrance to the ancient world. Brother Fire, thank you. If the small beast finds out, just say that you don't know anything and let it come to me. I have a way to deal with it. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. The fire python nodded and said, take care. I look forward to seeing you next time. I look forward to it too. By the way, tell the madman and Yang Li that I have returned to the ancient world. After Qin Feiyang said that, he led Dong Zhengyang and the mermaid princess into the stone door without looking back. The fire python also withdrew his divine power and the stone door disappeared into thin air. You must live. I'm still waiting for you to kill the fire dragon. The fire python muttered and then disappeared into thin air. Northern region. Land of the undead. As always, it was incomparably dark. The air was filled with a rotten and tragic smell. Qin Feiyang glanced at the familiar land and looked at Dong Zhengyang and the mermaid princess. He smiled and said, you two go to the Black Tortoise world first. Okay. The 2 of them nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the two of them to the Black Tortoise world. Then, he took Huiyi and the five-clawed golden dragon out. This is. Huiyi glanced around. That's right. Land of the undead. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. Huiyi grinned and said, okay, we can go to Dongling. Speaking of Dongling, the five-clawed golden dragon's eyes lit up. Thinking about immortal intoxication all day long. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them speechlessly. The five-clawed golden dragon also maintained his human form. He was a middle-aged man in golden clothes. What do you know? Huiyi pursed his lips. The three of them rushed out of the land of the undead and went straight to Nine Heavens Palace. Nine Heavens Palace. Peak of the mountain. An old man in white sat cross-legged in front of the heaven stairway. Although countless disciples came and went, the old man never opened his eyes. This person was Elder Wei. Shangguan Fenglan's master was also one of the guardians of Nine Heavens Palace. Swish. Suddenly, three figures descended on the peak of the mountain. It was Qin Feiyang and the other two. However, Qin Feiyang and Huiyi had changed their appearances in order not to cause a sensation. Sensing the aura of Qin Feiyang and the other two, Elder Wei finally opened his eyes. Two cold lights burst out of his eyes. The disciples who came and went also stopped and looked at the three unfamiliar faces. Elder Wei. Qin Feiyang stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and transmitted his voice, I am Qin Feiyang. Elder Wei's heart moved. He turned to look at the disciples next to him and waved his hand. What are you all looking at? The group of disciples suddenly dispersed. Elder Wei retracted his gaze and looked at Huiyi and the five-clawed golden dragon, frowning. Which one of you is the vice palace master? Me. Huiyi said. Elder Wei immediately looked at Huiyi, his face full of anger, and secretly said, no matter what, you are still the vice palace master. How can you run around all day? Don't I have you guys here? Why should I stay in Nine Heavens Palace? Huiyi pouted. How can we be the same as you? Elder Wei was helpless. What's the difference? Enough. Little Gold, let's go to East Tomb. Qin Feiyang, hurry up and tell me what you need to tell me. Huiyi left a sentence and went straight to the teleportation altar above the stairway with the five-clawed golden dragon. Because Qin Feiyang had already used the space-time gate in Great Qin, he could only go to East Tomb through the altar. Sigh. Elder Wei couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Qin Feiyang shook his head in amusement and transmitted his voice. Elder Wei, how has everyone been these years? Pretty good. Elder Wei nodded and asked, how about you guys? We're pretty good too. Qin Feiyang said. Last time, the Vice Palace Master came back and said you guys were going to hell? Elder Wei said. Qin Feiyang nodded. Is it over? Elder Wei asked. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, not yet. I ran back halfway. You can run back halfway? Elder Wei was stunned. It's a long story. This time I'm here mainly to give you guys something. Qin Feiyang secretly said. What is it? Elder Wei was suspicious. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and more than 10,000 jade slips and more than 10,000 divine artifacts appeared. Elder Wei was surprised. This is what senior brother Frenzy and I got in hell. We agreed that each of us would get half. His half was prepared for the Nine Heavens Palace. Although those supreme divine artifacts are with him now, these divine artifacts I'm giving you are all legendary and pinnacle grade. Qin Feiyang said. So many. Elder Wei was dumbfounded. These divine artifacts were indeed legendary and pinnacle grade. And there were not only legendary and pinnacle grade divine arts, but also supreme grade. What exactly was the Underworld King's hell? There were so many terrifying divine artifacts. Wait. Where's Frenzy? Why don't I see him? Suddenly, Elder Wei glanced behind Qin Feiyang and hurriedly asked. He's still in hell. Qin Feiyang said. Elder Wei was surprised. Why is he still in hell? Could it be? Don't think too much, he's fine. On the contrary, he has a great fortune now. Because he's receiving the inheritance of the law. Qin Feiyang smiled. Elder Wei was shocked. There's still the inheritance of the law in hell? En. Qin Feiyang nodded. Unbelievable. Elder Wei murmured, looking at Qin Feiyang, and said with a hoarse smile, "Thank you. With these divine artifacts and divine arts, the strength of my Jotian palace will instantly increase by several times." "You're being too polite. Jotian palace has given me and senior brother Frenzy a new lease of life. Of course, we all hope that Jotian palace can become better and better," Qin Feiyang said. "It's enough that you guys can have this kind of heart." Elder Wei was very pleased. "Hurry up and keep it, lest other disciples see it. Also, it's best not to spread the news that I gave you guys the divine artifacts and divine arts," Qin Feiyang reminded. This old man knows. After all, there are so many divine artifacts and divine arts. As long as one isn't a fool, they will guess and be suspicious. Elder Wei nodded. With a wave of his old hand, all the divine arts and divine artifacts disappeared into the yin and yang ring. Chapter 28-21. In addition, Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, looked at old Wei and said, "I'll give you another 100 crystal veins and soul veins." Crystal veins, soul veins? Old Wei was slightly taken aback, shook his head and said, "We have all of these, you don't have to give them to us." "Are you sure you don't want them? These aren't ordinary crystal veins and soul lines." Qin Feiyang laughed. "Although this old man has never been to the divine land, I can be considered as someone who has seen the world. Other than the divine level soul veins and crystal veins, they are nothing in my eyes." Old Wei chuckled. "Ah." Qin Feiyang was stunned. Did old Wei think that he was going to give him the soul veins and crystal veins below the divine level? If it's rank 1 or 2 divine level soul veins and crystal veins, this old man can still consider it. Old Wei said again. "Old senior, you're looking down on this junior." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. A mere rank 1 or 2 divine level soul veins and crystal veins, he couldn't take them out. Looking at Qin Feiyang's reaction, old Wei couldn't help but be suspicious. Could it be that it was more than rank 1 or 2? "Come with me, elder." Qin Feiyang didn't explain much, turned around and landed in a valley below, and transmitted his voice. "Fire Lotus, are you ready?" "Is it necessary?" Fire Lotus asked secretly. "Of course. You and Hue Yi have helped me so much all these years. What's a mere crystal vein and soul vein?" Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. "That's right. Giving the crystal vein and soul vein to 9 Heaven Palace was all because of Fire Lotus and Hue Yi. Especially Fire Lotus, who had been helping him all these years. It could be said that, without Fire Lotus, there wouldn't be the current Black Tortoise realm. Because the current Black Tortoise realm was created by Fire Lotus. So, putting himself in their shoes, he naturally wouldn't mistreat Fire Lotus and 9 Heaven Palace. "All right," Fire Lotus responded. Soon, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and 100 crystal veins and soul veins appeared. "This is..." Elder Wei stood beside Qin Feiyang. At first, he didn't think much of it, but when he saw these crystal veins and soul lines with his own eyes, he was shocked. Even though he was knowledgeable and experienced, he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the 100 crystal veins and spirit veins. This was because he discovered that he couldn't see through the levels of these crystal veins and soul veins. "These are all rank 8 deities." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Level 8. God Realm," Old Wei muttered, his eyes filled with shock. You couldn't find a single crystal vein and soul vein of this level in the entire 4 regions. Perhaps it was rare even in the Divine Land. When he came back to his senses, Elder Wei hurriedly waved his hand and said, "This is too precious. I don't deserve it. Why are you being so polite with me?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "This old man is not being polite with you. You're facing dragons now. What you need the most is cultivation resources. This kind of supreme treasure is the most helpful to you. Don't give it to us. It's a waste." Elder Wei shook his head. Taking out 100 rank 8 spirit veins and crystal veins in one go was simply too shocking. Spirit veins and crystal veins of this level were legendary existences in his eyes. "I still have a lot." Qin Feiyang smiled. "A lot?" Elder Wei was stunned. "Yes. Back in the Divine Land, I snatched a lot of crystal veins and soul veins. And now, the time rule of the Black Tortoise realm is 1,000 years, so they've all evolved to rank 8 deities. Qin Feiyang said. 1,000 years in a day. The corner of Elder Wei's mouth twitched. These were all monsters. After pondering for a while, he said, "Well, this old man won't stand on ceremony with you." It would be a lie to say that he wasn't tempted by the rank 8 deities' soul veins and crystal veins. It was only because he considered that Qin Feiyang and the others needed more crystal veins and soul veins, so he refused. But now, since Qin Feiyang said that he had a lot, he certainly didn't stand on ceremony. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and asked, "How is Shangguan Qiu now?" She went to the Divine Land a long time ago." Elder Wei said. "What? She went to the Divine Land?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "Yes. The last time the Pavilion Master went to the Divine Land, he took Shangguan Qiu with him. The Pavilion Master came back and said that Shangguan Qiu chose to stay in the Divine Land." Elder Wei said. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Why did they go to the Divine Land? Didn't they tell you before that the Chief Pavilion Master would go to the Divine Land every 100 years? Elder Wei asked. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and nodded. "Yes, but it's been so long that I forgot. It was the Deputy Pavilion Master who told him this. Therefore, he went to the Deputy Pavilion Master to inquire about the dragons. The Deputy Pavilion Master told him that if he really wanted to go to the Divine Land, he could go together with the Pavilion Master." Qin Feiyang also asked how long it would take for the Pavilion Master to go to the Divine Land. The Deputy Pavilion Master answered that it would take 50 years. Qin Feiyang couldn't wait 50 years, so he didn't take it to heart. Shangguan Qiu entered the Divine Land after he entered the Hell of the Nether King. And he stayed in the Hell of the Nether King for more than 200 years. In other words, Shangguan Qiu had stayed in the Divine Land for almost 200 years. Why did she stay in the Divine Land? Qin Feiyang frowned. Elder Wei sighed. "Do you still need to think about it? Any sensible person knows that she must have done it for you." "Silly woman." Qin Feiyang shook his head and asked, "Did the Pavilion Master say where she is in the Divine Land now?" "You'll have to ask Shangguan Fenglan or the Pavilion Master," Elder Wei said. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead and sighed. "She can't stay in the treasure house of the Divine Land." "What do you mean?" "She's a member of the treasure house. Isn't it good to stay in the treasure house?" Elder Wei was suspicious. "There are some things that you don't understand." Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. "That's it for now. I'll go find the Pavilion Master." "Okay." Elder Wei nodded. Qin Feiyang opened an altar and walked up. "Strange." Elder Wei shook his head, put away the vein of soul and vein of crystal, and returned to the Ninth Heaven Palace. When he found the first elder, explained this matter, and took out the vein of soul, vein of crystal, divine weapons, and divine arts, the first elder was also shocked. Then, the first elder was filled with emotion. He didn't expect that in just a few hundred years, Qin Feiyang and Frenzy had grown to such a level and given such a rich reward to the Ninth Heaven realm. In the southwest of the northern region, there was a stretch of undulating mountains. Somewhere in the mountain, there was a valley. In the valley, there was a courtyard, and beside the courtyard, there was a small pond. Inside, lotus leaves stood tall and lotus flowers bloomed. In addition, there was a vegetable garden around. Numerous green wild vegetables, exuding vitality, swayed in the wind. From the looks of it, it was as if an ordinary family lived here. Everything appeared ordinary and plain. However, when Qin Feiyang came here and looked at the courtyard in front of him, his face was full of respect. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feiyang recovered his true appearance and bowed. "Junior Qin Feiyang requests to see the Pavilion Master." Da. At that moment, a burst of hurried footsteps sounded, and a woman walked out of the house. The woman was about 35 or 36 years old, wearing a red dress. Her black hair was tied up high, with an exquisite jade hairpin in the middle, looking dignified and virtuous. Moreover, she was very kind, without any threatening aura. Although there were crow's feet at the corner of her eyes, whether it was her figure or skin, they were all like a young girl. "It's really you?" The pavilion master stood at the door and looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. The pavilion master walked quickly to Qin Feiyang and asked, "Didn't you go to the Hell of Hades?" "I just came back." Qin Feiyang said. "That's not right. I heard that this Hell of Hades can only come out after 1,000 years. Are you really Qin Feiyang?" The pavilion master frowned. Qin Feiyang took out a Heaven's Eye stone, held it in his hand, and said with a wry smile, "It's real." Seeing that the Heaven's Eye stone did not respond for a long time, the pavilion master was finally relieved and asked suspiciously, "It's not time yet, how did you come out?" "By chance, I found a way out." Qin Feiyang smiled vaguely. The pavilion master rolled his eyes, obviously not believing it, but he did not continue to ask and said, "Come in and sit." Qin Feiyang walked into the yard and followed the pavilion master to the stone table next to him. The pavilion master smiled and said, "Why did you suddenly come to me?" Qin Feiyang sighed and said, "There's something I have to ask." "What is it?" The pavilion master was suspicious. "Shangguan Qiu," Qin Feiyang said. The pavilion master was stunned and asked, "You've seen her?" "I haven't returned to the Divine Land yet, how could I see her? I just went to see Elder Wei, and he told me that Shangguan Qiu stayed in the Divine Land, so I came to you to ask about the details." Qin Feiyang said. "I see." The pavilion master nodded and said with a smile, "After I took her to the Divine Land, I went to the Divine Land again." "She's doing well in the Divine Land, then where is she?" Qin Feiyang asked. The pavilion master smiled and said, "The treasure school in the Holy Dragon City." She really went to the treasure school, and it's the treasure school in the Holy Dragon City. Qin Feiyang's face suddenly darkened. What's wrong? Looking at Qin Feiyang's reaction, the pavilion master was puzzled. What's she doing in the treasure school? Qin Feiyang asked instead of answering. Of course, she's helping the steward of the treasure school in the Holy Dragon City to take care of the treasure school's affairs. Qin Feiyang said. The steward of the treasure school, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and his divine power emerged and condensed into a round fatso. That's him. Last time I visited Qiu, she said that the steward treats her very well. And she made a friend called Ren Xiaolan. Ren Xiaolan is also helping the steward to take care of the treasure school's affairs. The pavilion master said. Whether it's the steward or Ren Xiaolan, I know them all. This Ren Xiaolan is valued by the steward because of me. Qin Feiyang sighed. The pavilion master said suspiciously, "They're all people you know. Isn't that good? Why do you look so sad? There are some things that you don't know." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "What are you trying to say?" The pavilion master frowned. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, "Do they know about my relationship with Shangguan Qiu?" "They know. That's why the chief pavilion master let Qiu stay in the Holy Dragon City." The pavilion master nodded. "What? You've seen the chief pavilion master?" Qin Feiyang suddenly stood up. "We didn't see him with our own eyes, but according to the steward of the treasure school in the Holy Dragon City, the chief pavilion master seemed to be very happy after knowing about your relationship with Qiu." The pavilion master smiled. Chapter 28-22. She was worried that she couldn't deal with me, and now you're giving her such a good bargaining chip. Of course, she's happy. Qin Feiyang snorted. Deal with you? Bargaining chip. The cabinet master was surprised. That's right. You're giving her timely help by sending Shangguan Qiu to her. Qin Feiyang shook his head. What do you mean by that? The cabinet master was confused. Don't you understand? The chief cabinet master and I are enemies. You're just causing trouble for me, Qin Feiyang said angrily. If he didn't know the cabinet master well, he would have suspected that the cabinet master was deliberately targeting him. What? Your enemies? The cabinet master was surprised. That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded. After calming down, he asked, You've been to the Divine Land. You should have heard of the dragon-slaying palace, right? I've heard a little about it. The cabinet master said. The dragon-slaying palace has 4 sovereigns. 2 of them are my 2 ancestors. Of the remaining 2, one is Supreme Cloud and the other is Supreme Beast. Supreme Beast has already submitted to me. Now, Only Supreme Cloud is left. Supreme Cloud is the chief cabinet master of the treasure school, Qin Feiyang said. The chief cabinet master is one of the 4 sovereigns of the dragon-slaying palace. The cabinet master was shocked. Yes. Although she's a sovereign of the dragon-slaying palace, she's tried to get rid of me more than once because of her ambition. She even fought with me in the Nether King's hell. But in the end, she died in the hands of senior brother Lunatic. Think about it. Now that you've sent Shangguan Qiu to her, how can she not be happy? Qin Feiyang said. How could this be? The cabinet master murmured. Shangguan Qiu was not only her disciple, but also her biological daughter. But now, she had pushed Shangguan Qiu into the fire pit. Wait. Since the chief cabinet master is dead, does that mean Yuer's crisis no longer exists? The cabinet master asked. It's not as simple as you think. Supreme Cloud's divine souls hell before she went there. In other words, even if we kill her in the Underworld King's hell, she will be reborn. Qin Feiyang sighed. What do we do now? The pavilion master panicked. What else can we do? Of course we're going to the Divine Prefecture and rescue her from the treasure pavilion. Qin Feiyang said. Then go quickly, the pavilion master urged. We can't go now. We have to wait until dawn. Qin Feiyang shook his head. This was because they had to wait until dawn to open the gate of time and space. I'm sorry, I really didn't know about this. If I had known, I wouldn't have brought her to the Divine Continent no matter how much Qiu begged me. I wouldn't have left her in the Divine Continent either. The pavilion master looked at Qin Feiyang with a face full of self-blame. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply and said, I don't blame you. After all, you are in the northern region and know nothing about the situation in the Divine Land. Just now, it was also my fault. I couldn't help but get angry with you. It's all right. You're also worried about Qiu. The pavilion master waved his hand. Actually, it's my fault. Shangguan Qiu went to the Divine Continent because of me. If I had been more ruthless back then and made her hate me more, I don't think this would have happened. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Silly boy. You don't understand things like love. Sometimes, the deeper the hatred, the deeper the love. The pavilion master sighed. Suddenly, Hu Yi and the 5-clawed golden dragon appeared and asked suspiciously, What are you doing here? Qin Feiyang looked up at the two of them and asked in surprise, Why are you here? We came back from Dongling and heard from Old Man Wei that you hurriedly came to find the pavilion master, so we came to see if something had happened. The two of them landed beside Qin Feiyang and asked. Qin Feiyang asked, So, you've already gotten the immortal wine? Of course. Hu Yi nodded and smiled proudly. And this time, we've completely emptied the wine cellar of the Heaven Immortal Tower. Qin Feiyang shook his head speechlessly. Hu Yi frowned. Let's get down to business. Did something happen? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and briefly explained the situation. Hu Yi frowned and looked at the pavilion master. Why are you so silly? Sigh. The pavilion master lowered his head and blamed himself. Hu Yi sat at the side and shook his head. It's my fault. When I went to Dongling with little gold to buy the immortal wine, I should have informed you. After Hu Yi finished speaking, he became angry again. But who would have thought that this silly girl would run to the Divine Continent? Enough. Qin Feiyang stared at Hu Yi and said, For now, Shangguan Qiu shouldn't be in any danger. Hu Yi and the other two looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. In the eyes of the pavilion master, we're still in hell. So, there's no point in attacking Shangguan Qiu now. Qin Feiyang said. Yes. Even if she wants to use Shangguan Qiu to threaten you, she'll have to wait until hell is closed. As for now, I think she'll just send someone to monitor Shangguan Qiu's whereabouts. Hu Yi nodded. So, this time, we'll go back to the ancient world and play a key role. Because the pavilion master won't think that we've already returned to the ancient world, so there won't be any precautions. After midnight, we'll go to the Divine Continent. If nothing goes wrong, we'll be able to easily take Shangguan Qiu away. Qin Feiyang said. Haha, it seems that going back to the ancient world is a wise choice. Hu Yi laughed. If they entered hell again and left a few hundred years later, the The pavilion master would catch Shangguan Qiu and kill them all when they were unprepared. Actually, there's another crucial point. It's only been a little more than 100 years since the pavilion master was killed. I think the pavilion master's divine soul and divine body haven't been rebuilt yet. The five-clawed golden dragon suddenly said. Yes. The pavilion master's cultivation is at the great achievement eternal realm. It'll take at least tens of thousands of years to rebuild her divine body and divine soul. Hue Yi nodded. What's right? Didn't great-grandmother and the others say that the dragon-slaying palace also has a time formation? Although this time formation isn't very good, it can last 50 years in a day. 50 years in a day, 500 years in 10 days, and 5,000 years in 100 days. More than 100 years have passed. She should have rebuilt her divine soul and divine body long ago. Qin Feiyang said. You didn't think of this, did you? Hue Yi smiled proudly. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. Think about it. She didn't trust Qin Batian and Lu Zhengyang. Why would she put her split divine soul in the dragon-slaying palace? Then don't mention entering the dragon-slaying palace to rebuild her divine soul and divine body. You should know that your two ancestors aren't good people. If they knew this, would they let go of this opportunity? Definitely not. So, the chief pavilion master doesn't dare to enter the dragon-slaying palace to rebuild her divine body and divine soul. Hue Yi smiled. That makes sense. Qin Feiyang nodded. So I'm sure that she hasn't rebuilt her complete divine soul and divine body. And this is an opportunity for us. We can directly control her divine soul. If she doesn't surrender, we'll destroy her. Hue Yi sneered. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, it's useless to say this now. What if she has other ways? Let's wait until we reach the divine land. Hue Yi smiled and said, okay, I'll go back and see Lan Er. Qin Feiyang said, don't tell her about Shangguan Qiu's current situation. Do I need you to remind me? Hue Yi glanced at Qin Feiyang indifferently, opened an altar, and left without looking back. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and waved his hand. Qin Chen appeared in front of him. Qin Feiyang pointed at the woman and said, this is the pavilion master of the treasure pavilion. You should call her senior. Greetings, senior. Qin Chen bowed respectfully. He is. The pavilion master glanced at Qin Chen and then looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. He's one of my. Qin Feiyang glanced at Qin Chen with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Finally, he looked at the pavilion master and smiled. He's my disciple. Disciple? Qin Chen was stunned. The pavilion master was also surprised. She looked up at Qin Chen and smiled. You're lucky to be able to become Qin Feiyang's disciple. Qin Chen wanted to say something but stopped. The five-clawed golden dragon shook his head helplessly and said, silly boy, why aren't you greeting your master? Okay. Qin Chen came back to his senses and quickly knelt on the ground, saying respectfully, disciple greets master. Get up. Little Gold, since you're free now, take him to the north region and let him see the scenery of the ancient world. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. The five-clawed golden dragon nodded and picked up Qin Chen as if he was picking up a chick, disappearing into the distance. The pavilion master looked at the back of the five-clawed golden dragon and asked suspiciously, Feiyang, who is this little gold? Why do I feel that his aura is very strong? His real body is a five-clawed golden dragon, and his cultivation is also in the eternal realm. I subdued him in the divine land. Qin Feiyang smiled. Five-clawed golden dragon. The pavilion master was shocked. The five-clawed golden dragon was a divine dragon with an extremely orthodox bloodline power. Even among the dragons, it was rare. Qin Feiyang had subdued a five-clawed golden dragon? Did the dragons know about this? Would they come to find trouble with him? Don't worry. The dragons wouldn't dare to find trouble with me even if they knew. Qin Feiyang smiled confidently. The pavilion master was slightly stunned and said with a wry smile, that's true. After all, even in the divine land, you are very famous now. Thinking back to when Qin Feiyang first appeared in the northern region, he didn't have any cultivation at all. If it weren't for his clever mind, he would have died long ago. But now, He had stepped into the greater ninth heaven realm. This speed was really too fast for others to catch up with. Qin Feiyang suddenly transmitted a voice to Dan Wangxai in the castle, "Refine a Triyuan True Spirit Elixir for me. I have it ready-made." Dan Wangxai was looking for herbs in the herb field. When he heard Qin Feiyang's voice, he immediately responded, "Then give it to me. I can raise my cultivation to the peak of the ninth heaven realm." Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. "Okay." Dan Wangxai responded, took out a jade box, and took out an elixir. Outside. Qin Feiyang's mind moved, and the elixir appeared in his hand out of thin air. This was the Triyuan True Spirit Elixir. Gold, purple, and silver, like 3 ribbons, intertwined together, looking extremely beautiful. There were also 3 dragon-shaped elixir chi lingering on it. What kind of elixir is this? The pavilion master looked at the Triyuan True Spirit Elixir curiously. An elixir that can help me break through my cultivation. Qin Feiyang chuckled and put the Triyuan True Spirit Elixir into his mouth. Boom. Soon. A surge of majestic energy exploded within his body. Qin Feiyang's aura also burst out uncontrollably. In less than 3 breaths, his cultivation suddenly soared to the peak of the ninth heaven realm. However, right at the moment when he thought that it was the end, his cultivation began to soar once again. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Young master, I forgot to tell you. This Triyuan True Spirit Elixir is the same as the Chaos Divine Elixir and the Yin-Yang Chaos Elixir. The Triyuan True Spirit Elixir with 3 dragon-shaped elixir chi has a 30% chance of increasing one's cultivation by 2 small realms. Dan Wangxai's voice suddenly sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Why didn't you say so earlier? Qin Feiyang said angrily. If he had said so earlier, he would have refined one himself. This way, there would be a 40% chance. Because at that time, he didn't look at the elixir recipe very carefully, so he didn't know there was such a thing. I thought you knew. Dan Wangxai chuckled. You guy. Qin Feiyang felt helpless. Feeling the soaring aura, he was extremely nervous. If he could suddenly reach the peak of the ninth heaven realm, it would undoubtedly save a lot of time. And now, what he needed the most was cultivation. Because the peak of the ninth heaven realm was a threshold. Once he stepped into the peak of the ninth heaven realm, he was only 1 step away from the half-step invincible realm. Boom. Time passed breath by breath. Under Qin Feiyang's nervous expectation, his cultivation suddenly soared to the peak of the ninth heaven realm. Great. Qin Feiyang also excitedly slapped the stone table and suddenly stood up. His face was full of excitement. This time, even the white-eyed wolf would be speechless. After all, there was only a 30% chance. No way. At the same time, the pavilion master sitting opposite him was also dumbfounded. He actually broke through 2 small realms in a row. What kind of elixir was this? It was unbelievable. One had to know. This was the ninth heaven realm, not the god of war or the divine lord. It was incredible. If this elixir was auctioned, wouldn't it cause a frenzy among the people of the 4 major regions? No, it would be a bloodbath. Chapter 28-23. Qin Feiyang restrained his energy and looked at the cabinet master's drooling face. What are you thinking? Well, the cabinet master stammered. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. If the treasure pavilion had nothing to do with Supreme Cloud, I would definitely give you this pill without hesitation. The cabinet master smiled bitterly. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and looked at the cabinet master. I have a question for you. What is it? The cabinet master was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, if Supreme Cloud is killed one day and the treasure pavilion falls into my hands, will you be my enemy? The cabinet master shook his head. I only want to see the rise of the human race. Nothing else matters. What about the people in Dongling, Shimor, and Nanhuang? Qin Feiyang asked. The cabinet master smiled. They should be thinking the same thing as me. I see. Qin Feiyang smiled. He wasn't afraid that the cabinet master would be his enemy. After all, with his current foundation, he could dominate the 4 major regions. Like all the powerful divine artifacts. There were also Fire Lotus, Huo Yi, Feng Dazhi, and the five-clawed golden dragon. People like Zhao Tailai, the blood Kirin, and the demon ancestor were also trying to break through to the Eternal Realm. He believed that it wouldn't be long before the number of Eternal Realm overlords around him reached double digits. Although they still couldn't compare to the dragons, they were invincible in the 4 major regions. However, the Cabinet Master, the Deputy Cabinet Master, and Elder Pang of the Dongling Treasure Pavilion had all helped and supported him before, so he wanted to know their positions in advance. This way, he could think of a way to deal with it in advance. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang seemed to have thought of something. He lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Cabinet Master, have you heard of the Blood Ancestor? Blood Ancestor? The Cabinet Master paused and shook his head. Never heard of him at all. Qin Feiyang heard this and a trace of disappointment appeared in his eyes. But on second thought, even the Divine Land didn't know much about the Blood Ancestor, let alone the Cabinet Master of the North region. Is this person very important? The Pavilion Master was doubtful. It's not that important. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The Pavilion Master nodded. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and asked, "Can you help me contact the Great Elder?" "All right." The Pavilion Master took out an image crystal. Wang. Very soon, the phantom of an old man appeared. This old man was none other than the Great Elder of the 9 Heavens Palace. At this moment, the first elder was brimming with joy and happiness. The Pavilion Master asked curiously, "What's so good that you're so happy?" I can't tell you. The Grand Elder waved his hand. The reason he was happy was naturally because of the soul vein, crystal vein, divine artifact, and divine art that Qin Feiyang had given to the 9 Heavens Palace. However, before Elder Wei left, he repeatedly reminded him not to tell anyone about it. This old man has actually learned how to act mysterious. The Pavilion Master was speechless. Someone is looking for you. Looking for me? The Grand Elder was taken aback. The Pavilion Master turned the image crystal to face Qin Feiyang. Grand Elder. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. It's you. The Grand Elder immediately smiled even more happily and said, I was still complaining. It's not easy to return to the northern region, but you didn't come to see this old man. I didn't want to cause a sensation. Besides, hasn't Hue Yi already returned to the 9 Heavens Palace? Qin Feiyang said. How could that kid Hue Yi come to see me? He must be surrounding Shangguan Fenglan. The Grand Elder shook his head. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. It seemed that other than Elder Wei, no one knew Hue Yi's true identity. Qin Feiyang said, Grand Elder, I asked the Pavilion Master to send you a message mainly to ask you, do you know Senior Brother Madman? En. The Grand Elder was slightly taken aback and said unhappily, look at what you're saying. He's my grandson, of course I know him. Although he wasn't his biological grandson, he had always treated Madman as his own grandson. Then do you know his background? Qin Feiyang asked. Background? The Grand Elder was taken aback, then frowned and said, don't say, I really don't know about his background. I only heard Mo Wuyuan say that he accidentally met him outside. Mo Wuyuan was the Grand Elder's son, Madman's adoptive father. Then why do you say you know? Qin Feiyang was speechless. The Grand Elder said, apart from his background, this old man naturally knows about everything else. Qin Feiyang shook his head and asked again, then do you know that Senior Brother Madman has mastered a heaven-defying divine art? This old man knows. The Grand Elder nodded. Qin Feiyang said, then do you know who taught him this heaven-defying divine art? According to him, it seems that a mysterious senior gave it to him. But he didn't say the details. You've been with him for so long, so you know his character. If he doesn't want to say it, it's useless even if you force him. The Grand Elder was a little helpless. That's the truth. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Madman had such a character. This time, he had wanted to ask the Great Elder about it and pay a visit to that old senior. But now it seemed that he could only wait for Madman to return from hell. The Grand Elder asked suspiciously, why did you suddenly think of investigating this kid's background? To tell you the truth, we encountered a lot of strange things in hell. Especially Senior Brother Madman. Not only can he absorb the evil force, but he also obtained the sacred artifact of the blood demon race, the blood demon tower. Qin Feiyang said. Evil force? Blood demon race? Blood demon tower? The Grand Elder and Pavilion Master looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze. What were these things? The blood demon race is the ruler of hell. The blood demon tower is a heaven-defying divine artifact. As for the evil force, let me put it this way, even the ancestral dragons can't refine and absorb it, but not only can Senior Brother Madman refine it, he can also use it for cultivation. Don't you think this is strange? And I heard from Senior Brother Madman that the old senior who gave him the heaven-defying divine art told him that if he had the chance to enter hell, he must enter. So I personally think that all of this is related to this old senior. Originally, Senior Brother Madman and I agreed that after leaving hell, we will visit that old senior together. But now, Senior Brother Madman is still in hell because he is receiving the inheritance. So I thought, why don't we visit this old senior first? So I asked Pavilion Master to send you a message, asking if you know where this person lives. But now it seems that we have to wait for Senior Brother Madman to return from hell to find him. Qin Feiyang shook his head regretfully. So that's how it is. The Grand Elder suddenly understood and shook his head. I really can't help with this matter. It's okay. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Then do you want to come to Nine Heavens Palace to take a look? The Grand Elder asked with a smile. I won't cause trouble for you. Qin Feiyang shook his head. All right then, come back and take a look when you have time. The Grand Elder said. Qin Feiyang nodded. After the conversation ended, Pavilion Master put away the image crystal and asked curiously, what kind of inheritance did Madman receive in hell? The inheritance of the power of law. Qin Feiyang said. The inheritance of the power of law. The corner of Pavilion Master's mouth twitched. You only know how to joke. I'm not joking with you, Qin Feiyang said. Is it true? Pavilion Master was slightly stunned and frowned. Of course. Qin Feiyang nodded. Pavilion Master's heart suddenly surged. There was even the inheritance of the power of law. What kind of place was hell? In the blink of an eye. Dawn was approaching. Whoosh. Huiyi finally returned. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. You haven't told everyone your identity yet. Huiyi was originally very happy and seemed to be getting along well with Shangguan Fenglan, but when he heard Qin Feiyang's words, he suddenly cried and sighed. How would I dare to say it? Qin Feiyang secretly said, then you can't continue to hide it like this. Of course I know. But I'm really worried that when Lana knows my identity, she will fall out with me. Huiyi frowned. You can only deal with this matter as you see fit. I can't help you. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Sigh. I'm just looking for trouble. Huiyi rubbed his forehead. You really deserve it. Qin Feiyang had a gloating expression on his face. Whoosh. Soon. The five-clawed golden dragon also returned with Qin Chen. Greetings, Master. Qin Chen bowed. How do you feel after seeing the North region? Qin Feiyang looked at Qin Chen and asked with a smile. Beyond imagination. Qin Chen shook his head, his face full of shock. Just the northern region alone was bigger than Great Qin and the Forgotten Continent combined. Not to mention the strong warriors, there were as many war gods as dogs. It could be said that Great Qin and Forgotten Continent were on a completely different level compared to the ancient world. Ignorant. A mere North region can shock you to this extent. Then when you reach the Divine Continent, won't your eyeballs pop out? Huiyi looked down on him. Qin Chen did not refute, and said, I don't have much knowledge to begin with. Huiyi was stunned. He thought that Qin Chen would talk back, but he did not expect him to admit it. This kid was not bad. His personality was more down-to-earth, and he did not have the feeling of biting off more than he could chew. Qin Feiyang looked at the night sky. Dawn had arrived. Then, Qin Feiyang stood up, looked at the Pavilion Master, and cupped his hands. Thank you, Senior, for your hospitality today. What hospitality? I'm just chatting with you. The Pavilion Master stood up and smiled, and then said in a deep voice, no matter what, please save Choa and take good care of her. I will. Qin Feiyang nodded and took out the gate of time and space. Clang. With the influx of divine power, the gate of time and space quickly recovered. Whoosh! Looking at the opened gate of time and space, Qin Feiyang took a deep breath. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he said, "Let's go." With that, he stepped into the gate of time and space. Hue Yi and Qin Chen nodded to the pavilion master and also entered the gate of time and space. Sigh. When the gate of time and space disappeared, the pavilion master sat alone under the night sky, sighing. She had good intentions in leaving Shangguan Qiu in the Divine Continent. Because working in the treasure pavilion in the Divine Continent had a better future than in the North region. But she did not expect that it would harm Shangguan Qiu. "Qiu, nothing must happen to you, otherwise, I will feel guilty and blame myself for the rest of my life." Now, she could only pray that nothing would happen halfway. Chapter 28-24. China. Cloud Mountain Village. The appearance of the Gate of Time and Space would not cause any commotion. After all, a few hundred years had passed, and the original ruins had been covered. Cloud Mountain Village had now become a green mountain and clear water. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang put away the Gate of Time and Space and scanned the mountains below. The matter of Li Feng involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Ancestor Shui, where was this peerless figure from the previous era hiding? This is China. Qin Chen looked around curiously. Apart from the rich essence energy, it didn't look any different from other places. Go to the Black Tortoise world first and find Fire Lotus to get a few supreme godly arts. Cultivate well. Now that you have such good cultivation conditions, hurry up and break through to the imperishable realm. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Qin Chen. Qin Chen nodded. He could see that his master had great expectations of him, so he couldn't let his master down no matter what. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Qin Chen to the Black Tortoise world. Then, he took out all the godly arts and artifacts and handed them all to Fire Lotus. He had originally planned to leave these godly arts and artifacts for the people of the Black Tortoise world. As for how to give them to the people of the Black Tortoise world, Fire Lotus had its own way of dealing with them, so he didn't need to ask. Then what's next? Hue Yi turned to look at Qin Feiyang. "If you ask me, let's loot the Dragon God Palace first." The five-clawed golden dragon said. "You're really savage." Hue Yi was speechless. Qin Feiyang also looked helplessly at the five-clawed golden dragon. He pondered for a moment and said, "I'll go to Holy Dragon City to take a look. You guys go and find out about Yi Zhong and the dragons. There's also Wang Ming. We have to get in touch with him. Supreme Cloud still doesn't know that Wang Ming has already submitted to me. He'll definitely treat him as his confidant. So as long as we find Wang Ming, we'll know Supreme Cloud's current situation like the back of our hand." Qin Feiyang added a few more sentences. "That makes sense." Hue Yi nodded. He raised his head to look at the night sky and said, "All right, let's split up and meet up at Black Tortoise Mountain after daybreak." "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. He activated the altars and headed straight for Holy Dragon City. Although according to his judgment, Shangguan Qiu would not be in danger for the time being, judgment was just judgment. No one knew the real situation, so it was better to be careful. Under the night sky, Holy Dragon City was like a giant black beast, exuding an aura that made one's heart palpitate. Qin Feiyang stood on top of a mountain not far from the city and looked at the Holy Dragon City. Whoosh! Suddenly, with a wave of his hand, Yi Cheng, Wang Daoyuan, and Li Changhe appeared. "Young master." Wang Daoyuan and Li Changhe bowed. "Go and find Jiang Dafei immediately. I want to know everything that has happened in the Divine Prefecture all these years. And, by the way, ask him how he's doing with the task I gave him before he left." Qin Feiyang said. "Yes." The two of them responded respectfully and snuck into the Holy Dragon City like ghosts. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Yi Cheng and said with a smile, "It's not convenient for me to go to the Divine Dragon Island now. You can go and see your brother yourself." Yi Cheng was slightly taken aback, and then a trace of hesitation appeared on his face. "Are you afraid to see him?" Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. "Yes." Yi Cheng nodded. He didn't care before because he didn't say so. But now, Yi Zhong already knew that he followed Qin Feiyang, so he couldn't help but feel a little guilty when he saw Yizhong again. Because Yizhong was very majestic in his heart. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, "Why don't you take an incredible divine artifact with you?" He was also afraid that Yizhong would forcibly detain Yi Cheng. In that case, he would have one less warlord. After all, Yi Cheng had stepped into the half-step imperishable realm and was a first-class expert in the entire divine prefecture. An incredible divine artifact. Yi Cheng was slightly stunned and said with a wry smile, "That's too exaggerated. Forget it. If my brother knew, he would think that I went to show off to him. Okay then, be careful. Also, if there's a chance, find a way to get Yi Shuai and the old man out of the Divine Dragon Island." Qin Feiyang said. Before entering the Nether King's hell, Yizhong sent Yi Shuai and the old man to the Divine Dragon Island. At that time, Yizhong did this for the sake of their safety. But now, it became a hidden danger. Why? Yi Cheng was suspicious. If you can't persuade Yizhong, then I can only carry out my plan. And this plan of mine will put their lives in danger. In the Nether King's hell, Qin Feiyang had already made arrangements. It was the video he had recorded when he met Yizhong in the giant Dragon Mountain range. This video was the core of the plan. When this video was released, it would definitely arouse the anger of the dragons. When the time came, even if Yizhong explained, he would not be able to clear his name. Yi Shuai and the old man on the Divine Dragon Island would naturally be in danger. Because the dragons would not let anyone who betrayed them go. Even though Yizhong had a close relationship with Longzuan. Yi Cheng heard this and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying in a deep voice, "I will make the arrangements. Then go quickly." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Yi Cheng took a deep breath, opened a teleportation altar, and left. Qin Feiyang turned around and looked at Holy Dragon City. His dark eyes flickered with light. The Divine Land should be very peaceful while I was away. But now, I'm back. Soon, it will be lively again. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly, took out an illusory appearance pill, changed his appearance, and entered the Holy Dragon City secretly. It was already early in the morning. Except for the noise of the major restaurants, the other places were very quiet. Qin Feiyang walked on the street like a ghost, occasionally meeting one or two drunkards. In this regard, it was no different from the secular world. At night, he could basically meet drunkards. Finally, the treasure pavilion entered Qin Feiyang's line of sight. However, he did not approach, standing in a dark alley, watching from afar. At the entrance of the treasure pavilion, there were 2 guards on duty, both of whom were at the 9th heaven realm, scanning the street with sharp eyes. The door of the treasure pavilion was undoubtedly closed. Above, there were 2 lanterns hanging, emitting a weak candlelight. After observing for a while, Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal and quietly activated it. Soon. He frowned. He sent a message to Shangguan Qiu, but there was no response at all. What was going on? Then, he thought of a woman, Ren Xiaolan. Since the pavilion master said that Shangguan Qiu and Ren Xiaolan were on good terms, then he could definitely contact Shangguan Qiu. However, he hesitated again. Because no one knew what the current situation was. Although Ren Xiaolan used to be a good woman, hundreds of years had passed. Who knew if she was still the Ren Xiaolan he knew? If Ren Xiaolan became a spy for Supreme Cloud and was responsible for monitoring Shangguan Qiu, then he would undoubtedly expose his motive and whereabouts if he went to find Ren Xiaolan now. In short, he did not want any accidents to happen before he saw Shangguan Qiu with his own eyes. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang finally decided to sneak in. Whoosh! The next moment, Qin Feiyang disappeared, controlling the Black Tortoise realm and quietly entered the treasure pavilion. He did not know where Shangguan Qiu was, so he could only look for him slowly. About 100 breaths passed. Qin Feiyang stopped in front of a room in the corner of the 3rd floor. The door was not closed, leaving a gap, and a weak candlelight came through. After a while, Qin Feiyang controlled the Black Tortoise realm and entered the room. It turned out that this was a study. There were 2 women in the study. One of them was Ren Xiaolan. The other person was wearing a long white dress that was spotless. Her fine black hair was tied up high with an exquisite hairpin in it. She sat at the desk, looking down at an account book, as if she was calculating something. That was right. She was Shangguan Qiu. After hundreds of years, she had become more capable and charming than before. It's good that you're fine. A smile finally appeared on Qin Feiyang's face. As he expected, Supreme Cloud did not attack her for the time being. However, when he looked at Ren Xiaolan again, he could not help but frown slightly. This woman was not dealing with any business. She was sitting casually at the coffee table, drinking tea. But her eyes were glancing at Shangguan Qiu from time to time. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang murmured. She was not cultivating or resting in the middle of the night, but sitting here drinking tea? If she was dealing with business, it would not be suspicious. But now, it seemed that she had nothing to do. Moreover, Qin Feiyang noticed that the way Ren Xiaolan looked at Shangguan Qiu seemed to be a little different. It was as if she was monitoring someone. It can't be like what I guess. Qin Feiyang murmured. From the bottom of his heart, he did not want to believe it, let alone think so. Because he liked Ren Xiaolan very much. Back then. The reason he helped Ren Xiaolan was because he thought Ren Xiaolan was a good person. Similarly, without his help, Ren Xiaolan would have been kicked out of the treasure hall by the steward, not to mention her current status. I hope I'm overthinking. Qin Feiyang murmured. He activated the concealment spell and appeared in the study. He did not say anything, but stood silently by the desk. Time passed by slowly. About an hour later, Shangguan Qiu finally closed the account book, straightened her body and stretched. Is there a problem? Ren Xiaolan put down the teacup in her hand and looked at Shangguan Qiu with a smile. No problem. Shangguan Qiu shook her head and smiled. Thank you for being with me for so long. Aren't we sisters? No need to thank me. Ren Xiaolan finished speaking and got up with a smile. Let's go and have a rest before dawn. Okay. Shangguan Qiu nodded. She got up and blew out the candle on the table. Then she left the study with Ren Xiaolan and went downstairs. At the top of the stairs, Ren Xiaolan suddenly said, Sister Shangguan, tell me honestly. Are you staying in Shenju because of Qin Feiyang? Shangguan Qiu blushed and did not answer. Every time I ask you this, you don't answer. Ren Xiaolan shook her head helplessly. There's nothing to say. Shangguan Qiu shook her head. Is there nothing to say, or are you embarrassed to say it? Ren Xiaolan joked with her. Shangguan Qiu blushed even more. Chapter 28-25. While talking, they walked to a secluded corner on the second floor. There were 2 rooms here. Ren Xiaolan smiled and said, See you in the morning. See you in the morning. Shangguan Qiu nodded. They each entered a room and closed the door. As soon as they entered the room, a cold light flashed in Shangguan Qiu's eyes. Qin Feiyang was also in Shangguan Qiu's room. The room was not very big. There was a bedroom, a living room, a practice room, and a washroom. It was about 100 square meters, but it was very cozy. There was a faint fragrance of flowers in the air. In the 4 corners of the living room, there were pots of blooming lilies as white as snow. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang felt a chill down his spine. The chill came from Shangguan Qiu's eyes. Qin Feiyang turned and looked at Shangguan Qiu suspiciously. What was going on? Not only was there a chill in his eyes, but his face was also a little gloomy. Sigh. After a while, Shangguan Qiu sighed softly and walked to the washroom. As he walked, he undressed himself as well. Obviously, she was going to take a bath. Don't. Qin Feiyang quickly transmitted the voice to her. Shangguan Qiu was suddenly alerted. She turned and looked around in surprise. Qin Feiyang turned back to his original appearance. He turned off the concealment spell and appeared in front of Shangguan Qiu. Shangguan Qiu was stunned. She quickly tidied her clothes and her cheeks were burning. Well, I really didn't see anything. Qin Feiyang's expression was also extremely awkward. He really didn't see anything because Shangguan Qiu had not taken off her clothes. Shangguan Qiu lowered her head and her cheeks were red. It took her a while to come to her senses. Then, she looked up at Qin Feiyang and asked, Aren't you in the hell of Hades? You're back. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Shangguan Qiu looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly. He took out a Heaven's Eye stone to prove his identity. It's really you. Seeing that the Heaven's Eye stone had no reaction, Shangguan Qiu's face was filled with joy. Qin Feiyang, however, had a trace of dissatisfaction on his face. He said, "You're doing fine in the northern region. Why did you come to the Divine Land?" Shangguan Qiu looked a little flustered. "Don't tell me that you stayed in Shenju for your dreams and ideals." Qin Feiyang said. "It's all about dreams and ideals. After all, the Divine Land is the holy land that everyone in the 4 major regions yearns to enter." Shangguan Qiu said stubbornly. Qin Feiyang looked at her deeply and asked, "Do you know your current situation?" "Of course I do." Shangguan Qiu nodded. "What? You know?" This time, it was Qin Feiyang who was rather surprised. "I didn't know at first. But one day, Ren Xiaolan and the Chief Pavilion Master were communicating, and I accidentally overheard it. That's when I realized my situation." Shangguan Qiu said. "No wonder I felt a chill in your eyes just now. So you've already seen through it. So, Ren Xiaolan has indeed been bribed by the Chief Pavilion Master to spy on you secretly?" Qin Feiyang said. "Yes. But Ren Xiaolan doesn't know that I've already found out. She still thinks that I treat her as a good sister." Shangguan Qiu snorted. "This woman really disappoints me." Qin Feiyang shook his head, and a murderous look flashed across his eyes. "Don't act rashly. Ren Xiaolan is Supreme Cloud's spy. If you kill her now, the Chief Pavilion Master will definitely be suspicious." Shangguan Qiu said in a low voice. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, "What about the steward of the Treasure Pavilion?" "Ren Xiaolan has been bribed by the Chief Pavilion Master, let alone the steward." Shangguan Qiu said. "This fat pig, he really doesn't learn from his mistakes." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. He asked, "Have you seen the Chief Pavilion Master with your own eyes?" "No." Shangguan Qiu shook his head. Qin Feiyang said, "How much do you know about my current situation?" "Basically everything. After all, rumors about you are everywhere in Divine Land. Besides, I've also met Jiang Dafei." Shangguan Qiu said with a smile. "Jiang Dafei? How do you know each other?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "He took the initiative to look for me. I heard from him that it was a man called Wang Ming who asked him to look for me." Shangguan Qiu said. "Wang Ming?" Qin Feiyang was shocked. "You know Wang Ming?" Shangguan Qiu asked. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "According to Jiang Dafei, Wang Ming asked him to tell me that the Chief Pavilion Master wants to use me to deal with you. He also told me the reason. So I already know about the Dragon Slayer Palace and the relationship between the Chief Pavilion Master and the Dragon Slayer Palace." Shangguan Qiu said. "I see." Qin Feiyang nodded. If it was Wang Ming, it would make sense. Wang Ming himself did not know about the relationship between him and Shangguan Qiu. But because the Chief Pavilion Master did not know that Wang Ming had pledged allegiance to him, he did not hide some plans from Wang Ming. Therefore, Wang Ming learned about the relationship between him and Shangguan Qiu from the Chief Pavilion Master. Therefore, Wang Ming immediately found Jiang Dafei and asked him to pass the message to Shangguan Qiu. From this point of view, Wang Ming was not a bad person. He was quite loyal to him. Qin Feiyang said, "Now that you know everything, do you regret coming to Divine Land now?" "No." Shangguan Qiu shook his head. "Why is everyone more stupid than the other?" Qin Feiyang was helpless. "Don't misunderstand. I didn't come to Divine Land for you. I just want to do something big in Divine Land. I want all the women in the world to understand that we women can still live well without you men. So don't think about sending me back to the North region." Shangguan Qiu looked at Qin Feiyang with vigilance. Okay. As long as you are happy." Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He really wanted to send Shangguan Qiu back to the North region. Because Divine Land was too dangerous now. One careless mistake and he would be smashed to pieces. He did not want to feel uneasy. But now that Shangguan Qiu had made it clear, he had no choice. Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, Shangguan Qiu finally smiled. Don't be happy too early. Although I allowed you to stay in Divine Land, I didn't say that you could continue to stay in the treasure house. After all, I promised your master to take good care of you. You can leave the treasure house for now and stay with me, Qin Feiyang said. You've met my master? Shangguan Qiu was stunned. Yes. I just came back from the North region. Qin Feiyang nodded. You came to find me after you came back from the North region? Shangguan Qiu was happy to hear that. It seemed that this man cared about her. Don't get me wrong. I was asked to do this. Qin Feiyang said hurriedly. Shangguan Qiu pouted. Would it kill him to admit that he cared about her? Qin Feiyang sighed. He looked at Shangguan Qiu and said, to be honest, you are a good woman. Whoever marries you will be lucky for several generations. But you know my situation. Enough. You don't have to explain so much. I know you have someone in your heart. I have thought it through these years. If you like someone, you don't have to be with him. As long as he is happy, that's enough. Shangguan Qiu interrupted Qin Feiyang and shook her head. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Time could really slowly change some people. Shangguan Qiu said, I won't leave the treasure house either. Won't leave the treasure house? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. That's right. Shangguan Qiu nodded and said, Supreme Cloud and the others don't know that you are back, so I won't be in any danger if I stay in the treasure house. But, Qin Feiyang frowned. Do you really want me to cling to you? If so, I will leave with you now. But once I leave, you won't be able to get rid of me in the future. Shangguan Qiu said. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Seeing Qin Feiyang's reaction, Shangguan Qiu was a little disappointed. However, he quickly covered it up and smiled faintly. Don't worry. Everything else aside, I still have the ability to take care of myself. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then you can go. We are a single man and a single woman. Don't let your woman misunderstand. Shangguan Qiu said. She was referring to the mermaid princess. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. All right, take care of yourself. Then, he entered the Black Tortoise realm and left the treasure house quietly. He did not have the time to waste with Shangguan Qiu. After leaving the treasure house, Qin Feiyang appeared in the dark alley again. Looking at the two guards at the door, his eyes flickered. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat, and an old figure immediately appeared beside him. It was Feng Dazhi. Young lord. Feng Dazhi bowed. I have a task for you. Sneak into the treasure house and protect Shangguan Qiu. Qin Feiyang said. Sneak into the treasure house? Feng Dazhi was slightly stunned. He frowned and said, that seems a little difficult. Qin Feiyang pointed at the two guards and asked, are you sure it's difficult? Feng Dazhi looked up at the two guards. After thinking carefully, he said, you mean, I have to kill one of them, then pretend to be him and sneak into the treasure house? Just know what to do. You don't have to say it. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and turned to leave. With Feng Dazhi protecting Shangguan Qiu, there was nothing to worry about. Because Feng Dazhi had broken through to the initial imperishable realm. In the treasure house of the Holy Dragon City, other than Supreme Cloud, the most powerful person was the steward, who was only halfway to the imperishable realm. Black Tortoise Mountain. The mountain range was full of lush greenery. Qin Feiyang stood at the top of the mountain, holding his breath and muttering to himself with his head lowered. The fire python had taken a great risk to send him back to the ancient world, so he could not let the fire python down. The matter of Supreme Cloud had to be resolved completely. The treasure house had to become a part of the dragon-slaying palace. There was also the dragons. With his current strength, it was impossible to destroy the dragons, but he had to at least give the dragons a fatal blow. Lastly, there was Yi Zhong. No matter what, he had to pull Yi Zhong into his camp. Although each of these tasks was difficult, they had to be completed. Besides, he had to deal with Supreme Cloud secretly. Otherwise, if the dragons found out, even if he killed or subdued Supreme Cloud, the treasure house would be destroyed. The treasure house provided resources for the dragon-slaying palace. It was the foundation of the dragon-slaying palace, so there could be no accidents.